Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Kid Naruto Was Saved by Minato and Hinata, Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
There was a certain blonde with whiskers who would describe today as a bad day. Despite his best efforts to study and train as if there were no tomorrow, he was not able to graduate from the academy before his peers. Because of his worst technique, the foolish Bunshin no Jutsu, he never became a ninja. He was able to achieve the lowest passing score needed to throw shuriken and kunai. Although intelligence was one of his weakest traits, he received an average grade in taijutsu, a below average grade in genjutsu. I finally managed to perform a decent henge to look like the Hokage, Dadbeo, and an astonishingly above average grade in written potion. Ninjas are not bookworms. As soon as I become Hokage, I will suppress the written part of the exams, Dadbeo. In the stealth test, he was surprisingly rated as the second best. His ability to redecorate the Hokage monument without getting caught, in an orange tracksuit, no less, and avoid multiple ninjas appears to indicate that the time he spent pranking was not in vain. In relation to the orange outfit, he needed to track down the person who continued to give him gifts on his birthday without telling him. Returning to the defiling of the mountain, he did not transgress, as he was going to be on that mountain eventually. He had every right to add those few words to the side of the Yondaime's head. Space reserved for Uzumaki Naruto. What was he contemplating prior to that? Yes, the foolish Bunshin without jutsu who ruined his chances of becoming a ninja. Iruka-sensei advised him to wait to take the test with his classmates and focus on brushing up on his book knowledge, saying that it was too soon for him to take it. Then the moment arrived for the students to leave the academy and greet their families following the exams. The graduates were being congratulated, and the parents of the 4 students who failed the exam, aside from him, were urging them to give it another shot. There was no one to console him or encourage him to give it another shot the following year. All he could see was the disdainful looks of the adults and kids avoiding him. But not everyone avoided him. The closest thing he had to friends were Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba's parents, who did not chastise them for being with him. But when he saw them with their parents, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He was swinging on the swing in front of the academy, thinking about how horrible his life was, and he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to notice that everyone had left except for a man who was approaching him slowly. Naruto turned to see who it might be when he saw the shadow getting closer to him. The man was almost entirely covered by a black hooded cloak. Naruto saw that the man was dressed in black pants, sandals, and what looked to be a semi-open jacket that exposed half of his chest. A strand of sharp yellow hair broke free from the hood, directing his gaze to the man's half-black mask and a set of nearly identical blue eyes. Glancing back at the cloak, he saw that the leaf symbol on its clasps indicated his alignment with Konoha. The man had not looked at him with the scorn and indifference of most adults he had met. Rather, they experienced a contradictory blend of happiness and sadness. Naruto only knew the Sandaime, but this man was friendly and asked, "Hello, what are you doing?" The boy hesitantly said, nothing important." He was not used to a stranger having a civil conversation with him. The man said, "You don't look too well. Do you want me to push the swing?" And then added, somewhat optimistically, "Maybe it will put you in a better mood." This was the first time someone had expressed interest in playing with him. Okay. Naruto was truly at a loss for words for the first time in a long time. For 15 minutes, the man continued to push the swing. Naruto was quickly getting used to his new circumstances until the stranger suddenly stopped moving. The man asked cheerfully, "How about we play some other games that we can do together?" Not only had Naruto encountered an adult who showed him no disrespect, but the man also expressed a desire to play with him, which thrilled him. They played ball, hide and seek, and other games for the next few hours until they realized the sun was setting. "Well," the man replied, "you should go back home or your family will get worried about you." "Oh, that's not a problem." Naruto smiled artificially. "I live on my own, so I can go back home whenever I like." Naruto nearly lost his pants when he sensed the man's sudden killer intent. He glared at the village and muttered, "Ungrateful bastards," with hate. He stopped when he saw Naruto gradually moving away from him, saying, "You'll dearly regret this." With a pitying expression in his eyes, the man said, "Oh, did I scare you? Sorry, I'm mad at a group of traitors. I'm not angry at you." Naruto calmed down and said, "You didn't scare me. By the way, what's your name?" "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha. Believe it." Rather than making fun of him, the man appeared to smile beneath his mask while wearing a somber expression. "Future Hokage?" he questioned, taking off his mask and hood to reveal a rather young man's face with blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. "I could give you some tips and help you reach that position. As for my name, I have many, but my real name would be Minato Namikaze," said the man with a tearful grin. Naruto was unable to speak. In an attempt to come to terms with the fact that his hero was still alive, he glanced at the man, the Hokage monument, the man again, the mountain again, and the man once more. Naruto blurted, his expression a mixture of bewilderment, surprise, fear, and a hint of hope, "You are the Yondaime." "Yes, I am," he replied with a somewhat amused expression on his face, but he was actually a little nervous about the news he was going to give the child. "We were told that you died slaying the Kyuubi no Kitsune," replied Naruto. "Was that a lie?" "No," Minato shot back with a seemingly ashamed shake of his head. With a resolve and conviction that spread to Naruto, he declared, "It was not a lie. I really died that day. I shouldn't be alive at this place and time, but I am, and this time I won't leave." "Yes," exclaimed Naruto with excitement. "Everyone in town will have a party to celebrate your comeback, and there will be a ceremony for you taking back the Hokage rank. All of my classmates will be jealous of me for being the first one to meet you, and..." With a frustrated expression, Minato cut her off. "There won't be a welcome back party for me." With barely concealed rage, he declared, "I won't retake the Hokage seat as well. The villagers don't deserve me." Disoriented, Naruto questioned, "But why? Being a Kage is a dream of many ninjas." Minato sighed and cast a sorrowful glance at Naruto, saying, "It was also my dream a long time ago, but after what they did to you." "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked again. "What they did to me?" Minato took a deep breath. The moment he had both anticipated and feared was nearing. With a sorrowful smile, Minato said, "Naruto, this is not the first time we met. We met on the day you were born, the 10th of October, 10 years ago." As he heard what the Yondaime had to say, Naruto was once more rendered speechless. "To me, you were the most wonderful baby in the world. You had your father's hair, your mother's beautiful eyes. You knew my parents. Please tell me who they were." Minato's heart melted as Naruto let out a cry. "Naruto, my poor Naruto. I never imagined that you would feel so alone. Don't worry, my son, things will change, I swear it." Minato was thinking to himself. It was time to reveal to him the real story of his origins. Minato could not think of Kushina without feeling pain and sadness explode in his chest. "Your mother, she was..." Trying to hold back the tears in his eyes, Minato said, "She was the most beautiful woman on earth. She was my son, my best friend, my twin soul, my love, and my wife." Fear, surprise, and pain were all present in Naruto's shaking body as he tried to process what the former Hokage had just said. As tears began to well up in his eyes, the boy stammered, "Then that means that you are mine." With a small smile and melancholic eyes, Minato said, drawing nearer to his son, "Yes, Naruto, I am your father." The man's mind was racing with terror at what might come next. "Please, Naruto, don't turn me down. Give me a chance. If you didn't let me be your father, I don't think I could survive." In less than 5 minutes, Naruto's world underwent a significant change. He says he is his after learning that the man he aspired to be like, his hero, his role model, was still alive. "Tusan," hesitantly murmured Naruto. Repressing his tears, he waited to see how the Yondaime would respond. Minato's heart nearly stopped as Naruto spoke the words he had been waiting to hear since Kushina revealed her pregnancy to him. A similarly distraught Minato slowly opened his arms and whispered, "Son." Naruto cried out, "Tou-san," and ran into his father's arms. For the first time since his birth, Naruto's father gave him a hug. It had been 5 years since he had cried. The boy cried in between sobs, Daddy, I missed you. I felt so lonely." "Naruto, my son, my young hero. I swear that you'll never be alone again. I will be with you on your graduation day. I will give you the talk. I will meet your girlfriend. I will watch you in the Chunin exams. I will be in your wedding, and I will be with you the day that you become the Hokage. Best of all, we will be a family again." A young girl, hidden behind a tree, observed the scene, smiling and crying into her pale eyes. "I'm so happy for you, Naruto-kun." She left, glad that she had thought of something before prying into such a personal moment. In his room by himself, Naruto awoke. Considering what had transpired, he was in a bad mood. His expression was dejected as he thought, I had one of those dreams again. He had previously dreamed of his family coming back to him. In certain dream sequences, his parents returned from a protracted mission, and in others, they survived the Kyuubi attack. In one instance, the attack never occurred, and the family coexisted happily. Though he enjoyed dreaming about them, he hated them when he woke up to the harsh reality of what he was missing. However, the most excruciating dream of them all was the one from last night. It felt so real. The warm, comforting hugs, the assurance that he would never be left alone again, and Yondaime Hokage, his hero, returning from the dead and claiming to be his father. Enough, he decided. Had the Yondaime been his true father, the elderly man would have informed him, he would have received greater respect from the public, and he would have possessed a home, as well as fangirls, akin to Sasuke Teme. He reluctantly got out of bed. Instead of getting dressed, he headed to the kitchen to make a special breakfast of ramen to lift his spirits. That day, he made the decision not to attend the academy because he didn't feel like attending dry lectures or facing icy looks at the door. Then he became aware that something in his apartment was off. The floor was entirely mopped and devoid of the worn-out clothing he had left to be laundered. Upon entering the living room, he noticed that the empty ramen packets he had scattered throughout the house had vanished as well. Not possible. His yearly cleaning was still 1 month away. He could only conclude that someone had broken into his apartment to steal them, but who would take empty ramen packages and leave the scene clean? The boy was even more perplexed by the boxes that were located along the hallway. When did burglars start bringing items into the homes they targeted for theft? He made an effort to move as silently as possible after realizing there was someone in the kitchen. That's good, they remained. He would demonstrate to those who try to tamper with his belongings. When he came into the kitchen, he saw the Yondaime. A beaming Yondaime said, "Good morning, Naruto-kun. Did my precious son have a good rest?" As Minato was preparing breakfast, he reflected on the events of the previous few hours. The conversation with Sarutobi went better than he had anticipated. He was able to persuade the man that he was, in fact, the Yondaime, even though the reasons for his return were difficult for him to accept. Giving thanks for being with his son again, he watched him sleep for nearly the entire night. He thought, he looks so cute in his hippo pajamas. Kushina would have drooled at the sight of him, and if Naruto went out walking through Konoha with it, people would stop mocking him immediately and the female population would fight to squeeze and hug him, thought Minato. His thoughts of her caused him to become depressed. Nah, I need to get over thinking about her every time I see her. Not a man moping over what he lost, but a better life for our son is what he needs. The former Kage thought, I must remember the happiness we had and bring that happiness to Naruto. He went to the kitchen that morning to begin preparing breakfast, but first he used his demi-buncheons to clean the apartment. For a boy without parents, Naruto is almost as messy as I was when I was his age. However, he needs to learn how to be more organized now that I'm here. He was thinking about how similar Naruto's life was to his own childhood life when he felt Naruto walk into the kitchen and turn to face his son. Good morning, Naruto-kun. How was your sleep, my dear son? A grinning Yondaime inquired. His son tackled him before he could continue, saying, It's not a dream. You are authentic, Naruto yelled, attempting to hold back his tears. Naruto-kun, you also dreamed of your family returning? Recalling his own early years, his father grinned miserably. Naruto-kun, a great ninja once said that there's nothing wrong with crying when you were happy. The father said to his son, who was trying not to cry. Oto, I mean Yondaime, who was that ninja? As he wiped away his tears, a slightly embarrassed Naruto asked. The greatest ninja of us all. Greater than all the Kages, Minato boasted. Also, Naruto, it would make me very happy if you could call me Dad or Tusan. Even Daddy, just like yesterday, he went on. Okay, Yon. Tusan, Naruto greeted him cheerfully. Could you elaborate on the greatest ninja for me? Later on, I will do that. We have a great deal to discuss right now. You must be asking yourself a lot of questions. I will respond to your message during our breakfast. Minato smiled softly. Daddy, what have we got? Recalling that he hadn't eaten since breakfast the day before, Naruto inquired. The only thing I know how to cook is the Uzumaki special ramen, Minato began, a little embarrassed. He then smiled broadly and continued. Certainly, to his father's amusement, Naruto yelled while joyfully dancing around the apartment. The two ate the ramen and chatted animatedly about how good it was and what kinds of ramen they liked to eat. He has better table manners than I had expected, Minato thought. Naruto wanted to taste the ramen slowly, recalling the flavor and texture of his first homemade meal, which was the real reason he wasn't gobbling it down like an Akamichi after a month of dieting. Dad, Naruto's somber expression forced Minato to put down his ramen and pay attention to his son's impending inquiry. Can you tell me about Mom? Minato inhaled deeply, rose from his chair, and went to one of the boxes he had brought from the Hokage's warehouse the previous evening. A little while later, he returned carrying a framed photo, which he gave to his son. It was a picture of a young woman with Hite of Konoha, dressed in black and orange, holding a kunai in a pose that would make Naruto think of his cool ninja. Her long red hair, which reached her waist, was one of her most striking features, but what really attracted Naruto's attention was that she had the same blue eyes as him. Kushina Uzumaki is her name. Her ability to see the best in everyone made her a kunoichi. She had the ability to quickly turn bad things around and make friends with a wide range of people. With nostalgia in his eyes, Minato clarified. Her golden heart was what I cherished the most about her. She was the first to respond to anyone in need, every time. She also had a strong dislike of injustice. If she came across someone being bullied, she would come to their defense and then would advise them on how to defend themselves so they wouldn't have to rely on her. Additionally, Kushina was not like the typical kunoichi, Minato said, a look on his face at this point. She was always looking for the best way to defeat them head-on, even though they trained to trick their opponents in combat. Rather than ambush her enemies, she launched frontal attacks towards them. Rather than remaining silent, she was boisterous, drawing attention to herself all the time. Until we started dating, she was among the least feminine women in the ninja world, Minato said with a small laugh. Yes, bravo, Mom, with joy, Naruto replied. With a drop of perspiration, Minato thought, I wasn't complimenting her though. Dad, do you have any more photos of her? Do you also? As keen to learn as much as he could about his mother, an anxious Naruto asked. Obviously, replied his smiling father. In less than a second, Minato disappeared, only to reappear with more pictures from the box. This was your mom and I on our first date. He hands picture after picture to Naruto as he continues his narration. Minato laughed, obviously amused by the memory. Then his features softened once more. This was when we went to the beach. This was her chasing the women who tried to flirt with me. And this one was her chasing me for letting those women go near me. Then he gave Naruto a photo of Minato and Kushina holding hands. He was dressed in the traditional red and white Hokage robes, but without the hat. She was dressed in a traditional wedding kimono. They were grinning broadly and blushing slightly as they gazed at one another. On this day of our nuptials, she appeared to be among the most exquisite of the princesses. Before giving his son another picture, this is one of my favorites, Minato said softly. I was thanking Kami and all the deities in existence for letting one of their angels love me. Kushina looked radiant in the picture, sitting in a chair and caressing her tummy with a dreamy smile. She was wearing a stunning maternity dress. I took it when she was alone at home, using the crystal ball in my office. Minato laughed with an innocent grin. She used to say that pregnancy was one of the most common things to happen to women in the world and that she didn't understand why women had changes in their attitudes, like getting soft and having mood swings. But you used to spy on your mother, roared Naruto, pointing at his father with an accusing finger and an indignant look in his eyes. You're a stalker. With his hands raised to block his son's piercing gaze, a half-embarrassed Minato countered, that's not true. There's nothing bad about watching over the person you really love, it's proof that you care for them. One of the potential kunoichi in Naruto's class sneezed at the academy in the meantime. Hinata, how are you doing? Inquired a worried instructor. The previously mentioned girl, her face flushed, said, why yes, I'm alright Iruka-sensei. Naruto said, That is reasonable. Yes, it is, Minato remarked with relief, this one. In the final image, Kushina was pictured on a bed in a hospital gown. Her worn-out face revealed how much energy she had expended just before the picture was taken, but despite her weariness, her smile suggested that she was still happy. Minato was staring down at a newborn Naruto with a hypnotized, spaced out, but equally happy, expression on his face. We were going to start a family, but this was taken the day you were born, Minato somberly remarked. Since Kushina and I were orphans, we were aware of the needs you would have. However, the Kyuubi incident occurred. You would not share our past. A part of Naruto had stopped listening to his father. He was staring at the picture with a fixed look in his eyes, and then he turned to look at the other pictures, examining each one for a while until he found the one where Kushina was caressing her belly. Ka-san, he said, rubbing his tears from his eyes as he caressed his mother's face in the picture, and then, as if a secret switch had been flipped, he began to sob uncontrollably. Minato embraced his son, who sank his face into his father's shoulder. Minato, fighting back tears, uttered, "Let it all go. I know she's in a better place, happy that we're not alone anymore." After calming down for 20 minutes, Naruto turned to face his embarrassed father and said, "Tea, thanks, Dad." With a smile, Minato said, "Good. Oh, my homemade food is getting cold. How about we have breakfast at Ichiraku? I'll let you eat as much as you like," Minato said with a smile on his face, oblivious to the terrible fate his wallet would suffer as a result of his recent error. "Certainly, can I all eat ramen?" Naruto yelled, bouncing all over the apartment and creating a lot of noise. "You little monster, stop making noise," an indignant voice yelled from the lower level. Minato's face darkened, then blanked out, giving off a gloomy aura. He rose slowly, pulled on his cloak and mask, and moved toward the door. "I'll return in a short while." The frightening man Naruto now calls his father said, "Wait here, Naruto," with a hint of agitation. After nodding, Naruto heard screams and violent noises coming from downstairs. After 10 minutes, the noises stopped, and his father returned carrying a severely battered neighbor, whose face appeared to have seen better days, whose arms were bent in an unusual manner, and who was missing half of his teeth. With a lovely voice, Minato said, "Well, tell my son what you have to say." "Hello, my name is Zori Naruto. I'm sorry for not being a better person with you. I'm an unreliable bastard." The man said, "Please forgive me," as best he could considering how many of his front teeth were missing. "Well, is my apology accepted? I'm not sure what to do in this kind of situation," said Naruto. The masked Minato grinned slyly, "Or, you can refuse to go and then I can show you this convenient trick I know involving a spoon and a mouse." "Good," the masked Minato said. "Now you will go to the Anbu headquarters and request a little punishment for disrespecting the Yondaime's memory." "I will definitely visit the Anbu." With a frantic shout, the man hurried away. "Dad, what were you going to do with the mouse and spoon?" said Naruto, casting a worried glance. "Nothing harmful," Minato stated, casting a sidelong glance, "at least not for the mouse." He then smiled a little angrily. "Well, why did you wear a mask, Dad, when you were beating that guy?" a bewildered Naruto inquired. Under his black mask, the Yondaime gave his son a serious look. "Have you ever wondered, Nagato-kun, why the Sandame never revealed to you that I was your father? Ji-san never told. He said that you and Mom died in the Kyuubi attack and that he would tell me about you when I was older, too, San. Why did he keep it from me?" Naruto said, his expression saddening. "There were numerous causes. He created it primarily to protect you from my adversaries," Minato said sorrowfully. "The other reason was to prevent a conflict between the Konoha families and clans over your custody. You may not be aware of this, but our family is extremely wealthy, owning properties throughout Fire Country." She added, "But the real motivation for a conflict would have been the scrolls containing our family jutsus and techniques." "OMG. Are you saying that I can eat all the ramen I want to eat? And that there are family members among us who could incite conflict between clans?" exclaiming as excitement flared in Naruto's eyes. "Indeed," Minato responded, lifting her chin, "and they didn't even know about our secret bloodline limit." "What is the limit of bloodline? What does it do?" a perplexed Naruto questioned. "He wanted to pass the exam without knowing it," Minato exclaimed, perspiring, feeling a little ashamed. "I'll tell you another time," he sighed and took a more somber tone. "Naruto-kun, until your strength is sufficient. We'll have to keep my true identity as a Yondaime a secret, but fear not. With the special training regimen I've planned for you, you'll be stronger than the majority of academy students in a matter of weeks. You will become the strongest ninja in Konoha, but I must warn you that it will be extremely demanding." "Yes, Dad. I promise to make you proud. I can handle anything you throw at me. Don't worry. It's true, I promise," a beaming Naruto uttered. Minato thought to herself, "I'm already proud of you, my son." "San, by the way, how are you going to conceal who you really are?" Naruto inquired. "Good question, son," his father said. "I can't get enough of him calling me that. This is what we are going to do." They talked for the remainder of the morning, failing to visit Ichiraku's ramen. Iruka was overcome with guilt for failing one of his students, especially after his initial animosity towards the blonde boy. Nevertheless, his duty as a teacher overcame his hatred, and he later realized that the child could not have been the fox that killed his parents. Iruka couldn't stop thinking about Naruto throughout the morning. Yesterday, he nearly passed the genin test but failed in the Bunshin Jutsu, not earning enough points for pass. He had intended to treat the boy to ramen to lift his spirits, but the boy skipped class. Oh no, that was worse than I had anticipated, worried me. Okay. Class, that's all for today, replied. He could not stop muttering to himself as the other students were leaving the classroom. What will I do with you, Naruto? Anyo. A timid voice said, Iruka-sensei, are you talking about Naruto-kun? Iruka noticed the bashful heir to the Hyuga family fiddling with her index fingers, clearly regretting the question. Yes, Hinata, I'm going to check why Naruto didn't come to class, Iruka said with a smile. Perhaps it is because his father came back yesterday and… OMG. Are you certain of what you are saying? The teacher exclaimed, startled. Oh no. The bashful young lady practically leapt for her teacher's response, clearly terrified. I apologize, Hinata-chan. I did not mean to frighten you. Regarding what you are saying, are you certain? He looked at me worriedly. The girl calmed down and said, why yes. He was hugging a man while C crying of happiness calling the man Tusan. As she could not help but smile dreamily as she thought about the father-son reunion. I could not see his face. I departed because I believed they should be left alone. The teacher hurried out of the academy and toward his student's apartment before she could finish speaking. When he reached the residence of his pupil, he used the duplicate key that the Hokage had given him the day he learned that he had eventually invited Naruto to eat to open the door. That explains why, Naruto, since I'll be wearing this mask, uttered a man dressed in black, his cloak and mask matching. Yes, I see now, he. Do you suppose I'll require one as well? Naruto grinned and spoke. Most likely as soon as I begin to navigate the streets without mine. The man in the cloak said to Iruka, you know that people shouldn't enter other people's houses unless they are invited. Hiruka-sensei. This is Min. That is, Arashi Uzumaki, formerly known as Arashi Kazama. My dad. I want to introduce you to someone, the beaming blonde said, oblivious to the glares between his father and teacher. He was wandering the world after losing his memories in the Kyuubi attack, but he eventually returned, he declared with triumph. Naruto addressed his father, Dad, this is Amino Iruka, my teacher. He also occasionally babysat me when he was a genin. That final line only served to exacerbate Minato's emotional wound by reminding him of the years he spent losing his son. In an artificial tone, Minato said, glad to meet you, Iruka-san. The Chunin answered in a similar tone, same goes for me, Arashi-san. The masked ninja said, Naruto, go to the stand without me. Your teacher and I have some things to talk about. All right, Dad, don't be late. Oh, Iruka-sensei, I apologize for missing class today, the cheerful Jinchuriki said as she left the building, oblivious to the tension between the two adults. Well, Iruka-san, now that we are alone you can start with your questions, Minato replied. He was filled with a mixture of gratitude and resentment towards the man in front of him, for taking on the role of father figure that was rightfully his. Gratitude for the man's care of his son. With a growing amount of resentment, said man moved forward and, before he realized, punched him in the face. How dare you return and behave as if nothing had occurred? An enraged Iruka yelled as he delivered a punch to the abdomen. One punch followed another, and yet another. While the teacher was beating him, Minato remained silent and did nothing. You know how the child you refer to as your son had to go? Iruka spoke, his eyes full of rage. The man in the mask took another blow without saying anything. Being shunned by the parents of the kids he wanted to play with. Ignored by the people, forcing him to do pranks to recall their attention, said sorrowfully. With flaming eyes, he said, waking up alone in the middle of the night for a nightmare and not having nobody to comfort him. Those eyes. Are these the eyes that I have that the Sandaime observed? He burst out laughing. You're laughing, but why? And why the hell you don't fight back? Yelled Iruka as she grabbed the man by the mask with her left hand and punched him with her right, sending him flying across the room with the mask still in her grasp. It makes me happy to know that you were searching for Naruto, Minato said as he stood up. I don't fight back because I deserve the beating for what I did to my son, he added, revealing his face. The teacher realized, you are the… and proceeded to seal the fox in his own son by sacrificing his life. As Hokage, I couldn't take another child having my own. Cages can't demand of their subordinates something that they wouldn't do, the Yondaime admitted, pulling back his mask in disgust. Iruka felt guilty for being a part of the village that disregarded the man's final request, but he also realized with horror that he had attempted to kill the man out of jealousy and rage. The man had made a selfless sacrifice, giving up his life and his son's happiness. Please pardon me, Hokage-sama. I thought you left him all those years and then I saw him talking happily with you like nothing happened. I couldn't stand it. The Chunin knelt before the Yondaime, tears welling up in his eyes. Minato took a paintbrush from his pouch and said, Iruka-san, I told you I deserved it. You must have a lot of questions for me. He then wet the brush with blood from his cheek. Then he found out that Iruka liked chained questions as well. Is it known by Naruto that you are the Yondaime? How are you doing? Are you going to take on the role of Hokage once more? Inquired a tense Iruka. As he responded to the questions, Minato drew something in his mask. Yes, he is aware that I am Yondaime. I told Sandaime yesterday that I wasn't in the mood to retell the story of my comeback. To your last question, I will not leave this dirty town after what they did to my child, I replied in a subdued tone of voice. I recognize Namikaze-sama. Iruka uttered his name, recalling it from the books. Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage is dead, said the man with blonde hair. He died the day that the Third's law was necessary to protect his son from the hate of those he saved. After that, he replaced his mask and carried on speaking. All that remains is Arashi Uzumaki, the father of the future Hokage. Now, 6 red whisker marks, made with his own blood, were visible on the mask, thicker than Naruto's. The previous day, utilizing the present Hokage. It was not a calm week for Sarutobi. The story begins with Uzumaki Naruto defacing the Hokage. While this was amusing, the paperwork he had to complete to move the ninjas who had been watching the village during the blonde raid was terrible. As a result, they were assigned D-rank missions, which would prove they had done their job. Then the idiots who wanted to punish the child for it started complaining, but they stopped when he showed them that it revealed the village's security shortcomings. In actuality, the blonde student's deception and stealth abilities were superior to those of most Chunins, which is why Danzo would often approach him and offer to take him under his wing whenever he tricked the ninjas in the village. No, Naruto would never turn into one of his old rival's soulless instruments. All he had to do to prove that the crippled man hadn't dissolved root in order to accuse him of treason was prove that he wasn't caught off guard. Then his grandson got the bright idea to take over and defeat him. In fact, he even asked to have a private teacher to help him become a better ninja. Ebisu might be a good fit because he proved to be a good Anbu guard for the child and did a good job of showing it, even though he didn't prove it. This, along with the fact that he was a Jonin with specialized training, validated his choice. When the academy exams were held yesterday, Naruto had spent the entire week claiming he would pass them and begin his journey to become Hokage. Sadly, when Iruka presented the list of students who had passed, Naruto was not one of them. Maybe he would have passed if the writing portion of the exam had been less of a focus on stealth and deception, but this was only emphasized in exams of a higher rank. That's when things started to go wrong. Sarutobi was relieved that he had completed the paperwork ahead of schedule and could now use his crystal ball to keep an eye on Konoha's citizens for the remainder of the journey. Especially the female populace. Especially the women who were using the public restrooms. Of course, just to make sure there were no perverts spying. But first, he ought to see how Naruto is doing. The youngster must be depressed about not passing. He focused on the boy while keeping his hands in the ball, and what he saw shocked him. The child was playing with a man wearing a mask, who appeared to be a ninja based on his clothing. What was odd about this man was that he wasn't one of his men. Instead, a cloak brooch bearing the village's emblem suggested that he was from Leaf. The commander should send someone to collect and question the man. The man took off his mask and hood to reveal a face he hadn't expected to see among the living. After the heartwarming scene, he was unable to contain his tears, then everything became red to him. That guy was pretending to be the Yondaime. Furthermore, he was aware that he was Naruto's father. To further aggravate the situation, he was manipulating the boy's emotions by treating him like a second grandson. He shouted, "Yamato, Boar, Crow, come here," as he performed a jutsu move that gave him his battlesuit. When 3 figures suddenly appeared in the room, the level of contained murderous intent that their leader was exuding made them feel uneasy. His leader said, "Come with me to the academy." They arrived at the scene in record time, having crossed the distance separating the academy and the Hokage Tower. The Yondaime doppelganger was aware of them, but the boy was unaware of them. He put the weeping boy to sleep by pinching a spot on his neck. The adult whispered to the boy, "It's time to sleep, Naruto-kun. Now adults need to talk." With a menacing tone, the Hokage spoke to him. "Whoever you are, release the kid and come with us. Then you're going to come with us to see Ibiki. Then you will explain to what were you going to do with him and how the hell did you know that he was the Yondaime's son?" Yamato and Crow, also known as Ebisu, were taken aback when they saw the Kyuubi container hugging a man who appeared to be their late hero. The Hokage then revealed that the man was actually the boy's father. The man rose to his feet and took the sleeping child in his arms, saying, "I'm the Yondaime. I can prove it." Cherished companion. Bor made the worst decision of his life when he yelled, "Don't listen to him, Hokage-sama. It's a trick from the demon." He was caught between the two strongest killing intents he had ever experienced before realizing it. One came from the Hokage, who was incensed at the future corpse for two reasons. First, he thought the boy was a demon, and second, he had the audacity to disobey his law in front of him. The second one was from the blonde man, whose bloodlust was even worse than Kyuubi's because it was all aimed at him. The Yondaime appeared behind Bor in a flurry of yellow light, holding his son in his left arm and a blue ball of chakra in his right. He slams the ball onto his back, breaking his spine and causing severe internal damage to the stupid guy, ruining his ninja career forever. "He is not the demon, scum," he yells. After witnessing how a ghost used two of Konoha's most potent jutsus to defeat the elite ninja, Yamato and Crow were too afraid to take action. With a look of disgust, Sarutobi turned to face his broken-hearted former Anbu, and then he smiled a little at his former successor. "I believe you. Minato, why don't you come to my office and explain everything?" Resolving to disappear in a yellow light, Minato smiled back, "It will be pleasure, Sarutobi-san. I'll be waiting for you there. Oh, and make sure that the pig keeps his mouth closed and receives a demotion if he survives. Take him to the hospital and make sure he is under sedation until I say the opposite, and don't talk about this with anybody," the Sandaime said to the other Anbu. "Hi," was their collective response. When Sarutobi arrived at his office, he found his successor cuddling up to the sleeping child on his lap and not even acknowledging his presence. "Yes, it is him. I no longer have any doubts," the Hokage said. Minato inquired, "How was his life, old friend? Was he happy in my absence?" Sarutobi sighed. He had never imagined that he would have to justify himself to Minato. "I would lie if I say you that he was saw as the hero you expected him to be. In his first days many people wanted him to be executed, not believing that the seal was enough strong to contain the fox. Others even though that he was the fox reborn in human form. Then I had a meeting with the clan heads and elders to decide the destiny of Naruto, Jiraiya, and I chose to keep his true heritage and label in as an orphan to keep him and his inheritance safe from your enemies and clan schemes." Minato growled as she nodded. Sarutobi stood up and continued. "Many clans wanted to adopt him, but only because they would have the power of the Kyuubi at his disposal. As you can suppose, it would have been worst if they knew who really Naruto was. Anyways, when Uera clan proposed to adopt Naruto, many others voted against it, so we could not reach to an agreement. Perhaps it can relieve you that many of them didn't want to adopt Naruto for what he has but for accomplish your wish, like the Akamichis, Yamanakas, Naris, and surprisingly the Hyuga branch house." As Minato muttered, "They also know what it is having a cursed seal against their will." Then the Sandaime's features darkened as she continued, "Yet even though the law prevented the villagers from doing anything to Naruto, I created a law that forbids everyone telling the truth about the Kyuubi in Naruto or hurt him for that so he would have a normal life. Finally it was decided that he would be an ordinary orphan and raised like one without special privileges. Naruto spent his first 6 years alone since they wouldn't let their kids make friends with him." Sarutobi drew on a cigarette. "I assigned an Anbu guard to him to make sure that nobody would hurt him. Your student Kakashi, but he kept hidden all time for not interfering in his life. Don't worry, nobody tried to harm him, so Naruto never met him. After I realized that his life was not threatened, I reassigned Kakashi to normal Anbu missions, but he left the corp depressed and asked to be a Jonin again." Minato remained silent as Sarutobi went on. "I tried to see him as often as this job led me, but sporadic visits were not enough. Then he became a prankster to gain people's attention, and decided to become Hokage for being acknowledged. Then he entered the ninja academy and made some friends, but it was not enough to cure him for his loneliness. Without anybody to help him at home and more interest in gain attention than studies, he barely passed the tests. Today he tried to do the Genin test, 2 years before his classmates, but he was unable to perform a decent bunshin, so he failed. Then you came back." Before the Yondaime could contain the insane amount of killing intent, Sarutobi stopped talking, went to the window, and unleashed it upon the ill-prepared village. The dogs of the Inuzuka family howled in despair. The Aburame family struggled for the remainder of the day to stop their bugs from escaping their bodies. All the babies woke up and began to cry. The non-ninja population abruptly came to a standstill, and the ninjas prepared for an enemy they did not yet know existed. Minato calmed down and said, "I have one last question. What convinced you that I am Minato Namikaze? The look in your eyes while you attacked that fool. There is no way to imitate the eyes of a man protecting his family," said the Hokage, grinning. Minato gave the Hokage a look. "I suppose now I must tell you why I am alive, don't I?" "Yes, I still can't believe it. You were supposed to be trapped in the stomach of the god of death in a fight for all eternity," Sarutobi replied. "Indeed," Minato sighed. "Trying to put up with the memory, I said, after I sealed the Kyuubi in Naruto, I lost conscience. ID died. I only had a few seconds to say goodbye to him while I was feeling my soul being sucked by the Shinigami." Sarutobi worriedly said, "Take your time, you can tell me it another day, when you felt better to do it." "And no, I must take it off, I didn't tell the others when I resurrected and now I lost the chance." Sarutobi asked, perplexed. "The others? Who are the others, Minato?" "Have patience, you'll understand what I mean," Minato remarked, before continuing with a more laid-back narrative. "After I died, I wake up in a world ruled by the god of death. It was the place where those fighters who sacrificed themselves for the others or have a heroic death came after their deaths, being the stomach of the god one of the entries," Minato told a startled Sandaime. Sarutobi questioned, utterly stunned by Minato's disclosures. "You were not condemned to an eternal fight as it was supposed to happen to everyone who used the Shiki Fusion?" Minato grinned and went on. "Opposing to what be though it was no hell, it was a place where the fighters could do for eternity what they are supposed to enjoy. Fight without after effects." With Minato's past in tow, Sarutobi, the captive, begged, "Please, clarify what you were trying to say." Minato gave a nod. "During the day, we fought in an everybody versus everybody battle that longed all day. In those battles we could die, but at the night we came back to life and we had a banquet with infinite food and drinks. You can imagine what it was to the Akamichis who were there," Minato said with a grin. With a smile of his own, Sarutobi imagined that the most hazardous A and S-class missions would be requested if the living Akamichis noticed. Minato's face was covered in a shadow. During those parties, the loved ones of the combatants came from other paradises to join them. Kei Kushina never came to see me. She probably must hate me for what I did to our son," said sadly to Naruto. With the hero back, Sarutobi had no idea what to say to cheer him up. Minato took a minute to gather his thoughts. "However, I met some interesting people. I met some warriors of the West who called that place Valhalla. They were the only ones who didn't use to get surprised in their awakening in that world. I also met many heroes from the elemental nations including Hitaki Sakumo, the Sandaime Kazekage and specially the Shodem and the Nidaime." Like a young boy meeting his heroes, Sarutobi exclaimed, "You met them? How they were?" "They were death and as young as they look in the mountain. According to what they asked other ninjas of Konoha, they were very satisfied with your government of the village. They said that with your guidance Konoha became the most powerful and prosperous ninja village of all elemental nations while keeping the way of the peace." Sarutobi was relieved to hear that his senseis thought well of him because, despite having served their charge for longer than all of their predecessors combined, he had always doubted his suitability. "I'm the beginning, they didn't believe that I was the Yondaime. Only after I defeated them both and the word of other Konoha ninjas they believed me," said with a smile. He then became serious. "Whenever a Konoha ninja came I asked him or her about my son. They always got surprised when I told them that Naruto was my son, but unfortunately none of them knew something significant about him. By the way, none of them hated him. It looks like only those who are able to value other sacrifices and acknowledge other heroes are welcome there," laughed. "There's no idiots there, is there?" asked Sarutobi. Minato gave a nod and went on. 3 years after my arrival, Hyuga Hizashi came. He told me the same history than you of the branch family trying to adopt Naruto. I thanked him for trying to care him, but I was relieved that the try of adoption never came to success. Naruto cursed with 2 seals and turned servant to a clan that slaves its own kind without even having the Byakugan. No thanks, better keep orphan and free." Sarutobi believed that Naruto was better off by himself, but he refrained from telling Minato that even though the branch Hyugas received enough votes to adopt him. "I formed a team with Sakumo, Hizashi and the Hokages. I tried to recruit Akamichi Chozu, my old teammate from my Genin days, but he already was in a group composed of Naras, Yamanakas and other Akamichis." When Sarutobi considered the strength of a team made up of such heroes, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Minato. "We became one of the most powerful teams of the Valhalla or Kingdom of the Warriors, as was called by us, Easterns. The 5 next years was a succession of victories and parties. If only Kushina would have come. One day we were shocked by the arrival most of the Uchiha ninjas." Sarutobi gave a nod. Yes, the Uchiha massacre. Itachi, the greatest genius of the clan in many generations, one day went ballistic and killed all his clan minus his little brother, Sasuke, said Sandaime. Abruptly, Minato interrupted the Sandaime with a venomous utterance, radiating yet another insane level of killer intent. The man who founded Akatsuki, the man who will use them to hunt down Naruto and the other Jinchurikis, was not alone the day he murdered his family, Minato said, giving off an expression of unwavering hatred that made him appear scarier for a brief moment than the Fox Demon. He had the help of a man who used the power of his cursed Sharingan to make the Kyuubi attack Konoha. People in Konoha began to show fear towards the Hokage Tower as a result of Minato's growing rage. The man who fought the Shoden in the Valley of End, the man who should have been death, the man who destroyed my life, the man I'm going to kill, Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi couldn't say anything. Madara? Living? He was afraid because it was so unbelievable, but he could believe it because Minato was still alive and communicating with him. The pieces were beginning to come together. According to Jiraiya's reports, Madara was able to control a demon like the Kyuubi, kill the strongest clan in Konoha without the rest of the city knowing, and deal with a new group of S-class criminals that included Orochimaru and Itachi. While Sarutobi processed his words and Minato calmed down using relaxation techniques, the Konoha residents also calmed down. Now what I tell to you will surprise you as much as my last revelation. Please, don't interrupt me, Minato said. With a nod, Sarutobi readied himself for the most peculiar segment of his successor's extraordinary past. 4 years later, after the Uchiha massacre, the Sandaime broke off. It was 2 years ago. I told you not to interrupt me, you'll understand in the end, Minato replied. Sarutobi flushed like a child being spanked. Minato went on. 4 years after the Uchiha massacre, one day the Shoden and Naiden disappeared and came back several minutes later with you and a lot of leaf ninjas. Sarutobi remained motionless in the seat. Orochimaru formed a new village, Otogakure no Sato, to attack Konoha with the help of sand after tricked them to join him. He used a forbidden jutsu Kachiyose, Edo Tensai, to bring back to life the Shoden and Naiden as his slaves to kill you. You defeated them with the Shiki Fusion, dying in the process and coming back with them to the kingdom. Sarutobi's expression was indescribable, but Minato went on. It was a very normal face when you were told how you were going to die and you believe it. After that, I started to work in a seal to prevent that abominable jutsu to work with us. It was supposed to stop the reviving and mind control, however we didn't have any way to test it, so I didn't have any guarantee of it to work. The answer came 5 years later. Don't worry, I'm near the end of my story. Continue, please. However, I think you're leaving a lot of details for yourself in your history, Sarutobi replied. Yes, I am. I'm trying to give you a summary version of my history. I'll fill you with details during the talks that we'll have in the future, Minato replied. And things like Asuma's and Jiraiya's deaths are preferred not to be told but must be done in order to prevent them. Even though although I wouldn't mind killing Jiraiya myself. 5 years later, Madara tried to use Edo Tensai to bring me back as a slave to defeat Naruto, who was 17 years old. A shiver ran down Minato's spine as he recalled fighting his son upon their reunion following a 17-year separation. The seal didn't stop the jutsu, however the jutsu resulted altered by the seal. Instead of reviving me as an indestructible slave, it resurrected me as a mortal free man. I joined that adult Naruto in the battle against Madara. To his surprise, obliviating him to flee. With tears in his eyes, Minato relived the meeting with the man Naruto would eventually become. He felt honored for being the chosen one to carry the Kyuubi. Despite the suffering it caused him, he didn't hate me for what I did to him, Minato said, wiping the tears from his face as he went on, grinning at the dozing child. When I told him that I did it because I was his father and couldn't use another child, I thought he was going to hate me. But he hugged me and cried like he did today. He was so happy of having his father back after the losses he had those years. Yourself, Sasuke, Jiraiya, Iruka, stated Minato. The Hokage exclaimed, what happened to them? I'll tell you another time. Don't worry, we'll prevent them, said Minato. However, I don't guarantee that Jiraiya will keep unharmed. Nevertheless, I spent the following few months getting to know that adult Naruto. He told me about his life, but he refrained from giving me the whole truth, which is why I had previously asked you. Following Jiraiya's passing, he was named the Toad Sage going forward. The recognition he had sought his entire life came from that title and his valiant contributions to the village during his ninja career. The revelation that I was his father elevated his stature to the clouds, enabling Tsunade to name him as her successor in a few years with hardly any opposition. A shocked Sarutobi questioned, Tsunade will be the Godime. Why did she come back? Naruto's doing, a father said with pride before his expression darkened once more. Minato continued, suppressing his rage, then Madara returned with the remaining Akatsukis. They kidnapped Kakashi and stole his Sharingan. Kakashi was able to evolve his Sharingan to a new level, the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, his was different than Itachi's or Madara's. He gained it with hard work instead of killing in best friend. It had different appearance and powers than theirs, especially the ability to open breaches in the space-time, sending things to other dimensions. Kakashi will be able to gain that mastery although not being a Uchiha. Impressive, even with the Sandaime. I almost finished my story. Madara used Kakashi's Sharingan against me, then I used my own space-time jutsu to trying to escape of the vortex he created, the Shunshin no Jutsu. The Sandaime, who was duly named the Professor, came to understand all of this. I lost conscience. Later, when I woke up, I was in one of the forests that surrounded Konoha. You will see the traces of a space-time jutsus if you go there with the appropriate tools. When I headed back to Konoha, I realized that it was not same Konoha where I came back to life. Tsunade's head was not in the mountain. I realized that I came back in time, far away from the battle with the Akatsuki, far away from the sun that forgave me, and I was starting to know. Sarutobi had a suspicion about how the story would conclude. Despairing, I meandered through the village, hiding and attempting to figure out how to get back. Minato grinned as she turned to face Naruto. Then when I saw him, my child, needing me, I realized that I didn't need to come back. My son was here. Not only that, those who died were still alive. We can save them. We can make a better world where you'll meet Asuma's son. A world where Naruto and I will have our new chance. Not only us but everyone as well, stated with tears of joy across his face. Yet another grandchild, Sarutobi mused, dreamily, but I'm not going to let Orochimaru ruin our chance to get to know him. After pausing to reflect, Sarutobi said, grinning. Welcome back to Konoha, Minato. With you and your knowledge of the future, now everybody can sleep better, laughed. With relief, Minato said, thank you for your trust, but I brought proof that I come from the future. Sarutobi asked Minato, by the way, are you going to take back your old position? As he took off the Hokage's hat. When Minato glanced at the hat, Sarutobi imagined a stack of papers on wings flying away from a happy-looking chibi Sarutobi without the hat. Then, Minato began to laugh uncontrollably while pointing a finger at the Hokage. That is the greatest joke I have ever heard. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for helping me when I needed it. Ha, 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 ha. The Hokage's hat fell into Sarutobi's chibi in his imagination, and the mountain of paperwork crushed the poor chibi. It was undoubtedly a bad week. Chuki and Ayame were having a typical day when their main source of income and favorite customer showed up happier than usual. Hello Ayame-chan. Hello Ji-san. Please, 3 bowls of miso ramen, the cheerful blonde said. Naruto, you seem especially happy today, so, have you succeeded in passing the academy graduate exam? The cook inquired. The child answered, no, I couldn't, but something much better happened. Oh, and what could be more ideal for our future Hokage than to become a ninja? May I ask Ayame? You'll see later, he added with a seductive smile. After feeding Naruto for years, the cook was able to see through his mask and distinguish between the real smiles that Naruto usually wore and the fake ones. As he began preparing Naruto's food, he was lost in thought and tried to figure out what would make the boy so happy after failing the test. Your order is ready, Naruto-kun, remarked Ayame, who was equally curious about Naruto's actions. Would you please give us a hint? Using the dreaded puppy eyes no jutsu, he said. Well, Naruto began the miso carnage in the bowl compound, saying, it's related to a person I met yesterday, you'll see him soon. Soon after, just as Naruto was about to finish his 3rd bowl, 2 people, an Iruka and a man they had never seen before, arrived. Ayame blushed as she looked into the half-exposed muscles and eyes of the man in the mask, and Chuki thought of complaining to the Hokage about ninja's prohibition against showmanship. Naruto said, hello dad, hello Iruka-sensei, before introducing his father to the astonished cook and blushing teenager. Chu-san, these are Chuki and Ayame, the best cooks in the world, stated while pointing to them. Old man, Ayame-chan, this is Arashi Uzumaki, my father. He recovered from the amnesia he had after fighting the fox and he came back yesterday. With a visible smile hidden beneath his red whiskers, Arashi said, "Glad to meet you, Tsuki-san," and extended his hand to the cook. With an artificial smile, Tsuki squeezed the man's hand as hard as he could and said, "Glad to meet you too." The girl, flushed from blushing, said, "Glad to meet you, Ayame-chan. Naruto didn't told me that you were so cute." She smiled, making the poor girl pass out. "Is it appropriate to take her to the hospital given her condition?" A bewildered Arashi inquired, demonstrating that occasionally he could be just as ignorant of the lovely gender as his son. "It's nothing, she's tired and didn't sleep well last night," the cook replied, trying not to show how angry he was at the impostor. Who, before him, had the audacity to tell his daughter those things? "Please, could you assist me in getting her to her room?" With his fake smile, "Our house is behind the bar," Tsuki inquired. "No problem," Minato uttered, observing the man's rage. Iruka saw him too, but Arashi signaled to him not to bother since Naruto was too preoccupied with his ramen to notice. After taking the girl to her room with Tsuki, Minato stopped in the hallway, keeping his back to Tsuki. "Well, Tsuki-san, tell me why you brought me here." "May I ask, Arashi?" The cook grabbed the other man from behind and leaned a knife close to Arashi's neck with the swiftness of a chunin. "Who are you trying to fool? It is impossible for you to be Naruto's father," the cook menacingly uttered. "Why did I give everyone who enjoys Naruto such a negative impression, despite the former cage? I'm his father, I'm not impersonating anybody and..." "Liar, shut up, how dare you use her last name? I knew both his mother and true father. Obviously, since we first started dating, Kushina and I have always gone here. When he discovered my true identity as Naruto, Tsuki must have thought I was still dead." The poor cook was held from behind with a knife close to his neck before he realized that he and Minato had switched places and stances. Confused, he asked, "How?" "I call it the enhanced kawarimi, one of my new jutsus. It's a version of the kawarimi that switches my position and posture with my own opponent, an upper jonin jutsu," Arashi said with an upbeat voice. Removing the knife, Minato let go of the bewildered man. "If you dare to attack a ninja, you must really love my son. Tell me, when did you realize that I, Minato Namikaze, was his father?" he said, taking off his mask. "How? Hokage-sama," Tsuki rambled. "It's a long history, but yes, I'm alive again. You should talk to the Hokage to get more details. Go with Iruka, he also knows who I am." Tsuki looked at the Yondaime, stunned, then inhaled and began to speak. "The fact that you were Naruto-kun's father was easy to ascertain. In your later teens, you were always hanging out with Kushina. The way you looked at each other was similar to how I used to look at my wife, only a deaf and blind man could not see that you were in love. After you became Hokage, you and Kushina began going out alone to get takeout orders. When I asked her who the man was, she told me that he was Arashi Kazama's husband and that she was expecting a child a few months later." "Hold on, you weren't called Arashi by Naruto?" "Arashi," Minato nodded. "When I became Hokage, I made the alias Arashi Kazama to complete A and S class missions on my own. I used to leave a clone in my office while I completed the missions. I gave Kushina that name in order to protect her from my enemies during her pregnancy. We intended to announce our union to the world once Naruto was born, but you are aware of the outcome." Minato sadly stated. Tsuki made the decision to carry on his history since he understood what it meant to lose a wife. "I couldn't understand how she could have a son with another man and leave you unaffected, but she said she would introduce me to his husband when the baby was born. The fox then appeared, and you too, passed away. After introducing Naruto to Konoha, the Sandaime wished first to see him as a hero." Tsuki halted just as the enraged hero began to lessen, and the man asked him to go on. "One day I came to the restaurant a blonde little kid who called himself Naruto Uzumaki and I realized it. The only man with that yellow spiky hair in Konoha was you. It was obvious that he was your son. The fact that you used him for the sealing ratified my suspect when I recalled that one day you said that a leader wouldn't ask his subordinates something that he wouldn't do himself. Tsuki, if you hadn't chosen to become a cook, you could have become a great ninja," Minato remarked, hiding his face once more behind the mask. "Now, return to the stand, I'm getting hungry." The cook replied with a bow, "Of course Namikaze-sama, I'll make you my best recipes. Call me Arashi Uzumaki. When Naruto would be strong enough to fight Chunins and Jonins, I'll reveal my true identity. However, and cut some heads." After they returned to the stand with Naruto and Iruka, Minato placed an order for 5 bowls, and Naruto placed an additional order. Luckily for them, Minato could eat without difficulty because there were no more patrons in the stand. I must ask Kakashi how he manages to eat with the mask. Saying to his son, Naruto, we must regretfully end our visits here. Ask your father to give you more nutrient-dense food, such as vegetables, and to stop drinking milk until I tell you to. You also need to build more muscle and height. Naruto began to whine when he realized that being a father wouldn't be as wonderful as he had imagined. However, ramen is the greatest food in the world. I've always eaten it and, in contrast to the other kids, I've never been sick. And I never had poor nutrition or. Chuki quickly came up with an idea after realizing the threat to his company. Uzumaki-sama, hold on. You can give me a list of foods you like for Naruto, and I'll make new ramen recipes using those ingredients. I promise they'll be incredibly nutritious and delicious, he said with a smile that suggested he was eating a watermelon. Indeed, that makes sense, all right. I'll give you the list tomorrow, the man answered. And Naruto, the only reason that you never were ill it's because one of the features of our blood limit, he told his son. You're limited by blood type, a shocked Iruka cried out. Why wasn't I told? As his teacher, I need to know those specifics about my pupils. Dad, you explained blood limits to me this morning, but you didn't explain what ours mean. Tell me, please, with stars in his eyes, cried Naruto. Well, the main reason that our bloodline is unknown is because our family chose to keep it secret to protect it. Another reason is that outside Konoha there are many places where those who are born with special abilities are seen as monsters and are a special target for the ninjas of those zones. Minato remembered his encounters with Haku and Zabuza in the other world. I'll show you what it does. He sliced his hand open with a kunai. How are you doing this? Iruka cried out in horror. You have to treat it right away. Don't panic. Look at it better. You can see how it is healing, Minato advised. The teacher and the cook appeared enthralled with the way the man in the mask was healing from his wounds on their own. After 5 minutes, the wound had fully closed and left no scar. The man said something, and Iruka realized that Minato had not shown any signs of being beaten while eating without his mask. This bloodline has no name, but that's only because we want to keep it a secret. Our body heals itself more quickly than usual. Any non-mortal wound can be healed in a single night of sleep, and minor wounds only take hours or minutes to heal. The best part is that this healing is perfect. We don't get scars or other negative side effects from our wounds, which means that, if we survive, we can return to active duty in a matter of days. In fact, we can regrow lost body parts in a matter of weeks or days, though evidently we didn't time-consuming. We can bleed to death just like other ninjas, we feel pain just like any other human but we handle it better, and wounds are just as dangerous for us as they are for the other ninjas. The Namikaze told his audience that this does not imply that we are immortal. Iruka was engulfed in a tempest of tufts. Naruto's healing abilities are a result of a blood limit, not the Kyuubi's fault. The Academy's doctors mistook a strong bloodline for the fox's necessity in order for him to survive and heal his vessel. Additionally, it renders us immune to practically all illnesses. Only the strongest poisons are lethal to us, the rest only cause mild discomfort. Said his son, as weaknesses, well, if we experience chakra exhaustion or severe massive damage, well, it doesn't work as well as always. Oh, and sometimes it can react to foreign hostile chakra, making it work much faster but making it weaker for a few days later. Do you mean that a restful night's sleep doesn't help the other people recover? I assumed it was typical. What led you to believe that a single night of sleep could cure someone completely? When you broke your limb, the other students needed weeks to heal, but the day after, you were completely healed, Iruka remarked. The boy smiled and put his hand behind his head. Well, in RPGs people only need to spend a night in the inn and in mangas many of the heroes recover very fast. Nobody told me that usually wounds lasted more than a day, he said. Iruka felt the ex-Cage look at him reproachfully for not teaching his son the distinction between fact and fiction. Well, Minato interrupted his scowl and addressed Naruto. Your bloodline was already discovered by the medics but it was mistaken for other thing. Iruka understood what he was talking about. I'll meet with the Elder Council and the clan representatives next week to discuss it and provide them with an update. In order for us to become known as the Uzumaki clan, maybe I'll have to demonstrate our family jutsus and my level of expertise, said Minato. What a clan! I can't wait to tell it in the academy tomorrow, Naruto exclaimed. I apologize, son, but I have to give you special training for the next 2 weeks to improve your skills. After that, you'll train with me every evening. The Hokage path is difficult, but the upside is that you'll see results right away and will surpass your classmates in a matter of months. Do you feel okay, Iruka-sensei? Is it not possible for me to take my son for 2 weeks without any issues? While glancing at the instructor, reluctant to contradict the other man, Iruka answered, "Oh, of course there is no problem. Clans can take their children to give them clan training." "Well, Naruto, would you like to begin training now? I'll demonstrate a fantastic kick-ass jutsu," the child asked. "Yes, Dad, let's get started on the training," Naruto leapt. "Okay, wrap your arms around my neck and give me as much support as you can. I'll use a special jutsu to transport us to our training location." "Iruka, you foot the bill," he said as his son gave him a hug. Before the teacher could respond, winds began to blow around the father and son, causing Minato's cloak to flap. They leapt out of the building and began to fly. Chuki and Iruka were frozen in place as they watched the two take off. Other villagers who witnessed them did the same. Many went to the hospital to receive treatment for their hallucinations, while others headed to the Anbu. "I think we should have a talk with the Hokage," Iruka replied. "Yeah, but pay first," was the other man's response. "I appreciate the flower from Ten-Sama, and don't worry, I read all of the reader opinions and enjoy reading lengthy reviews." The story will now pick up speed in the upcoming chapter. Landing in one of the training grounds close to the forest was Minato and Naruto. Naruto blurted out before the Yondaime could say anything. "You can fly. How do you do it? Are you going to teach me? Tell me, tell me." "Calm down, Naruto," Minato commanded, appearing almost shocked by his son's hyperactivity. "I can fly because I use some special seals, placed on my cloak, and advanced wind manipulation," he added, focusing chakra to reveal the seals on his cloak before becoming serious. "I'm sorry, but I can't teach it to you yet. It's a high Jonin technique that requires high chakra reserves, very good elemental manipulation, only available to those with wind affinity, and finally knowledge of Fuin Jutsu to create the cloak. So until you don't get the knowledge of sealing and the level of elemental manipulation of a Jonin, you wouldn't be able to learn it. It would take decades for a normal ninja to have the requirements of this technique, but with the training I'm going to give you, you'll be able to learn it in 3 or 4 years." With a gleam in his eyes, Naruto focused more on his father's advice than on a new ramen recipe. "How are you going to train me, Dad?" replied. "While we're training you'll refer to me as sensei," Naruto replied, "and for your training it will revolve around a very special technique, the Cage Bunshin no Jutsuin." "But sensei, Bunshin are my worst jutsu, I can't create a healthy looking one," Naruto said. Beneath his mask, Minato grinned, knowing the problem from the Naruto he would meet in the future. "These are not the ordinary Bunshins that are taught in the academy, they are not illusions, they are true copies who can fight and have the same strength, speed and abilities than you, that means that they can use the same jutsus as you. But their strongest advantage is that you get all the memories of the Bunshin when they are dispelled. Whatever the clone learns you will learn it as well, so if you put 10 Bunshins training for a day, when they are dispelled you'll get the benefits of 10 days of training." Was it really possible that Naruto was stunned? However, this jutsu has many drawbacks. First, the Bunshin is dispelled by a strong impact, so if you are not well versed in taijutsu and dodging, don't use them to charge your enemy. Second, this jutsu consumes a huge amount of chakra, and the chakra you have left will be divided among the Bunshins. That means that if the user doesn't have enough chakra left in his body after performing the jutsu, he can die from chakra exhaustion. That's the reason this jutsu has been labeled as a forbidden jutsu, only available for high Jonins and up. Don't worry, you have the chakra reserves of a rookie Jonin, you won't have to care for that weakness, Minato continued. A confused Naruto questioned, "I have the chakra of a Jonin. Why nobody told me?" "Well, nobody measured your chakra, it is something that Jonin senseis are appointed to do to determine what to teach their students when they become genin. That's also the reason why you are unable to create a single Bunshin. With your low chakra control you put in the jutsu such amount of chakra that you literally kill the clone. The chakra control exercises they taught you are good for students with the chakra of a student, but not for you. They should have taught you more advanced chakra control exercises like tree climbing or water walking, but those exercises require a chakra level not frequent in academy students, so Iruka never thought about them teaching to you. If he had, you would have passed the test yesterday." Naruto appeared melancholy for a brief while before brightening up. "So that means that I'm not a bad student," they didn't give me the proper training, laughed. Yes, you are bad in ninjutsu because they taught you bad in that area, but you must improve in the other areas, like taijutsu, throwing, genjutsu and academic knowledge. If you were better in them you could have passed. It's a shame that book knowledge is more valued for genin than stealth and deception, but those areas where you excel are more valued for higher ranked ninjas like Anbu or Jonin. However, when you graduate, you'll have it easier to access those ranks than your classmates, said Minato. Though he was a little embarrassed by his father's remarks, Naruto was relieved that after he graduates, people will value his skills more. His father cut him off, saying, "Tell me jutsu. I'll start the clones doing push-ups and..." "No, the clones don't pass you the physical training, that's something you must train your own." "Well, this is how the jutsu works in the hand seal." They work on the jutsu for the remainder of the day until dusk, when Naruto, after numerous failed attempts, succeeded in creating 20 clones. With his clones applauding, Naruto exclaimed, "Yada! Look how many I created, Da-sensei!" and cheerfully performed a victory dance. "You can call me Dad again. You have mastered a B-ranked Kinjutsu for Jonins in an evening. You can't realize how proud I am of you," Minato said, taking off his mask and kissing Naruto. Dispelling the clones, Naruto said, "Chusen," and gave him a hug in return. Naruto was dozing off in his father's arms before his father realized. Then she kissed him on the forehead and said, "Well, Naruto, tomorrow your real training begins, sleep well." After a week. As Minato approached the Hokage Tower last week, she was thinking about Naruto's development while traveling slowly and at a low altitude. The multi-clone training method worked like a miracle, as Naruto was soon able to perform the water walking and tree climbing exercises. The rest of the week was spent training in taijutsu without the use of clones, using weights to increase Naruto's strength and speed. To Tsuki's financial satisfaction, they also began a new diet that included more vegetables. When Naruto returned to Kakashi's house, he was still shocked by his student's reaction, that is, until he revealed to him that he was Naruto's father and that he had met his. When he told Naruto about his return the day before, similar to what the Hokage did to Iruka and Tsuki, Naruto informed him that Kushina couldn't have hated him and that there had to be another explanation. He also considered how the unprepared people of Konoha would be affected by the demon's vessel father's return. The day he returned, the villagers were terrified of his deadly intent. Later, there were rumors that Naruto Uzumaki was hanging out with a man who could fly, who was soon given the nickname, Black Angel. This wasn't a bad moniker. In fact, he was going to use it. A Chunin guard was heading to him as he landed in front of the Hokage Tower, ignoring the startled villagers. The man, who was trying not to lose his temper, said, "State your name and business." With emphasis on his last name, he replied, "Arashi Uzumaki. I have an appointment with the Hokage and the council." As he awaited his escort to the meeting room, people began to whisper and murmur at him. "Now things will start to change, Naruto," he said, his blood boiling. "So this is what you have to cope with every day." An Arashi clone unexpectedly joined the ranks of a group of ugly villagers, including an ugly man, a young, obese woman, and an elderly hag who were giving him a particularly obscene look. This also happened to other groups of ugly villagers. "You must be wondering if I'm Naruto Uzumaki's father." "Yes I am, any problem?" the clone said, glaring at the tiger with enough determined killing intent. The fat woman fainted, the ugly man pissed himself, and the old hag had a heart attack. The other groups of villagers who dared to shoot him angry looked like this. The terrified man was told, "You should take the old lady to the hospital, and ask them for some adult diapers," which put an end to his murderous thoughts. While the rest of the villagers took note to not tease the man in the mask, many of the ones who didn't give him dirty looks and didn't get a clone began to laugh at the scene. To the surprise of the onlookers, Yamato and Crow arrived at the scene and bowed to Arashi as though he were the daimyo. "We were sent to escort you to the meeting room, Uzumaki-sama," they said, glancing at the villagers who were feeling his wrath. "Well, at least you didn't kill them like you did to the other Anbu," they said, trying to downplay the seriousness of the situation. Arashi menacingly uttered, "No ungrateful bastard mess up with my son and lives, I swear it on the wish of the yellow flash." The message was received by the villagers, and while some were too terrified of the man to feel anything other than fear, others felt guilty for their attitude. Arashi entered the tower and made his way to the council chamber. There were the clan heads, the elders, and the Hokage. The majority of them gave him a blank stare, but some, like the Akamichis, Yamanakas, Naras, and Inazukas, gave him a curious glance. He made his way cheerfully to the Hyuga clan head. Hazashi, it's been a while since we last saw each other. I've finished working on that jutsu, but wait, you're not Hazashi. He said, raising an eyebrow and becoming more serious. You are Hiyashi, his twin brother in the main family, don't you? He asked. It was forbidden to discuss about his brother in front of Hiyashi since no one had mistaken him for Hazashi since his brother's death 7 years prior. Then, a man posing as the father of the Uzumaki brat appears and begins acting like an old friend of Hazashi. Maintaining the composter, yes, I'm Hiyashi, she said. How did you know my brother Uzumaki-san? She inquired in a doubtful manner. We made some missions together, and some sparring matches, then we became friends and started to develop a special jutsu and Hyuga-san, Uzumaki-san, we didn't come here to gossip about old times, we came here to test Uzumaki-san's abilities to see if he is powerful enough to establish a new clan in Konoha with the rights and privileges that it entails, Kaharu said. Old mummy, I have the power to wipe you all, said Arashi. Well, let's start, Homura replied. According to the Yondaime's files, you were a special ninja with No who was specially trained for A and S class missions. In fact, you took all the 8S class missions that happened of the Yondaime's mandate and half the A class, declared impressed. Before long, he could no longer be heard in the room, and people were staring at him in shock. Beneath his mask, Minato grinned. He had formed Arashi Kazama after learning that the ninjas who accepted higher-ranking missions would receive greater pay than he would, and he would be spending the rest of his career filling out paperwork. He left a clone in charge of filing paperwork and other tedious chores during those missions in his office. He never imagined that he would be Arashi full-time now. The powerful Sandaime exclaimed, I want order in the room. This is the Council of Konoha. We are not in a beauty salon. People started shouting, Homura said. Let's see, according to this file you lost your memory in the Kyuubi attack 10 years and you were wandering through all the world until you got it back and returned. It's that true, replied the elderly gentleman. After nodding, Arashi told the council about some of the Western knowledge he had gained from the warriors in the other world in order to corroborate his account. Well, here's a medical report describing your bloodline as an enhanced from a healing that left no after effects and lets you heal any wound in less than 24 hours. It also says that you are immune to all common diseases and poisons. Yes, Minato answered, gesturing to Danzo. There's no way that I or my son finishing like that guy. Ignoring the insult, the man asked Arashi a question. A few counselors agreed with him when he mockingly remarked, that sounds impressive, but that bloodline only looks useful in the aftermatch, it won't give you any advantage in a combat. Arashi yelled, first gate, open. The counselors were rendered speechless as the chakra overpowered the space. The bugs of Shibi Aburame began to revolt when someone said, second gate, open. The man had to exert all of his strength to keep them in check. Kuromaru yelled, third gate, open, as he attempted to break out of the room by drilling a hole in the wall. The less powerful counselors sulked to themselves, fourth gate, open. Arashi left the gates open and made his way to Danzo. My blood limit lets me use the gates without risk to my health. For me this is still a risky technique but not a forbidden one. As a drawback my bood limit only lets me open only half the gates, the others are impossible for me, stated prior to closing them. Very impressive, Kaharu remarked, observing that Arashi appeared unfazed and unwounded by that power display. All right, replied Sarutobi, maintaining his neutral demeanor while expressing gratitude for Minato's performance and making those fools sweat. I agree to establish the Uzumakis as a new clan in Konoha. Welcome to the council. Meet us tomorrow afternoon in Coliseum to test your skills and techniques so we will determine your ninja rank. You can left. A number of the counselors began speculating about the kinds of challenges they ought to prepare for the ninja. The man's final words were, wait a minute, exclaimed one of the elders. How can we give a seat in the council to someone who we barely know and didn't prove his loyalty to Konoha? Arashi was already the man radiating the same killer he had shown in his return, but now he was fully focused on the poor fool, before anyone noticed. With a look that would terrify even Kyuubi, the man looked at the other and said, I proved my loyalty to this ungrateful village when I offered my son 10 years ago to save your miserable life. The village still didn't prove itself worth of it. The poor fool died from fear as he fell to the ground. Arashi joked as he walked out of the room, it looks like there's another vacant in the council, we'll meet tomorrow. Special report. The reasons beyond the blood limit of health. The Kyuubi cannot actively participate in the healing process because he spends the majority of his time in his cell sleeping. He would also not bother to bandage small cuts and non-lethal wounds. If the Kyuubi were able to heal Naruto, it would imply that he was able to alter Naruto's body against his will in order to inflict pain on him for disobeying his orders. The healing is not a function of the Kyuubi's chakra, rather, it is a result of the manga's final chapters, which demonstrate how extremely damaging this chakra is to all beings, including Naruto. The blonde's ability to endure it lends credence to the theory that Naruto possesses the healing ability. Orochimaru preserved his healing abilities when he cut off Naruto's access to the Kyuubi's chakra, demonstrating that Naruto is the source of the healing. At last, this healing ability may have played a role in Minato's decision to seal Naruto, as he was the only one with a chance of surviving the procedure. When Minato got to Kakashi's house, he saw Naruto dancing triumphantly and his student unconscious in a pool of his own blood. What the hell happened here? The exclamation went out as he examined the copy nin for injuries. I made a bet with him where he would teach me some cool jutsus if I defeat him. I used a jutsu I invented to defeat him and now he must do his part of the bet and teach me he said with a foxy grin. Kakashi woke up and said, what happened? Oh yes, I remember being in heaven and then. Being in heaven, Minato paled. A puddle of blood, it could only refer to that jutsu. May I see that jutsu, Naruto? Minato inquired, hoping she was mistaken. Naruto exclaimed, of course dad. Oroku no jutsu. The child vanished in a puff of smoke, and his place was occupied by a nude teenage girl with long hair pulled back into 2 pigtails and whisker marks. No, I didn't want him to develop that stupid jutsu. Nobody will take him seriously now, Minato responded. When Kakashi saw the young woman, he covered his nose with his hands and turned away. Naruto-kun, please, release that jutsu. I can afford to lost more blood, asked Kakashi. With a nod, Naruto let go of the jutsu. The boy exclaimed joyfully, now you have to teach me a cool jutsu, Kakashi-san. With a nod, Kakashi picked up one of his books. I didn't think you could become so skilled at such a young age. It was brilliant how you used my weakness against me, said, keeping his eyes fixed on the book. Minato realized after hearing those words that Naruto's jutsu was more powerful than he had previously thought. Yes, it's a good jutsu, but make sure to use it only when there are not females around or it will leave you beaten. It was also created by that future self of you and was classified as a kinjutsu like the puppy eyes no jutsu, stated Minato. Chu-san, could you tell me more about who I will be in the future? With stars in his eyes, questioned Naruto. Minato let out a sigh. There are other things of the future that you must learn about first, Naruto. Maybe another day. I can confidently state that your future self exhibited exceptional creativity in utilizing any technique he acquired, inventing new ones such as the demi-bunchins, Minato said. Demi-bunchins? Naruto inquired, do they resemble cage bunchins? Kakashi arched an eyebrow in curiosity. Yes, they are similar but with many differences. Instead of creating copies of yourself dividing your chakra equally among them, you create a clone with the quantity of chakra you choose. You can choose their appearance, weight, height and sex, but always in the limits of human shape. No wings, claws or extra limbs allowed, explained Minato. Now that they could, Naruto and Kakashi were paying close attention. Cage bunchins possess your personality and knowledge, but you have to determine theirs. It goes without saying that whatever they know must be something you already know. This occurs because, unlike cage bunchins, they are not designed to split your soul. In other words, when they are dispelled, you do not experience memories of the bunchins because a portion of your soul does not return to you. The other kinds of bunchins, such as Mizu or Doden ones, are created with elements rather than a portion of your soul. As a result, they possess their own abilities rather than the ability to grant you memories. I'll demonstrate for you, Minato said, glaring at them so they wouldn't be able to see the hand signals he was making. Amidst a billow of smoke, a group of women resembling housemaids materialized, tidying up the blood on the floor before making a vow to them and disappearing again amid a billow of smoke. This implies that you can command an army of servants to do anything you wish with this jutsu. They can take care of my housework and my academy assignments. Show me, pleaded Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto, but this jutsu also needs more chakra control than the cage bunshin. I'll teach you how to do the Rasengan as soon as you can perform it. You will not be allowed to use the bunshin's memories to complete your homework. Instead, you or one of your cage bunshins must complete it yourself, Minato stated. Kakashi's mind was racing with perverted thoughts of what he could do with that jutsu, while Naruto nodded slightly disgusted. Sensei, could you please teach me? Kakashi questioned while attempting to execute the puppy eyes no jutsu. No, that jutsu was created by the Naruto I met in the future, Minato replied, appearing a little alarmed by Kakashi's glances. He will choose who will know it as soon as Naruto learns it. Naruto, replied Kakashi, if you teach me this jutsu as soon as you learn it, I will teach you an awesome jutsu that will surpass the one I already promised you. With a sly smile, Naruto stated, it's a deal, Kakashi-san, but it must be a really cool jutsu. When Minato realized something, she already knew how Kakashi was planning to use the jutsu. How did you come up with the Oroku no jutsu, Naruto? Minato inquired. Kakashi became pale. I was bored so I asked Kakashi-san something to do and he gave me these mangas, then I had the idea for the jutsu and challenged Kakashi, Naruto proudly stated. With a crack of his knuckles, Minato walked over to the terrified Jonin and said, Naruto, go back home. I'll catch you when I finish teaching my student the sort of things that kids your age should read. Okay, Dad, I'll see you shortly, Kakashi-san. Without realizing what was about to happen, Naruto uttered as he left the house. Konoha as a whole heard Kakashi's screams. Upcoming afternoon, when Ino arrived at the Colosseum, he was taken aback to see how crowded it was with people hoping to see Naruto's father. The boy had been missing for a full week due to rumors that his father was returning, claiming that he could fly, could kill with his sight, and had only killed an Anbu and a council member because they had enraged him. Sakura waved at her, she noticed. Hey blonde pig, there are seats available over there, the girl with pink hair uttered. You don't need to yell, your enormous forehead is visible everywhere, Ino answered. Porker, your father is on the council. Did he mention anything to you about Sakura sticking her tongue out at Ino? That guy from Arashi, Sakura inquired. No he didn't, he was too busy in a special mission to bother with politicians, Ino with pride. In actuality, they missed the meeting because his father was hanging out by the bars with Chusa and Shikaku, but he refused to tell Forehead that. A boy with a bored expression said, how troublesome, the only free seats are on the side of the loudest girls. A plump boy said, munch, munch, munch. Sakura and Ino both said at once, Shikamaru, Shoji, don't sit here, one of the seats is for Sasuke-kun. Shikamaru signed at the VIP tables where the girls could see Naruto harassing their beloved Sasuke-kun. Additionally, they saw Hyuga Hinata sitting across from Naruto, blushing, and twiddling her fingers. Uchiha is on the seat reserved for his clan, that casually is on the side of the one that was assigned to Naruto's clan. Shikamaru uttered those words, hold on, the members of the main clans in Konoha are entitled to those seats. How come Naruto has one? Sakura said with outrage. It looks like there's a major bloodline in his clan, so his father received automatically a seat in the council, now this show is to test his skill level to determine his ninja rank, stated Shikamaru. Sakura exclaimed, it will be a miracle if he passes from Genin. I bet that Sasuke can defeat him, Inner Sakura added. I wouldn't do those speculations, our parents had an A-class mission with him where he saved their lives at the cost of receiving a kunai in the eye, it was in the times his name was Arashi Kazama, stated Shikamaru. Kazama, it's odd, men don't used to take their wives' family name when they marry, Ino remarked with a newfound respect in his voice. My father told me that this guy killed an entire squadron of missing nins to save them. A lone figure wearing a black cloak entered the stadium's center as the doors opened. Is that Naruto's father? How can he be related to that mysterious and cool guy? Ino exclaimed, shocked. Sakura remarked, you can't see his face. Sasuke-kun is hotter than him. But this guy is hot too, responded Inner Sakura. As the Hokage spoke, the crowds were conversing in similar ways. Arashi Uzumaki, you have been called here to show your skill, so the Hokage and the Council of Konoha will decide the place you'll have among our ninja ranks. The crowd was shown 3 boxes by the Hokage. The first box determines how many matches you'll have, the second determines how many opponents you'll face, and the third determines the rank of your opponents. Based on the information in this last box, the name of your opponent will be chosen at random as soon as we have knowledge of their ranks. The Hokage remarked, you just need to demonstrate your abilities and how you handle the challenges you will encounter. You don't need to defeat them all. Entering the arena was Gecko Hayate. Cough, I'm going to be the match proctor. You can't kill your opponents, and they can't kill you either. I can also tell when a match is over, cough. Arashi gave a nod. I'm prepared, Hokage-sama. How many matches must I win? The Hokage removed a ticket and put his hand in the first box. Let's see, you have 5 matches. The first match had 4 opponents, genin ranked. Random matches. It will be easier than he thought, Minato thought to himself with a smile. When they were summoned to battle, he ignored the names of his opponents, the genins took it poorly. Dare not undervalue us, you shitless shinobi. We'll teach you to be respectful of your leaders, one of them remarked. He was enraged by the reminder of his non-existent rank status and chose to take extreme measures against these twits. They were encircled by 40 clones with a hand gesture, and before they knew it, kunais were raining down on them. After a mere 2 seconds, the final genin collapsed to the ground, his entire body covered in bruises. Arashi answered, "Fell grateful for me using blunt kunais for you. He is good." According to a judge, none of those kunais made hit in a vital spot and he was able to create a large number of clones without effort. Hayate declared, "Winner, Arashi Uzumaki, cough." The audience was stunned. They hadn't anticipated this kind of match. Second match, 1 opponent, jonin ranked, Hitaki Kakashi entered the arena. "Please," the Hokage replied. Whispers and wagers were placed. It was a unique sight to witness Hitaki Kakashi, the copycat ninja, a disciple of Yellow Flash and the son of White Fang, engaged in combat outside of missions, against the father of the Kyuubi boy, no less. The ninja entered cautiously, wearing a sling on one arm and using a crutch for his bandaged leg. "Hayate-san, I'm sorry but I'm not in condition to fight, I must forfeit the match," replied Kakashi. "Kakashi-san, could you please tell us what happened to you?" inquired the concerned Hokage. "My opponent overdid a little in our sparring match yesterday," Kakashi said, glancing at Arashi. Arashi had a small halo over his head and was looking to the other side while whistling. Someone yelled before the Hokage could respond. Awesome entry. A person dressed in a green jumpsuit emerged from behind the arena's doors. "Instead of my eternal return, I, Maida Guy, the beautiful green beast of Konoha, challenge you, Arashi Uzumaki." Minato gave the newcomer a scared look. No, another one," I pondered. Retrograde. Minato was organizing their next battle strategy when. Awesome entry. Minato looked irritated at the interpreter after narrowly avoiding the kick. Standing in front of him was a man decked out in a green spandex suit, jonin vest, belt, and the tackiest leg warmers he had ever seen. The man himself had a goatee that was made fun of, a strange bowl-shaped haircut, an odd smile, his teeth were dazzling anime style. And the most terrifying eyebrows, like hairy worms, he had ever seen. "What on earth are you? And you attacked me, why the hell?" the Hokage inquired. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. Hi, I'm Maida Goi, the father and master of Maida Guy, your star pupil Hitaki Kakashi's rival. In this place of eternal youthfulness, I merely tried to see if you could spar with me in order to honor our student's youthful valor," the man uttered. "Well, let's see how strong you are," Minato answered. "Indeed, I believe that this marks the start of yet another youthful rivalry similar to the one I currently have with Sakamoto." Minato began to second-guess her decision to accept the offer of sparring. Hitaki Sakumo, who was watching the scene, was thanking all the gods for sending him someone else to take the edge off of Goi. It wasn't that he despised the man. In fact, he was his best friend and a vital ally, but at times he could be very obnoxious. He felt bad for Kakashi because Goi's son was similar to him. Finish the flashback. "Who is that man? He's strange," Naruto inquired. "He is Maida Guy, Konoha's top specialist in the Guken. In fact he is the only man able to face a Hyuga Jonin in a taijutsu battle with the exception of the Hokage," said a child wearing sunglasses. "It seems like you are Shino Aburame, from that clan that wields insects as weaponry," Naruto uttered. "Yes, I am. Tell me, Naruto-san, is it accurate to say that you have a bloodline that makes healing easier for you?" "Yeah, we can heal any non-mortal wound in some hours, and it doesn't left scars, it also does more things that I don't remember," Naruto proudly replied. "Does Naruto-kun have a blood limit of his own?" Hinata thought. "Perhaps I could use it to approach him, since we have something in common." "Yes," she stammers when thinking. "Oomph, the perfect blood limit for a loser, you can receive beatings with more frequency," Sasuke replied. "Cease talking, Tem. I can easily defeat you now that my father is training me specifically for my clan," in reply Naruto. Sasuke was taken aback by those remarks, which informed him that the bear now had a clan and a family, something he had previously lost. To further aggravate the situation, Naruto's father has been training him for the entire past week, and it's likely that he has received more attention from his father in the past week than he did from his own father in the first 8 years of his life. "Don't rub it in my face that you're not an orphan anymore," Sasuke yelled. Now that Sasuke was the only orphan in their class, Naruto reflected on how it felt to be the only child without parents and how relieved it was to learn that he wasn't the only orphan in the class following the Uchiha massacre. However, now he saw himself as a miserable person for feeling relieved that one of his classmates had shared his good fortune. Naruto apologized, saying, "Sorry, Sasuke, I shouldn't have said that." Sasuke looked at the arena and said, "Forget it, I don't need your pity, let's see how powerful is your clan." Area wide in the memes. Cough, Guy-san, you could have opened the door, now you'll have to pay for it because you didn't do it during a combat. Cough, Hayate replied. "As long as I have a good match against someone who can fight with my eternal return, it won't matter to me," Guy answered. Following a brief discussion, the organizers made a decision and informed the Hokage. Sarutobi addressed Arashi, saying, "Very well, it was decided that you'll face Maida Guy because Kakashi is not in condition to fight." Arashi gave a nod. "All right, cough, Arashi Uzumaki vs. Maida Guy, second match, cough, Hajime," yelled Hayate. Arashi and Guy engaged in combat in a blur, and despite only using taijutsu, they impressed the spectators with their level of skill and quickness. I didn't know that Naruto's father was this good, I thought that he would be a taller version of Naruto, and the other guy fights even a little better than him, Kiba told his mother. "This is nothing, they both are much stronger than they look now, they are only testing each other, the true combat didn't start yet, my puppy," Inuzuka soon told his son. Kiba reddened. "Mum, I won't take that call in public. Tell me, didn't Kuromaru attend the council meeting yesterday with you? Could he gauge Naruto's fatherly abilities?" inquired Kiba. Soon smiled back, "I'll call puppy wherever I like." However, her expression quickly changed to one of seriousness. "Kiba, you won't believe this, but based on my personal experience and what Kuromaru has told me, I believe Arashi Uzumaki is probably stronger than the Hokage. This morning, I spoke with Aburame Shibi, and he shares my opinion," Sum said. "You must be joking. Mom, there's no way that the family of that loser could be so strong," Kiba replied. "Kiba," Sum uttered in a tone that conveyed seriousness and respect, adding, "Naruto was the last student in your class because he had no one to assist him with his studies and because those areas in which he excels are not given enough importance for a genin but, ironically, are invaluable to the highest ranks." Kiba remained silent, knowing that he would have died instead of Naruto had her sister not helped him the previous year. "There's something else about Naruto I must tell you," Sum said as she caught her son's attention. "Kuromaru checked Naruto this morning without him noticing. I don't know what type of training has been doing with his father last week, but now he is almost as powerful as Sasuke and definitively more powerful than you." She looked like she had grown another head to Kiba and Akamaru. "It seems like you don't trust me," Sum remarked. "You'll witness it at the Academy on Parents Visit Day, where the students showcase their abilities, next month. Arashi is about to take action, see." The two competitors halted their testing in the arena, and Arashi then spoke. "As you can see, disappearance technique," said, tossing a smoke bomb to the floor. As the smoke cleared, Arashi was nowhere to be found in the arena. "Arashi-kun, where are you? Show off and fight, don't use these unyouthful tactics," said Guy. Looking for Minato, Hayate thought, but this is a usual tactic for a ninja, and then he stared in disbelief at one of the walls. The crowd followed suit, staring at the wall in disbelief. Arashi was standing close to the wall, hiding his hands and feet behind a blanket that had been painted to resemble the wall. Sasuke was teased, "HMMPH, is that the best that your father can do?" Naruto said, looking a little embarrassed, "Shut up, Sasuke. It only has to work with his adversary like it is doing now." Guy yelled, "Arashi, show yourself and fight," while scanning all directions. The crowd was shocked to learn that Naruto was telling the truth. Guy had continued to ignore Arashi. How the hell did he make Jonin? Was the villagers' primary concern. Guy, I'm here," Arashi exclaimed, lowering the blanket as a drop of perspiration fell across his head. Guy charged at an off-guard Arashi, saying, "Finally you appear, take this, Konoha Senpu." With incredible speed, Arashi vanished as soon as he was struck, forcing Guy to crash into the wall, shattering it, and topple over the unaffected green beast. Arashi came out from behind Hayate's group. "Well, my initial plan worked, but I didn't expect that the Bunshin had to show off," Arashi replied. The examiners thought, he used a bad hidden clone as a bait to make Guy hit the wall, making it collapse over him. Good tactic. Hayate was about to declare Arashi the winner of the bout when Guy, like a fiery and young phoenix, rose from the ashes. "Your speed is amazing, higher than mine. I didn't expect you could dodge me in the last second. Now I know there's only one way I could defeat you," Guy said with seriousness. Everyone became enamored with anime. Arashi thought, "That idiot thinks that I dodged him." Arashi was about to speak when he sensed a powerful chakra wave emanating from Guy. Guy yelled, "First gate, please open." Thought Minato, he is going to open the gates to match the super speed he thinks I have. The yellow flash was the fastest shinobi in existence, but he was unable to use the Hiraishin or the Shunshin no Jutsu without disclosing his true identity. Second gate, open, the crowd exclaimed, amazed at Guy's strength. The questions concerning Guy's status vanished like a bowl of ramen in front of Naruto's room, yelling, "Third gate, open." "Fourth gate, open," exclaimed Guy, looking terrified as his pupils vanished and his skin turned red. Arashi endeavored to elucidate Guy. "Guy, you don't have to force your body like this, I didn't dodge." Before he could finish, one of Guy's punches sent him flying across the arena, crashing into another wall and vanishing into the dust. Naruto cried out, "Dad!" Hopefully, Naruto's father would have made it out alive, worried Hinata. When Arashi emerged from the wreckage with only a few minor scratches, her hopes were realized. Arashi said, "That hurt, you know," as he took off his cloak to reveal his long, spiky blonde hair. The man's looks had the female audience practically drooling, and to top it off, he fully unzipped his black jacket to reveal his chocolate bar-like stomach in addition to his chest. "Naruto-kun, will you really turn like this?" wondered a very pissed-off Hinata. Her fellow students and young girls in general shared her thoughts. Then Arashi released chakra waves akin to those of Guy. Arashi exclaimed, "First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open," but he didn't blush like Guy did. Sasuke was shocked and thought, how can the Dobi's father be so powerful? Minato asked, "You want to play hard, Arashi responded, "Come on. Show me the flames of your youth." Cheerfully, Guy charged at Arashi, saying, "Yes, finally somebody with the youthfulness to match mine." The audience was rendered speechless as they tried to make out the two blurs that the opponents had turned. In fact, it was easier to follow their movements by focusing on the floor that they were destroying and the incredible sounds of the blows that the opponents were trading. Now, Kakashi was in the same stand as the organizers and the Hokage, using his Sharingan to watch the match. One of them said, "Kakashi-san, can you see what is happening? Guy is delivering more blows to Arashi, his taijutsu is slightly better than Arashi's but his body is being damaged by the gates, while Arashi's almost doesn't suffer anything from them. If they continue like this, Guy will be defeated by his own technique." Kakashi was slightly worried. "Fifth gate, open," the throng yelled. Guy realized that he will lost if he continues like this. "Guy, you stupid, opening more than 4 gates can cripple you," said Kakashi. "Sixth gate open," was uttered, and Arashi did not respond. The counselors thought, of course. His blood limit lets him cope better with the gates, but it doesn't let him open more than 4 gates. The sound of the blows abruptly stopped, and Hayate turned to face the sky. The crow then followed suit. Guy grabbed Arashi from behind, trapping him in bandages as they both fell to the ground, spinning. Someone yelled, "Omid Renge! Huge BOOMMMMMMMMMMMMM." All of Konoha could hear the impact, and the only thing visible to onlookers inside the arena was the massive cloud of dust it was producing. Restraining himself with a closed fist, Naruto held back on his decision to not leap to the arena and disqualify his father. The only sound audible to those gazing at the arena was the coughing of the unfortunate Hayate, who was ensnared in the cloud. When the cloud eventually broke, 2 figures and the coughing Hayate were visible. One of them, Guy, had green legs and orange warmers, the upper half of his body was buried in the earth. Arashi, the other person, appeared unaffected by the dust on his clothing as he was shaking it off. Glancing at Guy, Hayate made her way toward the throng. Cough, cough, Arashi Uzumaki, the winner, cough. The audience erupted in applause and cheers for both fighters. Yes, He won, exclaims Naruto, enveloping the closest person in his joy. Hinata was that person, and the unfortunate lucky girl was at a loss for words. Naruto-kun is hugging me, I thought, just before passing out. Hyuga Hiyashi gently inquired, would you mind releasing my daughter, Uzumaki-san? She is not feeling well at the moment. Noticing what he was doing, Naruto said, okay Hyuga-san. Do you know what happened to her? Worried. Nothing serious, it comes from her mother's side, replied Hiyashi, she will be okay in a few minutes. Is she sick? Why is she not in bed? She always gets red when I talk to her, Naruto asked in his irritatingly brat voice. Hiyashi told Naruto to look at the arena to see what had happened to Guy, ignoring his questions. I think I should keep this to myself so Hinata won't have any issues because she seems to like him, Hiyashi thought to herself as she peered at Hinata. Meanwhile, a group of medics arrived with a stretcher, and Arashi and Hayate began pulling Guy's legs to unbury him. One of them said, be careful with him, there's a high chance he has his skull damaged. Don't worry about that, replied Minato, his head is unbreakable, he uses a special jutsu in his hair that makes his hair harder than steel, that's the reason he has this bowl-like haircut, it works like a helmet. To everyone's surprise, Minato demonstrated by tossing a shuriken at Guy's head, and it bounced. Ah! My youthful rival has discovered my tiny secret, exclaimed Guy as she struggled to stand up. Yes, I created this jutsu using my family's secret hair gel recipe and combining it with this ultra cool hair dress, said Guy upon waking up. Everyone thought, a drop of sweat falling from their brows, family's secret hair gel recipe. Pointing at Arashi until his wrist broke, Guy said, by the way, Uzumaki-san, how did you manage to turn my own technique against me? Keep yourself still. A doctor exploded, all your body is severely damaged due to your self-destroying techniques, you'll take at least 1 week in bed. Uzumaki-san, stated to the Hokage, would you mind explain to the crowd how did you escape such a dangerous attack? Regaining his cloak and hood, Arashi said, it's very simple, I used the enhanced kawarimi, it's one of my clan's jutsus, it switches my position and posture with my opponents, so it was Guy who received all the force of the impact plus the injuries derived from being the one performing that jutsu. He then closed his jacket, causing the adult and not-so-adult women in the crowd to whimper a little. The shinobis and kunoichis, who took their jobs seriously, were trying to process what Arashi had said. After all, how could a ninja with a jutsu turn every attack against him back into an opportunity to kill himself with the shuriken you threw at him? However, it takes insane amounts of chakra to work, so it cannot be used as often as the normal kawarimi, said Arashi. Even with that flaw, it's still an amazing jutsu, most ninjas believed. With pride, Naruto exclaimed, wow, and my clan is the only which has such a super kick-ass jutsu. Though Sasuke remained silent, his mind was racing with ideas. The Dobi will be the only one learning that jutsu. Why? There were others who were thinking darker thoughts. We have to stop the demon kid from learning that jutsu, was what many of the ungrateful bastards were thinking. As he was being taken out of the arena, Guy exclaimed, Uzumaki Arashi. From now you will be my second eternal rival. May the youthfulness be with you. No, shouts Arashi. Kakashi exclaimed, thank you, sensei. I have more time for myself now. Okay, replied the Hokage, we will give you an hour for resting and then we will proceed with the third combat. His face flushed a little as he said, third match, 3 opponents, and his eyes grew as big as plates. Your opponents will be Akamichi Chusa, Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku. Still taken aback by Guy's words, Arashi nodded before sitting down on the ground and adopting a meditation stance. Hey, my dad is now going against Shikamaru's, Choji's and Ino's parents. I expect my father won't be too harsh with them, Naruto replied. The most probable thing that will happen is that he will lost against them, Uzumaki-san, Hiyashi replied. A minute earlier, Hinata had woken up and said, WYF father, WYN Naruto-kun's father cannot win. The Naruto indigent questioned, yeah, why do you think my father cannot kick their butts? Very simple, he is 1 against 3 Jonins and no ordinary Jonins. The Shike Ino Cho team has been considered the best example of teamwork in all Konoha since the Sanins but not as powerful. After what was saw in the last match I see that your father could defeat each one of them in a one-on-one combat but he has no chance against their teamwork because they counter each other's weakness, Hiyashi said. Did someone defeat them all at once, father? Hinata questioned, glancing at Naruto without his knowledge. Hiashi gave a nod. Yes, the fourth Hokage was able to fight them. He was the yellow flash after all, replied Hiashi. Naruto, attempting to hide a smile, exclaimed, then my father will defeat them too. TCHK, how the hell I will manage to defeat those three, Minato thought. I can't use the Shunshin without revealing myself, and the other techniques I know would kill them. In the meantime, among the throng, Sakura remarked, your father will fight Naruto's Toporker. Now you will see some high-class shinobi fighting and not that useless skills of yours, forehead, replied Ino. Troublesome, now Naruto will be bothering us to fight him to avenge his father's honor, Shikamaru replied. But if my suspicions about him are true, then our parents will be in a true trouble, Shikamaru was thinking. Choji was too engrossed in his chips to say anything other than, munch, munch, munch. An hour went by. Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Chusa and Yamanaka Inoichi, please step to the arena, the Hokage said. When nothing changed, people's patience began to wane. Yamato, the Hokage uttered. Yes, Hokage-sama, exclaimed the Anbu that had appeared behind him. Form a team and look after those three, you know where to find them. Hi, Hokage-sama, Yamato said before vanishing. After 10 minutes, the trio was being dragged into the arena by Yamato and his men. Hokage-sama, the regular sake bar is where we found them, Yamato remarked. While Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were trying to hide the humiliation they had received from their fathers, the audience laughed. Shikaku said, good to see you again, Kazama-san, or should I say Uzumaki-san. Arashi remained silent. Hey, we know you must be upset with us for make you wait, but at least you should say hello, Chusa replied. Arashi remained silent throughout. Hey, tell something. This is no way to treat somebody who made missions with you, Inoichi screams. After stepping up to Arashi, Hayate gave him a quick glance and a shoulder pat. Cough, Uzumaki-san, wake up, your opponents are here, cough, Hayate said. Waking up, Arashi gave a small yawn and greeted the Jonins. Shikaku-kun, Chusa-kun, Inoichi-kun, glad to see you again. As soon as this finished we could go to a bar to remember old times, Arashi casually said. Everybody started to perspire. Okay, cough. Second match, Arashi Uzumaki vs Shikaku Nara, Chusa Akamichi and Inoichi Yamanaka, cough, Hajime, yells Hayate. Chusa moved incredibly quickly for a man of that size. He used his partial body expansion to grow his arms and hit Arashi, who barely avoided them. To divert Arashi, Shikaku and Inoichi hurled kunais and shuriken in the interim. The masked blonde had no time for breaks. Every time he attempted to attack one of them, the others attacked him, forcing him to constantly remain on the defensive. Arashi said to himself, I'll have to use it. He appears to have thrown something at Chusa after taking something out of his pouch without realizing Shikaku had moved to his left. Chusa used his staff to block it, and as he did so, he paled in a kunai with a tag stuck in it. The tag's seal broke, but instead of detonating, Chusa became enmeshed in a sticky web that rendered him motionless. Under his mask, Arashi grinned and said, like it. It's the seal of the spider's web, one of my clan's secret seals, before he stopped moving. Kujmain no Jutsu, success, Shikaku replied, you should have keep watch to your left side, being blind in that eye after that mission. As Chusa was releasing himself from the web, Inoichi was performing the Shinteshin no Jutsu seal. Wait a minute, Ino replied, we saw that Arashi was not blind in that eye in his fight against the Green Freak. Of course, replied Shikamaru, our parents were not in yesterday's meeting of the council, so they don't know about his blood limit that heals any non-mortal wound. Choji interrupted his meal to ask, but then, if he knew that your father was going to attack him by that side, why he left himself fall into the jutsu? Shikamaru answered, I don't know, Arashi must be planning something. To everyone's surprise, Arashi moved quickly, removing a small scroll from his pouch and releasing something from one of the seals while Inoichi performed his jutsu. As the little cloud passed, Arashi was snatching the tail of a small mouse. Arashi asked the mouse, Inoichi, what does it feel like to be a mouse? The crowd wondered why Arashi had a mouse sealed in a scroll, the ninjas wondered why Shikaku's jutsu didn't work, and the ninjas who were experienced with sealing wondered how Arashi managed to seal a living animal. Poor Inoichi was too shocked to respond in any way, and Shikaku was shocked that his jutsu wasn't working. Chusa was still too preoccupied with the web to ask any questions. Naruto exclaimed, "Well done, Dad, now you have a hostage." As he failed to notice the blonde girl who had gotten into the VIP chairs. "Naruto," Ino yells, snatching him by the neck. "Tell your father to release mine." Speaking was out of Naruto's reach as he struggled to breathe. Hinata uttered, "Ino-chan, please leave an Naruto-kun breath." In the meantime, Chusa managed to break free from the web, and Inoichi was able to release the jutsu and return to his body. "Why my jutsu didn't work on you?" Inoichi responded, "You know it was coming to you, don't you?" "Yes," Arashi replied, unsealing the mouse once more and removing his hood to allow them to see his eyes. "I saw your attack because I was not blind of my left eye. It healed the day after the mission because my blood limit. If you had come to yesterday's meeting you would have known about it," with a tone of reproach. Chusa remarked, "We were in a special mission." The ninjas who had been with them the day before thought, "Yes, keeping watch of the sake bottles. The reason your jutsu didn't work with me, well, it never caught me, look at my feet." Everyone stared at Arashi's feet, and then the more accusely sighted people's jaws dropped to the ground. He is floating. To make it visible to all, Arashi stood up until his feet were a meter above the floor. There was a cry in the crowd, "He can fly. The Black Angel is real." "Yes, that is him, quite bothersome," Shikamaru pondered. "Well, he returned too. I need to figure out how to talk to him," Shino thought to himself. "If I had a squad of ninjas able to do that I could conquer all elemental countries in 2 years," said Danzo. Naruto exclaimed, "Well done, Dad." Shikaku thought, "Damn it, my jutsus won't work against him." Inoichi should tell Ino to be friendlier with Naruto, he thought, echoing the sentiments of many other parents. Chusa thought, "I'm hungry." "What's the purpose of the mouse, cough?" inquired Hayate. "I use it for torture. I mean for interrogation." Arashi said, hiding a smile behind his mask. Arashi, glancing at the three of them, said, "However, it won't work against you three. You are very well trained against pain, but not against pleasure." In a more serious tone, Arashi began gesturing with his hands. "Be ready for anything," Shikaku exclaimed. Inoichi and Chusa assumed combat stances, ready for anything. The audience was enthralled with the new jutsus and in a state of trance. When Arashi completed his hand gestures, there was a massive cloud of smoke, and when it cleared, everyone's jaws were clenched. Shikaku, Chusa, and Inoichi discovered themselves surrounded by stunning women wearing skimpy attire and giggling sultrily. "Ooh my, your scars are so seki yy. You have such a manly face, and that hair. Teehee, I like big men because they have big. You know, teehee, you can use the Baika no Jutsu with any part of your body reach." The men thought, "I want this jutsu." "Perverts," the women exclaimed. The unfortunate trio was trying to stop nosebleeds while blushing when they sensed a strong desire to kill. 3 women emerged in the arena, staring at the men with irate expressions on their faces. Shikaku angrily told his wife, "Yoshino, dear, it is not what it looks." Inoichi addressed the blonde woman, saying, "Anara, it's not my fault it is." "Sweetie, Chusa said to a stunning brunette who wasn't overweight. "Excellent," Yoshino said to her husband, "let's head home and go over everything with you." She then grabbed his hand firmly. Shikaku pleaded, "But dear, I'm in the middle of a combat." Yoshino yells, "Against those," gesturing to the ladies. Shikaku answered, "No my love, let's go home." After leaving the arena, similar scenes were observed with the other couples. "So, I guess I won?" Arashi questioned, causing the women to vanish. Cough. For leaving the arena, Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Chusa and Yamanaka Inoichi are disqualified. Winner Uzumaki Arashi, shouts Hayate. Nobody applauded this time because they didn't anticipate such a tame conclusion. The judges were conversing with each other. He made them left arena, putting them in a compromising situation with their wives. "This is the most unorthodox tactic I ever saw. How Chusa managed to have such a beauty." After retrieving the composter, the Hokage started speaking. "Okay, let's see who will fight in the 4th match." A battered Kakashi left the office to find a doctor, and the Sandaime made their way to Minato. Sarutobi handed Minato a large envelope and said, "Minato, I think I must give you back this." When Minato opened it, he exclaimed, "What is this?" "Oh, I see. 2 small boxes, a hairclip, a keyring containing several keys, and 2 smaller envelopes were all found inside the envelope." When Minato opened the boxes, each one contained a platinum ring. Looking at the ring that had once been on Kushina's finger, he said, "Our wedding rings. I will store you. For a girl who will love Naruto and he will love back." In Konoha, somewhere, Achu, a young girl asked, "Are you all right, Nei-chan?" "Why yes, Hanabi-chan," a girl who was clearly her older sister answered. "I hope I'm not getting a cold." In the office of the Hokage again, Minato grabbed the keychain. "The keys to our house are here," Minato said, pocketing them. "We're moving there as soon as I finish the test next week," he continued, glancing at his son. His expression darkened as he glanced at the hairclip. "You stole this from Kushina prior to her funeral," the Kage remarked. "Yes, I believed that Naruto would appreciate having something that was his mother's," Sarutobi answered. "Thank you, Sarutobi-sama, I think it will go with the ring." In Konoha, somewhere, Achu. This time, a girl accidentally caused her cousin's flawless hair to become drenched in mucus when she sneezed over him. "I'm so sorry, Neji-Nisan," exclaimed the blushing girl. The boy thought, "No. Why fate hates me so much?" In the office of the Hokage again, Minato selected an envelope. After taking one of the envelopes, she said, "The letter I wrote to Naruto before the sealing." With pain, Minato recollected that letter. It told Naruto why he was chosen to be the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, why a Kage cannot demand of his subordinates what he would not do, and how much both of his parents wanted to have a family. The tears he was unable to control as he was writing the letter stained that section. The part where they asked Naruto to take care of Kushina and asked them to forgive him was the worst. "But things got worse than we expected. We lost her minutes before you lost me, my kid," Minato was thinking. Much to Sarutobi's dismay, Minato began to tear the letter apart. "What are you doing? This letter was for Naruto," shouted. "What I told him in that letter, now I can tell it to him personally," Minato said with a grin that disappeared after a moment. Quote, "I'll be the one who will tell him about the burden. I don't know how to tell him. Damn, it terrifies me more than when I thought I was going to spend the rest of eternity in an eternal digestion in the stomach of the god of death. Naruto is the most forgiving person I know. I bet he won't hate you," Sarutobi reassured Minato, placing a hand on his shoulder. Minato accepted the second envelope. "What's this?" "It's a letter, but for whom?" Minato questioned, perplexed. "I never dreamed that this letter would reach to one of the persons it was assigned." "Minato, this is a letter that Naruto wrote to you and Kushina," said Sarutobi with a grin. What?" Sarutobi began to elucidate. "One day Naruto came to me asking why his parents abandoned him." Konoha suddenly sensed the murderous intent of a disgruntled Hokage once more. "We didn't abandon him," Who told that. "I'll chop them to pieces." Without losing his fatherly smile, Sarutobi answered, "It was an old lady who loved to spread false rumors. I ordered Ibiki to cut her tongue and then I asked her politely to leave Konoha and never return if she didn't want to be Enma's next meal." Minato nodded and allowed him to continue. "As I was saying, Naruto asked me why his parents abandoned him. Obviously I told that he was not abandoned, that he was an orphan whose parents died in the Kyuubi attack. Instead of feeling relieved he felt sad." "Why?" Minato interjected. "Because he used to think that someday his parents would come back with him." Sarutobi chuckled. "Now I see Thathe was right." With a smile of his own, Minato turned to face the sleeping Naruto as Sarutobi continued his tale. "Then I told him that he should write somewhere what he felt to feel better. Next day he came back with a letter he said he wrote to his parents telling what he felt about them. He asked me to take it to the other world and give it to them because I was the oldest person he knew, so I was the one with more probabilities to meet them soon." Laughed. The kid's antics caused the two Kages to giggle for a while. As she anxiously studied the letter, Minato exclaimed, "So, Naruto tells in this letter what he feels about Kushina and me." Sarutobi gave a nod. "Yes, I don't know what it says, you should read as soon as you come back to Naruto's apartment," replied. Where does he live?" Minato inquired, a little anxious. "He lives in Kushina's old apartment. I warn you that he cleans it as often as his mother, so expect a war zone," Sarutobi said. With a nod, Minato bid the Sandaime farewell and headed to the apartment where Naruto was still asleep. After arriving, he made some clones to go through the Hokage's warehouse and retrieve some of his possessions. He almost expected Kushina to greet him when he entered the house, so he took a deep breath and made some demi-buncheons to tidy up while he led Naruto to his room. He got his son dressed in his hippo pajamas and laid him on the bed. Naruto, sleep well. We have a lot of things to talk about tomorrow. Minato kissed his child's forehead and mumbled to him. The unexpected letter was then taken out of the envelope and Minato opened it. To my parents, hello. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, of course. You already know that since you are my parents, he. Though it's the only place I know of, the village where I live, Konoha, is a great place to live. I don't remember much from my childhood. I spent my entire life in my apartment, where I was constantly being sought after by different people. Some of them were kind and considerate, while others just wanted to leave the building as quickly as possible, ignoring me. Occasionally, I heard someone laughing, leading me to believe that I was seeing a man wearing an odd mask and reading a book, but he quickly vanished from view. Minato grinned and thought, Kakashi in his Anbu suit, obviously taking a break. No one else came to look after me after I turned 6 years old. After the Hokage told me I was mature enough to take care of myself, I enrolled in the ninja academy, expecting to have fun. For some reason, though, no one seemed to be paying attention to me. Haruka-sensei used his terrifying big head jutsu to warn me not to play practical jokes after I dropped a thumbtack by accident one day. Everyone laughed, so I decided to start pulling practical jokes to get people to stop ignoring me. Minato smiled sadly. I enjoy ramen, orange, and anything related to ninjas. I detest being ignored by others and the 3 minutes it takes for the ramen to finish. At the age of 9, I'm training to become a ninja. You two were ninja who battled the Kyuubi years ago with the Yondaime, according to Ji-san, the Hokage, who was an awesome guy. Everyone is praising him. Occasionally, when they talk about him, some people smile at me, while others hate me. When I ask them why they are upset with me, they just walk away, mumbling curses. I've decided to become Hokage so that everyone will recognize me. Then, like everyone else, I won't be alone because I'll have friends and a family. The letter then became darker. Why were you required to die? Why are you both? I'm sorry, Naruto. Most of the time, I don't want to return home to an empty house. I detest the way the parents greet the orphan and how joyful they seem when they bring their kids back home. I'm not even familiar with your names or faces. Did you feel affection for me? Minato started crying uncontrollably. I believe the answer is in the affirmative since Haruka-sensei claims that those who gave their lives for the village did so out of a desire to keep their loved ones safe. Their acts are an expression of love. I'm not sure what happened to you, but occasionally, when I'm really depressed, I hear someone telling me not to give up, and I think it's you. Whoever you are, Mom, Dad, I cherish you. The Naruto. PD. Examine the letter's reverse side. The hearth of Minato melted. A child's drawing of a family with a blonde child with whisker marks holding hands with a man and a woman dressed like ninjas was drawn on the back of the letter. The woman was a redhead with long hair that reached her shoulders and an orange ribbon, while the man resembled an older version of the bearded child. The fourth Hokage, who was regarded as the strongest of all, sobbed for hours that night. A jubilant Naruto yelled, "Yes, you won again, Dad," and embraced Sasuke, who was now the closest person to him. Sasuke yelled, "Release me, idiot." Hinata sadly thought, If I were at Naruto-kun's side now, he would be hugging me." Ino yelled to the other blonde, "Get off your hands of my Sasuke-kun." When Naruto realized what he had done, he yelled, "Act!" I was hugging Sasuke, and pleaded with the two girls, "Hinata, Ino, please stay near me next time my dad wins." As she walked out of the VIP seats, Ino said, "Like hell I'll let you hug me." Hinata thought, blushing, then, and Naruto-kun will hug me again. In the meantime, the arena, to be honest, I really wanted them to bleed out of their noses, Minato thought. Hokage was on his way to Minato. "Arashi Uzumaki, do you want to take a rest or do we pass to the next match?" "Hokage-sama, I'm prepared for the next match," Arashi answered. The Hokage moves on to see who Arashi's rivals will be. The worried Hokage uttered, "Fourth match, 5 opponents, Anbu. Your opponents will be Bear, Rat, Cat, Crow and Chameleon." Sarutobi thought, "Minato, you have to be careful with those opponents, especially Bear. I'll have to fight serious against those." Arashi reflected, "I'll have to use some of the techniques I wanted to hide." With the exception of Crow, all 4 of the Anbu appeared in the arena as a swirl of leaves, and they all appeared assured. "Fourth match, begin," yelled Hayate. "Hizashi!" exclaimed Arashi as he launched a chakra-powered ray from his palm at Rat, shattering his armor and sending him flying into the wall, whereupon he lost consciousness. Everyone was unable to express themselves. "Did you like my jutsu?" arched Arashi. I designed it with Hisashi Hyuga years ago, but I was not able to master it until a few years. It's a pity he didn't live to see the result of our efforts, but I named it like him in his memory. There were whispers and murmurs in the crowd. How many unidentified jutsus do the Uzumakis have? That jutsu was designed by father. I must convince that man to teach it to me, exclaimed a shocked Hyuga Neji. Bear was lost in his own imagination. As Bear stared at the unconscious rat, he thought, so it was true that he trained with Hisashi. This jutsu is a chakra ray shoot at high speed and with great impact force. The main weakness of the Hyugas is that we are close-range fighters, with this jutsu at our disposal, but was cut off by Arashi's cries. Arashi fired his rays and yelled, Hisashi, Hisashi, Hisashi. But this time, his opponents were prepared and managed to avoid the blows with a few inches to spare. Where the missing rays struck, they left behind circular holes. TCHK. I can't waste more chakra with these, and there is a big chance to hit somebody of the crowd if I miss. Neither I can try to keep close to them because there's a big chance of the ray killing or crippling them at short range, Arashi reflected. The elemental attacks of Cat and a reticent Crow interrupted his thoughts, and Bear used kunai and shurikens to attack with a purpose only a dojutsu owner could have. The explosions overtook the stadium, turning the area where Arashi was standing into a massive opening. With his behind to his neck, Cat said, "Uips, we overdid a little." Crow, remaining vigilant, exclaimed, "It couldn't affect him, he must be somewhere." As Hayate turned to face the sky, everyone else did the same. Crow noticed that Arashi was using a lot of chakra to charge his clones while he was floating with them and writing something on tags. "He is creating explosive tags, we can't let him finish them," Bear yelled. They used elemental, kunai, and shuriken attacks on him, but Arashi stopped them with a clone storm. There was only one Arashi left floating in the sky with explosive tagged kunais when the smoke cleared. "Embrace the fury of my enhanced explosive tags," declared Arashi. The Anbu was obviously not targeted by Arashi's bombings, so they managed to avoid them all. Nevertheless, the explosions had twice the force of the typical explosive tags, making it extremely difficult for them to avoid them all. The arena quickly took on the appearance of a demolished battlefield, and the Anbu launched their own ranged counterattacks. Arashi, regrettably, lacked the same maneuverability when flying as he did when on land, making it extremely difficult for him to dodge all of the attacks. Then, as Asuma blocked them, some of the shurikens he had avoided nearly hit a child in the crowd. Knowing that the public was at risk from the aerial combat, Minato made his landing in the arena. Why he landed? Choji responded, he was dominating them with that tactic, Munch. He realized that the missing attacks at him would hit the crowd. As a ninja of Konoha he can't risk the lives of its inhabitants, said Shikamaru. Happily, Sarutobi thought, you love the village and its people more than you think, Minato. Amazing. He was able to improvise explosive tags in the middle of the battle, and those tags doubled the power of the usual ones. Only seal masters can do that. Why we didn't know of that ninja before? Said one of the judges. Gazing at his son, Minato thought, Naruto, watch this. One of the jutsus that your future self created. After Arashi made the Kage Bunshin's hand seal, there was a massive cloud of smoke, and Minato was by himself when it cleared. Ha, 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 he failed, Cat pointed sarcastically. Then he stopped laughing and remained frozen in place. I can't move, someone is grabbing me, shouted. Hisashi. Arashi exclaimed once more, striking Cat and causing him to suffer the same fate as Rat. Bear gave Crow a startled look before kicking the ground and sending a wave of sand towards him. However, surprisingly, Crow was spared. Some figures that appeared to be Arashi were covered in sand. He is using invisible clones, Bear replied. He used then for immobilize Cat and hit him. Food and clones, Arashi said as he dispelled them. Being made of air makes them invisible and they don't leave traces. They have the drawback that they require insane amounts of chakra even for a Jonin. Only your kind can see them, don't you, Hyuga? Bear assumed the fighting stance of Jukin. Bear said, then there's no need to hide my true power. Before turning to face Crow and pleading with him not to meddle. Crow made no objections. Under his mask, Arashi smirked and thought, perfect, without Ebisu interference I will beat this one easily. Arashi pulled two kunais out of his satchel. When they realized those kunais were tree-pronged ones, all of the ninjas turned pale. Bear saw that Arashi expanded the kunai's range by focusing wind chakra throughout them. He is using the same technique than Asuma with his knives, thought Sarutobi with relief, For a moment I thought he was going to blow his cover. Now those tree-pronged kunais with extended reach and sharpness because the wind will be terrific weapons. Bear and Arashi got into a fight. Arashi had the advantage of reach, so Bear had no choice but to fight defensively and avoid being hit if he didn't want to lose a finger. Arashi's opponent had already vanquished opponents attempting to use elemental enhanced weapons against him, and Hyuga Hiyashi grinned. Arashi attempted to seize the opportunity that Bear had provided, but it was a trap. Bear yelled, "Kaden!" sending Arashi hurtling through the skies and costing him the kunais. It wouldn't happen to me with my knives with holes for the fingers, Asuma reflected. When Arashi managed to stand up, Bear was there to greet him. Bear exclaimed, "You are within my divination range." "Shit!" Arashi exclaimed. People witnessed the full wrath of the 128 chakra points of the Hake Hyaku Niju Hachi-su. Yes, I wrote it using a Naruto guide. Above the figure in the black cloak, 126, 127, 128, exclaimed Bear as he completed his maneuver. With his arms crossed, Bear remarked, "You are really an impressive opponent, Uzumaki-san, but as you can feel the Juken style is invincible." Where Crow had been, Arashi said, "I feel nothing, Hyuga-san." However, Crow was not so lucky after receiving your attack. When Bear realized he had beaten up his partner, he was taken aback. As Bear regained consciousness, he remarked, "I see. You used that enhanced Kawarimi of yours to switch places with Crow." Arashi made his clones charge, yelling, "Yes, I'll apologize to him later, now prepare to lose, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Bear replied, "Destroying the clones, it won't work against me, Kaden." But Minato, holding a swirling sphere in his hand, flew over the Kaden dome as Bear was spinning, destroying the clones. Arashi thought to himself, he spins clockwise, like those who receive the jutsu I will use. Shouting, "Rasengan!" was Arashi. The flying blonde struck in the middle of the dome with his deer jutsu. The confrontation of the two A-class jutsus, one designed for attack, the other for defense, caused a massive chakra explosion. As a result of the light being produced, the crowd closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw Arashi landing with some bruises. Bear, for his part, was unharmed. If his body hadn't been nearly entirely buried, just his head and shoulders, people would have concluded that he had won the fight. He turned our best defense against him, using the Rasengan to make the Kaden drill the ground harder. Hiyashi screamed, "Why the hell is he looking at me now?" Assuming his father was watching him, Naruto exclaimed, "Well done Dad, you are the best." Gazing at the other clan leader, Arashi wondered, Bear was as strong as Hizashi. "How strong are you, Hiyashi-san?" He went to where the Anbu was stuck. "It's not possible," rambled Bear. Pinching Bear in the neck, he knocked him out. "You're intact? The Juken style is really invincible." "Men not. I'll look forward our next battle Bear-san," he said. After Arashi had finished burying Bear, he realized something was missing. "Where's the fifth Anbu? I was supposed to fight 5 of them," Arashi inquired. "Uzumaki-san, I'm just waiting for you to get so tired that you fall into my trap," said Chameleon, who appeared in front of him. "You left your partners behind?" inquired Arashi. "First of all, they're not my partners," Chameleon answered. "Second, you already fell into my genjutsu, prepare to revive your worst memories." Arashi exclaimed, "What the? No." The ANBU's Sharingan eyes behind his mask were the last thing he saw before he was thrown into the nightmare. "You left your partners behind?" inquired Arashi. "First of all, they're not my partners," Chameleon answered. "Second, you already fell into my genjutsu, prepare to revive your worst memories." Arashi exclaimed, "What the? No." The ANBU's Sharingan eyes behind his mask were the last thing he saw before he was thrown into the nightmare. At this point, Minato was revisiting his most traumatic experiences. Initial memory to his son Minato's horror, Arashi Namikaze stalked the katana inside his heart. Trying not to cry, Minato said, "En Namikaze-sama, wi." With a drop of blood on his lips, Arashi Namikaze grinned at his son. "You are now our clan's sole heir, and I made this to break the evil traditions that cursed our family. You did not take the place by killing me. The traditions and the clan have been destroyed. You can now form new rules for your new clan that will benefit your family rather than destroy it, as will happen to the Hyugas." "Daddy, please don't leave me," Minato exclaimed, her tears running out of control. "Why you called me Dad?" Arashi replied, "I love how it sounds. Please be a better father than me." I love you, my son. Minato exclaimed, Daddy? Dad. For the next few hours, the child sobbed and held his father's body. A second recollection: the Kyuubi were battling the Konoha defenders, who were ninjas attempting to buy their leader some time. Minato followed the bloodstain in the hopes that his suspicions would be unfounded, but the location they were leading him to only confirmed his fears. Feeling his father's concern, the infant Naruto began to cry. To soothe him, Minato kissed his forehead. When Minato reached the flower prairie, he told Kushina how much he loved him. She gave him a tearful hug and said, I love you too, as her back rested against the tree that had their names written on it. She was severely injured in the abdomen, bleeding profusely. Minato cried, Kushina, and ran to his sweetheart. She remained silent. Minato touched her face and exclaimed, Kushina, wake up, please, tell me something. Gradually, her eyes opened. Minato? It's you. She stammered as she tried to stay conscious. Minato, in desperation, uttered, Don't talk, my love. I'll bring you to the hospital, you will heal. She angrily replied, No. It's too late for me, Min-kun. He answered, No, in an attempt to refute what they both knew, the medics will do something. She whispered, You know that it's too late, my love. Minato realized that her survival was miraculous, as he had anticipated her death before bringing her to the hospital, and if he attempted to teleport to another location, the Hirisham's stress would kill her. His beloved would not survive. Why, Kushina? Why did you join the ninja army against the monster after giving birth a few days ago? You knew that Naruto was going to lose his father and become the jailer of the Fox. Minato said with a tear in his eye. I thought that perhaps if more ninjas fought the Fox WEC could defeat him. Said Kushina through tears of sorrow and shame. That perhaps IW wouldn't lose you and our baby wouldn't be condemned to have an monster inside him. And now our Naruchan W will be alone. Don't worry, Kushitsun-chan. He will be treated like a hero and have a happy family. Not knowing what fate had in store for their child, Minato sobbed. Naruto began to cry as he sensed his parents' sorrow. Let me hold him for one last time, Kushina exclaimed, straining to reach out and embrace Naruto. With a nod, Minato handed the infant to Kushina, who comforted him with a tender hug. She said, Minato-kun. As she wept and turned to face her husband. I adore you. I have loved you ever since the day we first met. Me too, I love you, Kushi-chan. Ever since I realized that my best friend was the most amazing girl in the world, he replied. When Kushina began to lull Naruto to sleep, Minato was left speechless. He had never heard her sing and thought it was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. When the lullaby ended, Kushina remained motionless. Kushina? Minato inquired, tell me something. He studied her eyes. Kushi-chan, huh? Her stunning blue eyes had permanently lost the life that characterized them. He was immobilized for a brief while before rising to his feet and letting out a cry that could only have been produced by extreme desperation. They were horrified by the cry, describing it in the following days as if someone had his soul torn, and the Kyuubi, curious, heard that cry somewhere and, forgetting the ninjas, headed to the source of such desertion. Baby Naruto began to sob once more. After removing Naruto from his mother's grasp, Minato covered the flowers with her head, allowing her long red hair to fall loose. For the last time, he planted a kiss on her lips. Goodbye, my love, forever. I wish I could visit the same location as you, Minato muttered. Then he picked up the sobbing Naruto, who was reaching out with his little arms to try to get to her mother. Sensing the approaching monster, Minato grabbed Naruto and fled the prairie swiftly, determined not to let their battle ruin Kushina's final resting place. Go on, son. Before calling on Gamabunta, she whispered to Naruto, let's go avenge your mother. Within the stadium, the younger generations had never heard anything so terrifying as Arashi's roar, but the older generations, especially those who had fought the fox, knew that it was the same sound that had accompanied many of their nightmares about that night. He was the one who made the fox leave the battlefield. Asuma thought. He probably doesn't know it, but he saved a lot of lives that night. It seems like that guy is abusing my dad. As he prepared to dash to the arena, an enraged Naruto asked. In the unlikely event that the seal broke, Hiyashi sensed the boy's murderous intent and was prepared to take him out. But Shino was the one who brought about the resolution. Calm down, Naruto. Your father is imprisoned in a genjutsu, and I'm sure he'll find a way out. If not, keep in mind that his opponent is unable to murder him. He will be disqualified if you intervene, the boy said, placing his hand in Naruto's shoulder. Grunting, Naruto nodded and sat down. With his sword poised to sever Arashi's head, Chameleon lunged towards him. Hayate discovered the genuine intentions of the Anbu much too late. Minato was paralyzed and failed to perceive the impending attack. Something screamed inside Arashi's mind, "Minato, leave." With the last instant, Arashi regained consciousness and used one of his tree-pronged kunais to thwart the attack. Relieved, Hayate wondered how Arashi had gotten his kunais back. After that, Arashi gave Chameleon a kick to the stomach that knocked him backwards. Bunshin then made a series of hand gestures in front of Arashi. "Shut eyes, Fuin Jutsu." The Bunshin yelled, squeezing Arashi's eyes shut with his fingers. "That's one of the Yondaime's methods," Hiyashi pondered. "It renders the recipient blind." Chameleon stood up. "Arashi-kun, this is a risky idea. Blinding yourself to avoid my eyes," the phony Anbu uttered. "I don't need to see you to kick your sorry ass," Arashi remarked, gesturing to his opponent with his kunai. If he hadn't been pointing at a sweating Hayate, he would have looked really cool. Chameleon gestured for a jutsu, but Arashi suddenly threw two tagged kunais at him. When the tags worked, he stopped the signs to avoid the kunais. "Always release," Arashi exclaimed, gesturing with his hands. Chameleon was soaked by a greasy liquid that leaked out of the storage seals of the tags. Sarutobi told one of the judges, he changed the Fuin Jutsu so that he wouldn't become totally blind, but enough so that he wouldn't be affected by eye-based genjutsus. "This is the situation." "Oil," Chameleon uttered. "That's right," Arashi said, hiding a smirk beneath his mask. "So, not permitted to use Kaiden jutsus, Kage Bunshin no jutsu." The army of clones charged at Chameleon, but because they were blind, their opponent, who possessed the Sharingan's power, was able to quickly eliminate them. "You gotcha!" Arashi exclaimed as the Anbu struck a specific clone. Rather than dissipating into a cloud of smoke, the clone burst into flames, setting the oil over the Anbu on fire. "Gah!" Chameleon exclaimed as she rolled around on the ground, attempting to put out the flames while undressing. Finally, Arashi's opponent put out the fire, but not before suffering first and second-degree burns all over his body, though he was able to save his face from the flames. "How does the Kaiden Bunshin appeal to you?" Arashi jeered. "It's a Uchiha secret jutsu that your father made, Itachi-san." "Uzumaki, you'll die for this," Itachi yelled as his Sharingan began to resemble a shuriken. "I still haven't paid you in full for the experiences your genjutsu forced me to endure. You'll see my actual power now," exclaimed Arashi, reaching for the mask to take it off. Before they could take any action, the Hokage in his battle gear, a group of Anbu, and numerous Jonins were inside the arena. "Itachi Uchiha, you are under arrest. Surrender without resistance or you will be eliminated," declared the Hokage. "Minato, I don't know what he did to you, but you almost blow your cover, believed." "Itachi!" yelled Sasuke as he attempted to leap into the arena, but Shino was able to stop him by covering him with his bugs, which depleted his chakra and rendered him unconscious. "How are you treating him?" Still taken aback by the turn the battle had taken, asked Naruto. "I drained his chakra to knock him down. He would have been killed if he joined the incoming battle," said Aburame. "Maybe I should let you go, traitor meat," I said to Sasuke as I stared at him. Arashi floated over the water, searching for Itachi and possibly Kisame, but his sight was still weak. Before anyone could act, the arena was flooded with water, forcing everyone inside to retreat behind the walls and save Arashi's former enemies. Sharks emerged from the water and headed towards the throng. "Defend the populace," Sarutobi commanded. While the others removed the spectators from the stadium, the more experienced ninjas engaged the sharks in combat. After the sharks were vanquished and everyone was secure, the Hokage proceeded to an Anbu in a matter of minutes. "Itachi and his accomplice, any news?" inquired. "I apologize, Hokage-sama, but they managed to get away," the worried Anbu said. Even though Sarutobi knew they wouldn't succeed, he still gave the order, "Form a team to look after them." Then he went to see Arashi, who was congratulating his son and opening his eyes. "Tucson, you were incredible. I had no idea you were capable of such incredible feats. I briefly believed that you would lose to the guy who was roasted. What did you see?" Naruto inquired. "A few heartbreaking memories from the past, my child," Minato said somberly as she stroked Naruto's hair. "But now that I'm with you, everything will go fine." "I'm happy to learn this," the Hokage remarked. "By the way, you ought to get some rest. Best wishes." You have been categorized as a S-class nin and, following your performance, all judges have decided to award you the Jonin rank. Minato nodded, not paying attention to what the Hokage was saying because he was thinking about the voice that had saved his life. He would have sworn it was hers. You will witness the rematch of Minato's test next week. While some of your queries have received a response, others have not. See you later. Neji was told by Hiyashi to accompany his cousin back to the compound, and the poor girl was upset that she would not get another hug from Naruto. He went to the hospital and asked for Bear's room. The irritated receptionist, mumbling something about all elite shinobis being perverts, told him to follow the trail of giggles. The Hyuga's puzzlement vanished when he eventually found the room with Bear and the other Anbu. All of the Anbu, with the exception of Bear, were enjoying the special treatment from the very attractive women, who were dressed in very alluring nurse outfits and caressing them while complimenting their skills. "What kind of nurse are you?" questioned inanely. "The kind of nurses that Uzumaki sent as a token of regret for defeating us," was Crow's attempt, though unsuccessful, to appear indecent. "My lord, is there somewhere we can have a private conversation? I have to share with you something," Bear inquired. Hiyashi answered, "Yes, there's an empty room in the corridor. We can talk there." After entering the room, Hiyashi transformed into a different Hyuga by dispelling the henge he had been using all day, and Bear took off his mask to reveal the real Hiyashi Hyuga. "My lord, how are you? Are you injured?" the Hyuga inquired. Hiyashi answered, "Only in my pride, Hano. That Uzumaki was telling the truth when he said he knew my brother. He was skilled in combating Juken. What transpired after he knocked me, please?" Hano described to him how Arashi battled Itachi and how Chameleon changed into Itachi, as well as the seal he used in his own eyes to protect himself from the awful consequences of Itachi's Sharingan. Not just the Rasengan technique, but also that of the Yondaime. Along with his own techniques, he also possesses a secret Uchiha technique that he named after my brother. After using the gates, he can fight against 8 Jonins thanks to his enhanced body limit, remarked Hiyashi thoughtfully. "Hiyashi-sama, what are you thinking?" curious Hano inquired. "Hano, summon the elders of both branches of the Hyuga to a meeting. We need to make a decision regarding the Uzumakis." "My lord, what do you mean?" Hano inquired. Since the Uchihas vanished, the Hyugas have emerged as Konoha's most formidable clan. But that status is now in jeopardy because of the new Uzumaki clan. Hiyashi gave the order, "Tell all of our spies and agents to gather all info about Arashi, his son, and his wife, whoever she was." "Yes, sir," Hano remarked, assuming Hiyashi's appearance before heading out. Alongside Naruto and Minato as they made their way back to their apartment, Minato saw that nobody was staring at him or Naruto. In fact, some villagers even waved at them as they passed. Clearly, the arena matches and our newfound prominence as a clan possessing unique abilities and jutsus enhanced the village's perception of us, Minato pondered. "When I finally reveal my face, I can't wait to see their reactions." Unbeknownst to the ex-Cage, the main reason for the change in the villager's attitude toward his son, that is, how he was treated like a regular kid instead of a demon's vessel, was Minato's treatment of him. Naruto's human relative ended most of the rumors that he was the Kyuubi in human form. The rumors of what Arashi Uzumaki does to anyone who mistreats his son were another factor. No one was interested in finding out what he did with the spoon and mouse. Too preoccupied to notice that, Naruto was chatting with his father. "What does the old man mean when he says you're S-class, Tucson?" inquired. "Among ninja, the class is the true way to determine a ninja's true power, not the rank," replied Minato. "Do you believe that the class is what matters most?" puzzled, asked Naruto. Minato gave a nod. "Yes, the rank solely dictates the ninja's respective levels of responsibility and who will lead them on missions. Although it's not always the case, you shouldn't undervalue your opponents because they may be of a lower class than you. Generally speaking, ninjas with lower ranks have lower classes." "Does the opposite occur, Dad, with strong but rank-blind ninjas?" Naruto inquired. "Yes, it does happen. For instance, in small villages, the leaders are probably not as powerful as a Chunin who is prepared to take the Jonin exam or even a medium Konoha Jonin. Every village has its own requirements in order to establish the ranking. Since the requirements are highest in the 5 great villages, Iwa, Kuri, Kumo, Suna, and Konoha, ninjas with ranks higher than Genin will typically come from a high class." "Dad, could you give me some examples?" his son inquired. "The last person in his graduation class to receive the Chunin rank, your future self, is a great example of someone with high class and low rank. The 2.5-year training trip was the reason for it. Though he was the strongest of them all, Minato boasted, he became the only Konoha ninja able to create and use an SS class before turning 16. After that, I'll be the first to level up, and before 15, I'll create that SS class jutsu. A resentful Naruto cut off. I'm sure you can do it, Naruchan, Minato remarked, twirling his hair. Numerous ninjas who are missing are instances of highly skilled ninjas with low rank, or none at all. The majority of academy teachers are examples of ninjas with low class and high rank. Their rank was awarded due to their duties, not their strength. Finally, the Lord of the Fire Country is a higher rank than the Hokage, but a genin straight out of the academy could easily dispatch him. When Naruto learned that the Hokage had to defend someone weaker than himself, he was taken aback. After all, when they had first arrived at their house, some men had been packing everything into boxes. "Hey, Dad. Look! Someone is robbing our apartment of its belongings," yelling indignantly as he got ready for combat. "Don't worry, Naruto, they are some of my demi-clones. They are going to help us in our move to our family house," Minato replied. "Oh, the home of our family?" Naruto inquired. "Indeed. After I became Hokage, I purchased it. I'll update you as soon as we get there." It was getting close to night, and Naruto packed his most valuable belongings into a backpack while his father and the demi-clones finished going through the boxes. Naruto felt a mixture of sadness and happiness as he took one last look at the place where he had spent his entire life. They proceeded to the wealthiest area of the community, where the locals stared at them in shock and disbelief before they stopped at a 3-story mansion. "This is our home, right?" excited Naruto inquired. Minato handed him some keys and said, "Yes, this is our new home. Take this." After entering the house, Naruto began exploring while the demi-clones took care of unpacking the boxes and vanishing. Without realizing how much he would come to regret it, Minato took off his mask and entered his room. Her clothes were inside the closet when he opened it to hang his cloak. Startled, he sat down on the bed, another mistake. "It retains her aroma," she reasoned. "I'm unable to sleep here, not without her." He was saddened by the clothes in the closet and was unaware that Naruto had entered the space. "Daddy, don't you really miss her?" Naruto somberly remarked, giving his father a bear hug. "Why, yes," was Minato's response. "I'll take a nap in one of the visitor rooms. Are you fond of our home?" A little more upbeat. "Indeed, it's fantastic. You probably spend a lot of time decorating it, don't you?" Naruto inquired. "No, she did all of the decorating on her own, claiming that since I paid for the house, it was her responsibility to make it a home. She went so far as to ban me from entering the rooms she hadn't finished decorating. Have you viewed every room?" "I didn't finish, sorry. I'll continue with it," the boy declared. After Naruto exited the room with joy, Minato noticed his son was silent and worriedly glanced after him. He discovered him frozen to silence at a room's door. There was something unique about that room. It was decorated with many adorable animals, including bunnies and baby sheep. A closet full of baby clothes that were never going to be worn by the intended recipient was located next to a bookcase adorned with illustrated tales for children on one of the walls. A coffin filled with infant toys, the majority of which were still in their original boxes, was located against one wall. A table with 2 knitting needles, a basket full of colorful wool balls, and an unfinished baby-sized sweater was in the middle of the space. There was a rocking chair by the side of the table with an open book that appeared to have been read by someone who had to leave the room quickly. The book was called Maternity for Kunoichis. A crib was located in the last wall, beneath the window. Inside the crib was a stuffed frog that was still waiting for its rightful owner. The toy and everything else in the room were all covered in dust. Lastly, a sign with the words, "Welcome home, Naruto-kun," and pictures of a chibi Minato and Kushina holding open arms was suspended from a star-decorated ceiling. "This is one of the rooms she forbid me to enter until it was finished," Minato murmured. With a single tear streaming down his face, Naruto rambled, She really wanted to have me," and Minato gave him a quick hug. Daddy. How am I supposed to miss someone I've never met?" With regret, Naruto inquired. "I'm not sure. I believe it's an indication of the strength of the bonds between parents and children," Minato remarked. "Tucson. The guest room has 2 beds, isn't that right?" Minato gave a nod. Later that evening, Naruto got out of bed and entered the nursery. After grabbing the plush frog, he returned to his father's room and went back to bed. "I love it, Mom. Thank you so much for the present," she whispered as she gave it a smiley hug. As this was going on, Hyuga Hiyashi and the clan elders were wrapping up their meeting inside the Hyuga compound. All the information that the Hyuga spies and agents had gathered about the Uzumakis, including copies of their respective medical reports and Arashi's missions, was brought in, and the only disruption occurred when one of the agents barged into the hall and announced that the Uzumakis were now their new neighbors. Hiyashi was trying very hard not to look like a defeated man. It was decided to execute the plan with a one-vote margin, he stated, maintaining his icy demeanor. The strategy that will cause the Uzumaki clan to vanish. In an unidentified cave, Zetsu, the white plant man, was the only medic nin in the Akatsuki providing care for Itachi. Sadly, Itachi Zetsu forgot to put on an anesthetic since he was a sadistic bastard on the black side. Zetsu Itachi was fortunately too cool to be upset. His white side spoke up, "Hold on Itachi-san, you are almost done." His other side bemoaned, "What a way to waste some good roasted meat." As Itachi put on his clothes, he exclaimed, "Oomph, I can look after myself now. As you are aware, that burns the wounds that Uzumaki caused you will leave some unsightly scars," the black side uttered. "Regretfully, I'm not qualified to help them," she lied. Itachi said as he was leaving the room, "I don't care, he won't have flesh to be scarred when I finish with him." The remaining Akatsuki were present when they entered the meeting chamber of the cave. The leader spoke first. "As you are aware, we learned that a man had arrived in Konoha claiming to be the vessel father of the Kyuubi. He doesn't hate him, in contrast to the majority of Jinchuriki's relatives. In fact, he was training him specifically. He took a test the day before to find out his rank. We dispatch Itachi and Kisame to assess his strength, decide whether he would make a good employee in the future, and fire him if the response is affirmative." "He nearly prepared Itachi-senpai," exclaimed Tobi. After learning this, the other Akatsukis whispered to one another until Pain told them to stop acting like old ladies and start talking. "Quiet. It won't change our itinerary. We will deal with that man when the time comes. He cannot stand up to my power." He examined the Uchiha. "Itachi, I think I found Orochimaru's replacement. He goes by Deidara, and he is a terrorist employed by stone ninjas. Win him over to joining us." "However, Boos, I am able to be Sasori-senpai's partner," Tobi grumbled. It's obvious that the others disregarded him. With a nod toward the group leader, Itachi and Kisame departed, and the others resumed their tasks. Alone in the chamber, Tobi continued to reflect on the events that had transpired in the arena. "It seems that I wasn't the only one pulled into the past," Madara pondered. "Minato Namikaze. How many more times will you try to sabotage my plans? I guess you weren't expecting that. See you later." Naruto discovered his father was not in his bed when he awoke. "He has to be making breakfast," I reasoned. But Minato wasn't in the kitchen. He quickly looked throughout the entire house and discovered him in his original bedroom. His father was standing in front of the mirror, his vest and all, dressed in the traditional Konoha Jonin uniform, topped off with a white jacket that resembled a cloak and red flames. "Dad, you look wonderful," Naruto exclaimed, gazing up at his father with a starry expression. "Thank you, Naruto. This is the old costume I wore as the Hokage. I'm happy you find it pleasing," Minato smiled in response. "You appear similar to the pictures in the books. Will you make use of it once more?" Naruto inquired. "No. At least until I tell people who I really am," his father answered. "When will it take place? I can't wait to see the villagers' reactions when you come out as who you really are, Daddy," Naruto exclaimed with joy. With a hand on Naruto's shoulder, Minato answered, "As soon as you got enough power to defeat most of the enemies we will face after the revelation, my kid. After that, I'll get stronger as quickly as I can, so you can wear your awesome jacket once more," Naruto vowed. With a smile, Minato removed his jacket and placed it over Naruto's shoulders. "When you wear it, it will look better," the future Rokudame proudly declared. At his father's compliment, Naruto blushed and grinned, glad that someone else shared his belief that he would become Hokage. His father hugged him out of the blue, and he hugged him back. "Naruto, it's great to be with you once more. The way you welcomed me back into your life," she uttered, on the verge of tears. "Daddy, I'm happy too." Naruto sobbed, "I never expected to get you back." Unbeknownst to Naruto, the second reason his father gave him a hug was because the former Kage feared that after this day, he would never love him again. After a satisfying breakfast provided by the demi-clones, they proceeded to their regular training area. This time, Minato made the decision that they would walk there to see how the villagers would respond. He was relieved to see that those who had dared to glare at them had shrunk in number following yesterday's incident. But he was ignorant that those who detested Naruto would become more vocal in the coming weeks, even though in the interim they had done a good job of muffling their animosity. Once they reached the training area, Minato went to see his son. Okay, Naruto, create 5 clones, dividing your chakra equally among them. Naruto gave a nod. Yes, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, sensei, exclaimed. 5 more Naruto emerged in a puff of smoke. Minato duplicated himself 5 times in the same way. Minato made his way to the initial clone. While you're sleeping, they'll replicate the water walking technique on as many of you as possible. They will perform the exercise that one of my clones will teach them in the water. You will dispel them after an hour has passed, then dispel yourself. Minato made her way to the first Naruto. You will create a new clone to replace this one once you have his memories, and that clone will repeat the same cycle. The exercises are designed to help you become proficient at water walking while also strengthening your chakra control. With a nod, the clone headed towards the lake with one of Minato's clones in tow. He made his way to the other clone. Like your brother, you will make as many duplicates of yourself as you can. These duplicates will exercise as instructed by my clone and will also walk like trees. After an hour, you will dispel them as well as yourself. Naruto, you will act in the same manner as before after obtaining the memories of this clone. The exercises will help you improve your balance for the same reason as the water walking exercises. The clone and Minato's clone made their way into the forest. He made his way to clones 3 and 4. Each of you will make as many clones as you can to form 2 teams. The attacking team will use throwing weapons to attack the other team, while the attacked team will try to avoid being hit. The creator of the attacker team will dispel them and recreate them again when they run out of ammunition, and vice versa for the defender team. You will disperse yourselves, just like the other clones, after an hour. Obviously, the goal here is to get better at aim and dodging. My clones will manage the teams and provide them with performance-enhancing advice. The clones made their way to their battleground with their instructors. After extracting a seal scroll from his pouch and opening a stack of books, he proceeded to the 5th clone. You will be able to create hundreds of clones because they won't require as much chakra to maintain as the other clones do due to their less taxing duties. The clones will have to memorize the page or pages they're given. Once they have done so, they will dispel themselves. The more clones you create, the less work they will all have to do. You will take one of the books and divide it among the clones. Once all clones have been destroyed, destroy yourself. You won't destroy yourself until you have finished learning the book by heart. Naruto, once you have this clone's memories, will create a new one to replace him. My clone will accompany you in order to ensure that every clone is performing their assigned duties and to assist them in understanding anything. The clone left the area, complaining about the other clones acting strangely, followed by a sighing Minato clone. At last, he made his way to the final clone. The clones you create will engage in self-defense combat using taijutsu. They cannot block and must sidestep every blow. Avoiding contact with an opponent's fist or knee is the best line of defense. My clone will keep an eye on them and provide you with tips on how to get better at the fight. You will recreate them once all clones have been destroyed. Once you pass, you'll dispel yourself as well, and Naruto will clone another person to take up the role. Naturally, the goal of this practice is to get better at taijutsu. With his teacher in tow, the clone left the scene, clearly delighted with his most humorous workout. Minato went to find Naruto. Well, Naruto is the only one capable of physically improving the body. To start, you will perform 200 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 300 runs around the field. Yes, I will raise your weight to 50 as well. Said, grinning behind his mask. Yes, duh. With great enthusiasm, Naruto said, I mean, sensei, I will finish everything in a few minutes. The child began the sit-ups right away, without attempting to adjust to the new weight, after Minato executed the Fuin Jutsu that enhanced the weights. Kushi-chan. Although he looks like me, his behavior is more like yours. When he behaves this way, it seems like a piece of you will always be with us, Minato thought dreamily. Sensei, Naruto questioned, why did I have to make a clone that will make clones of every duty? And why, after an hour, must they dispel themselves? If I made all the clones we require and made them work until they used up all of their chakra, wouldn't that be easier? Naruto, those are excellent questions. Allow me to clarify. In this way, you will receive the memories of all clones gradually rather than all at once, preventing you from experiencing the mental stress you experienced in the past. The clones you created will receive the memories of all the clones they created when they dispel, and you will receive that clone's memories. When one of the clones you created is dispelled, My clones will ensure that you only get the memories of a single clone. Naruto was astounded by his father's approach to resolving that training-related issue. Minato went on. It's quite simple to understand why the clones you created, aside from the ones that need to study, have to dispel themselves. Every subsequent clone you create will receive the combined training of all the dispelled clones, and the same will apply to the ones they create. The clone who created them dispels them in himself, giving you 30 hours of training. You then recreate the clone, and he recreates the others, giving each of the new clones 30 hours of training instead of 1 hour if you didn't dispel them. For instance, you have 30 water-walking clones perform the exercise for an hour. Each of them receives an hour of training, which translates to 30 hours of training for you. With this approach, they will advance more quickly and effectively, and your progress will coincide with theirs. To-san, you're so smart. With this training, I'll become Hokage quickly and you won't have to cover your face anymore, exulted Naruto, not realizing that he still needed to call Minato-sensei during training. Thank you, Naruto. We will continue this training for the rest of the morning. We will eat in the afternoon and you will spar with me in the evening, Minato replied. Hey, Naruto answered while continuing his workout. After a trouble-free morning, they went to the Ichiraku ramen stand, where Minato gave Naruto some bowls of the less nutritious varieties without placing an order. After his son had finished, Naruto ruffled his hair and said, "You have 2 hours of free time, don't prank anybody who doesn't deserve it. We will meet in the same spot." He was so happy that he failed to notice the concern in his father's eyes as he left the place, saying, "Thank you, Dad. See you later." "What's the matter, Arashi-san?" Trying not to call Minato Yondaime-sama, Tucci said, "Is there something bothering you?" "It's nothing," was Arashi's obviously false response. "Don't say that. It's obvious that you're worried about something. Tell me while we sip on our sake. Maybe I can assist you." That was declined by Minato. "I'll tell you, sake won't work on me, I'm afraid." "What? What is causing your fear? How did you get into this situation?" Tucci exclaimed. "Tucci-san, I'm worried that after I say this, Naruto will despise me. I'll be telling him the truth about the fox today," Minato declared. Tucci was stunned. He told his own son that he was the cause of his loneliness and that a gang of S-class ninjas was after him. He would hate to be in Minato's shoes. "You Uzumaki-sen. Rest assured, he won't despise you. I believe you made the right decision in telling him the truth right away because he won't be as duped if you wait a few years. He will eventually learn the truth, so I believe it's preferable if you inform him directly rather than through an adversary. He was never happier than he was before you returned. I'm sure he'll forgive you." "I appreciate Tucci-san. You gave me encouragement. What is the amount I owe you?" Arashi exclaimed. "This is applied to the home. And good luck, too," the cook answered. That evening, Minato trained with his son. They were both taken aback by how much the young man had improved in just one day with the new special training. Minato thought with pride that in a few days, his son would be ready to learn their family's jutsus. Then he remembered what he needed to tell him. "Please, Naruto. Give up. I have to tell you something," the anxious voice said. How is your own sensei doing?" In response, Naruto saw his father's worry. "Naruto. I'll tell you the truth about what actually transpired on the day of the Kyuubi attack. To be continued. Sorry to leave you hanging again. Although I'm not sure if I'll be able to post the next chapter in the coming week, I can assure you that it won't be out until the following month. The story will pivot around that chapter." Many of you probably recognized this chapter's well-known fan art of Minato and Naruto. If you know the link, please share it with me. Omake. Iruka is still in training just as he had done every day since the Yondaime persuaded him to become a Jonin. The teacher went back to the Dango stand to receive his special training. His transgressions against the fiercest woman in Konoha had improved his standing with the men. Nevertheless, the women had branded him as a pervert, at least until the Yondaime began to spread the story that, as an orphan, he was flirting with her without knowing how to do so. Anko and Iruka were unaware of this. As usual, he found her enjoying her dango, and since he was going to ruin her free time, he felt a little bad. He touched her breasts as he grabbed her from behind. He exclaimed, trying with all his might to stop a nosebleed, "Wow! They're real." Anko, looking blushing and extremely mocked, yelled, "These are real too, pervert," while raising her fists. Anko eventually left him hours later, and Genma and Aoba brought him home. "You know, Iruka-san," replied Genma, "I used to think that those ninjas who work at the academy were a bunch of weaklings who only got their rank because it was necessary for the job. But your bravery has changed my mind. You are becoming a legend among the men of the village. The poor teacher said as he entered his house. Ouch. It's only a special training. Thank you for bringing me there. Ha, ha, ha. A special training. He is too shy to admit that he is trying to seduce her, laughed Aoba. Yeah, replied Genma, but he should try another way to do it. I still don't know how he manages to heal so fast. I think he has an ancestor in common with the Uzumakis. Really? Asked Aoba. I thought he was related with the Akamichis, with his huge head no jutsu and that. Iruka used the medication the Yondaime gave him to treat his wounds while he was safe inside his house. He was astounded by the cream since it allowed him to resume his daily regimen of specialized training after healing him fully in a matter of hours. The only negative was that Naruto's father advised against putting it in his nose due to potential side effects. He returned to the stand the following day to resume his training. He had no idea that Anko was anticipating his arrival. In actuality, she enjoyed pursuing him, so she was taken aback when, following their initial beating, he continued to pursue her. Though she would never acknowledge it, she had a tiny suspicion that the man was adorable. Part of her was also anticipating what he would do on this occasion. The moment he grabbed her and planted a kiss on her lips, both parts stopped functioning. They taste like sugar, Iruka rambled, too stunned to protect himself from the oncoming scolding. He was not prepared for what happened next. She gave him a slap. Through sobs, I exclaimed, Baka, why you took my first kiss? She sobbed as she left the room, and he followed her out of apology. Anko-san I didn't know. He trailed after her as she entered an alleyway, and stumbled upon a trap. Before he knew it, Anko's jacket was encircling him in snakes. With tears still streaming down her face, Anko exclaimed, Gotcha. Anything to say before dying? Yes, Iruka said in a dejected tone. Was it really your first kiss? She blushed slightly and said, that is none of your business. Iruka said, getting ready to take a thrashing, so it was. Okay, proceed with that. She asked, perplexed, aren't you going to protect yourself as always? No. I just reminded how my female students in the upper classes used to talk among themselves about how is going to be their first kiss. I took from you something that you won't have again. I deserve what you are going to do to me. She took off his wrappings. The snake woman walked out, saying, I'll let you go this time. It's no fun beating somebody who won't defend himself. Once more, Iruka ran after her. But, wait, there must be a way I can apologize you for what I did. Anko was about to respond that wasn't necessary, but then she thought of something else. Okay. Give me a box full of dango and I will forgive you, said quietly. The teacher said as she was leaving, yes, Anko-san. You'll have the best dango in the world. Meet me tomorrow in the same place, goodbye. The kunoichi thought, TCHK, I thought he was going to buy it now. The following morning near the dango stand, Anko discovered Iruka waiting for her with a large box. Good evening, Anko-san. This is a box full of dango, just as I promised, a beaming Iruka said as she opened the container. With her hands on her hips, Anko muttered, HMMPH, there was no need of such huge box. While attempting to contain her drool. You don't know that us ladies must keep our line? I'm sorry, Anko-san. I used to pay others a lot of money for food, Iruka said, placing his hand behind his neck. There was a blonde boy in Konoha who sneezed. A part of Anko thought, he looks cute. Contemplating the food he had purchased for her was another. Iruka gave her a worried look after she attempted to use one of the sticks. She then gave him a serious look, giving him the impression that she didn't like it and was about to get smacked again. She asked gravely, Iruka, where did you got this dango? Concerned, Iruka answered, it's a family recipe. I made them myself. Did you like them? She thought, take him here and now. Make him give you babies. It's not bad, she pretended, but in reality, it was the tastiest thing she had ever tasted. That's the plan. I'll forgive you if you teach me how to cook this dango recipe, said with a grin. Feeling relieved, Iruka thought, she liked it. Alright, I'll show you the recipe, Anko-san. The happy Anko exclaimed, good, she handed Iruka a note. I'll go home to store your gift. Meet me at my house tomorrow, the person said as they left with the dango box. Iruka thought, OSH*T. Now, how am I going to train? The feeling of impending death lurking behind him held the answer. He vowed in the following hours not to take Anko, the profit source, from the owner of an ex-Anbu dango stand. Years prior she would have believed that she had passed away when she awoke and saw her husband somberly staring at them as they sang a final lullaby to his child in the flower field where they had declared their love for one another. Where are them? Then she noticed Gamabunta addressing the fox in the distance. No, he is going to do it. She raced to the scene of the fight, missing the body of a woman who appeared to be her own that had been left in the field. When she got there, the fight had already ended. The man with the baby yelled, "Fuin Jutsu, Shiki Fuujin." The man was stabbed from behind by an eerie figure that materialized behind him and had a claw-like hand. No, she cried out. Through her loved one, the god of death's dark energy reached their child amid the horrifying cries of anguish from the two of them. In the space between the tears his father made to seal the child's stomach, a spiral symbol materialized. From there, a ghostly hand appeared and entered the fox that the Lord of the Toads was holding back. That hand moved the fox slowly inside the child's stomach. The father and son's agonized cries were intolerable. Please stop," she cried, helpless. The process continued until the fox completely vanished inside the child, but no one heard her. The infant was then marked as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune by lines of fire that appeared in his cheeks and, when they vanished, 3 whisker-like marks appeared in each of the baby's cheeks, indefinitely. Konoha was spared, but without a setback, there can be no success. The man in agony and the child were left on the ground by the toad. The toad muttered, "Minato, I can't stay anymore in this plane," with remorse. As the toad disappeared, the man said, "It's okay. Thank you for helping me. Goodbye my friend." Hurrying to them, she attempted to grasp his spouse. She was horrified to see how her hands passed through them. She realized that Kushina Uzumaki had become a ghost. His husband was talking to their son, oblivious to her. What sort of father I am? Sealing the fox in my own son. And Naruto. I hope someday you will forgive me for giving you such burden. This shouldn't been happening. I hope the villagers treat you as the hero you are, my child. I wish your mother would have survived. Someday you will meet her. Unfortunately I won't go to the same place as you. And Naruto, my son. I love you. Minato Namikaze passed away with those final words. In desperation, Kushina sobbed, her ghostly tears vanishing as soon as they touched the ground. Minato, no. Naruto was a helpless infant who had lost both of his parents and had no family. She described what happened next as a nightmare. After discovering her body in the flower field, Jiraiya buried it near the bear's foot, where she passed away. Subsequently, Sarutobi, in his capacity as the Hokage, recapped to the people of Konoha what had transpired with the fox and her husband, expressing his desire for the young man to be regarded as a hero. In an attempt to win over the younger generations, the Hokage made a law that promised a terrible punishment to anyone who dared to hurt the child or reveal the truth about what had happened. Unfortunately, the villagers' hatred for their deceased leader outweighed their respect for him. The following years were a nightmare for both of them. Despite his amiable demeanor, Naruto was shunned by most people and failed to make any friends as a result of those cretinous parents who had poisoned their own children. She was only able to stay close to him during his darkest hours. Every time he sobbed, she would reach out to embrace him in desperation and whisper comforting words to him that he would never hear. He turned into a joker in an attempt to get attention, and the few smiles his mother had during those years came from his blows to those who deserved them. When he entered the academy, they initially believed that things would improve. However, to their dismay, he inherited her unusually high chakra reserves, which made it nearly impossible for him to learn even the most fundamental jutsus and exercises for chakra control. She encountered the same issue upon entering the academy, but with Minato's assistance, she was able to get past it. Sadly, Naruto was left on his own with no one to assist him with his chakra. Similarly, the other students in his training received assistance from their parents, but Naruto was left on his own. He became so frustrated by this that he studied just enough to pass his classes, placing him at the bottom of the class. Not all was bad, though. He made some friends with the other dobes in the class, Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru, who were also members of the clans that attempted to adopt him. She was pleased to see that Ichiraku, the owner of the ramen stand, was cordial with Naruto and that the Chunin teacher Iruka had become softer over time. On occasion, she even extended an invitation to Naruto for ramen. And that girl was there. Hyuga Hinata. Unaware of his presence, she observed Naruto, grinning at every tiny victory and observing him with admiration each time he faltered and tried again. Kushina became aware that the girl was falling for his child, and her suspicions were validated when Hinata left a frog-shaped wallet as a gift at Naruto's door on his 9th birthday. Had Hinata not been so bashful and gained enough courage to approach Naruto without passing out, she might have become to Naruto what Minato became to herself. He loved the orange jumpsuit he got for his 10th birthday and changed almost everything in his wardrobe to match. Naruto was certain that this year would mark the end of his time as an academy student and the beginning of his ninja career as he prepared to become Hokage. But his poor chakra control was the reason he failed. When she was by his son's side, encouraging him in hushed tones that he couldn't hear, he showed up. In contrast to other villages, the man's expression was one of rage toward the villagers and Naruto's clothing rather than one of scorn. She believed she was aware that clothing from earlier on. Indeed, he dressed like her husband, Arashi Kazama, in order to conceal his identity. Then his face was revealed. Minato. She didn't pay attention to them until Minato told Naruto about her because she was so shocked. She was the most stunning woman on the planet, my son, my closest companion, my twin soul, my love. My wife, Minato uttered while attempting to hold back his tears. Min-kun was her first thought upon hearing her husband's words, and she knew it was actually him. And be assured her son will eventually learn about his family. When Naruto and Minato gave each other a hug, she sobbed with joy and wished that moment could last forever. I knew everything would work out. When the Hokage arrived, Minato killed the idiot Anbu. Later, Sarutobi informed Minato of Naruto's situation, and the naive villagers sensed Minato's intention to kill. When Minato related his tale to the Hokage, it was nearly unbelievable. He sadly hugged Naruto and said, Kei Kushina-en never came to see me. She probably must hate me for what I did to our son. I would never hate you, Minato. I was here with Naruto. Following the proofs from the future incident, Minato brought Naruto to the apartment where she began reading the letter. Kushina was embarrassed not to know what was in the letter. She was watching Naruto write it and witnessed the terrible woman's punishment. After they had finished reading it, she sobbed alongside Minato. She was happy to see Naruto's realization the following day that his father's return was real. When Naruto finally found out about her, Minato was anxious about what he would think of her. When Minato complimented her and attempted to hit him as he was telling Naruto about her flaws, she flushed. Those are not defects. Look, even Naruto agrees with me. Minato attempted to console Naruto when he began to cry. I know she is in a better place, happy for us not being alone anymore. Yes, I am, she said, giving a fake hug to them. Later on that day, Minato and her happily learned that Naruto had more caregivers. After that, Minato began to train Naruto appropriately, and the two of them were quite pleased when Naruto learned the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu in less than a day. That week, Minato improved many of Naruto's teaching weaknesses, putting him at a higher level than the majority of his classmates. Most of the time, Minato made the decision to end training early so that she could play with Naruto or give him future-focused advice. As she was talking about the future, she experienced something. Since Minato's return, she found herself reliving memories of Naruto graduating at the age of 12, having learned the truth about the Kyuubi, the creation of Team 7, the Wave Country mission, the Chunin exams, and the invasion. The 3-year journey with Jiraiya, Sasuke's betrayal, the Akatsuki's departure, and Minato's rebirth. She realized that Minato had brought her future self into the past, and that together they had merged, gaining the memories of the future Kushina. Naruto, Minato, if only I could tell you. The day had finally arrived for Arashi Uzumaki to demonstrate his abilities to Konoha at the end of that week. The first game was very simple. When he fought against Guy, his jacket flying open, she glared at the other women. Stop drooling, you horny sluts, he is mine. She chuckled as she watched her friends and her husband taming teacher award Minato the victory. In the fourth match, she gave Minato a proud look until he became entangled in the false ANBU's genjutsu and realized he was going to die. Minato, go out, was exclaimed. She was shocked to see how he sidestepped the blow and controlled the bout until it was revealed that the Anbu was actually Itachi Uchiha. Minato brought Naruto to their house that evening. She felt bad when they were upset about her absence, especially after they found the room that was supposed to be Naruto's. She broke down in tears and said, I'm so sorry. But when Naruto took the plush frog, she was overjoyed. I love it, Mom, thank you so much for the present, she whispered as she gave it a smiley hug. She mimicked a kiss on his forehead and said, I knew you'll like it, my boy. It was going to be just another enjoyable training day until Minato informed Tucci that he would be telling Naruto the truth about what really happened that evening. Current moment worried, he pleaded, Naruto, please. Stop. I must tell you something. Noticing his father's worry, Naruto answered, what is going on sensei? Naruto. I'm going to tell you what really happened the day the Kyuubi attacked. Naruto started to say, what do you want to say? The fox was killed by Y, but was cut off. Removing his mask, Minato somberly stated, no, it wasn't. Nobody in Konoha had the power to destroy that creature, not even me. Naruto said, then. What happened? I sealed the creature using the Shiki fusion, that was what killed me. Unfortunately, the only being able to contain him was a newborn baby with his chakra coils undeveloped so they could adapt to the Kyuubi's chakra. An adult would have exploded freeing the monster, said his son with a look of guilt. Then Naruto realized everything. The loneliness, the adults avoiding him, the looks, the lack of desire from anyone. He felt the seal that materialized in his abdomen when he channeled chakra and the whisker marks on his body. That boy was me, he muttered, casting an indiscernible glance at his father. I don't know if you will forgive me someday. As Hokage, I couldn't ask a family to sacrifice their child having mine. A Kage cannot demand his subordinates things that he couldn't do. I left as my last will to you being seen a hero for keeping everybody safe from the Kyuubi, but they ignored it. That's the reason why I'm so angry with the villagers, said without daring to peer into his son's eyes. Naruto asked, perplexed, why nobody told me, Tucson? Hope tinged Minato's thoughts, you still call me that. The Sandaime made a law forbidding everybody to tell about what happened in reality. He made it with the hope that you could make some friends, but the parents passed their hate to their children. Minato said as he awaited the hatred of his son. With a clap that did not convey anger, Naruto exclaimed, so that's the reason. Minato could not find words. I assumed they didn't like me because I was too talkative and bothersome, but that has nothing to do with my character, a relieved Naruto remarked. Naruto. You are not angry with me? Everything bad that happened to you was because me. Minato was perplexed. No, why? What you said about choosing me had sense, and you wanted me to be seen as a hero, said Naruto with a grin. After his son's remarks, Minato felt a great sense of relief, and Naruto carried on speaking. It's not your fault they hate me because I'm the Kyuubi, Naruto said, appearing taken aback by his own statement. Minato thought in horror, no, he misunderstood what I said. Kushina thought to himself, Naruto, you are not the monster. With shaking hands, the boy hugged himself and said, I am the monster who killed Mom. Two voices yelled, no, simultaneously. One came from behind a tree, and the other was Minato's. As the father and son turned to face the tree, the person trailing behind came forward to identify herself. She was a girl about Naruto's age, with short lavender eyes without pupils and short indigo hair. Gazing at Naruto, Hinata uttered, Naruto-kun. You are not the Kyuubi. You're a good person who never gives up and always tries his best, she said, shocked by her newfound bravery. A monster wouldn't try to make his classmates happy with his pranks. A monster wouldn't try to make friends among the villagers. A monster wouldn't want to become Hokage. At last, Minato identified the girl. Retrograde. When it was the Hyuga heiress' turn to introduce him to his former classmates, Naruto gave him a slap. Why, you know what he had to pass? How could you have done that to your son? She exclaimed in between sobs before realizing that he had smacked the boy's father. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I. The person sobbed as they left the location. Unsure of what to do, Naruto muttered, Hinata. Naruto, go after her, tell her that I deserved that. Tell her that she didn't do anything. Finally tell her that I'm happy you have somebody like her caring for you, said Minato as he looked at him. Naruto hastened to pursue the girl. Hinata went on their first date with his son a few days later. Finish the flashback. Naruto-kun, please don't think about yourself as a monster. Hinata breathed hard. With his hands in Naruto's shoulder, Minato remarked, she is right, Naruto. You are not the fox. You are his prison, the one who shields everyone from his wrath, one of the greatest heroes of Konoha's history. You avenged your mother when we defeated him. She must be really proud of you. Yes, I am. You're the greatest son in the world. I'm also proud of you, Hinata-chan, said Kushina. A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he turned to face Hinata and his father. Why yes, you both must be right. Laughed, okay, then I'll show the village that I'm not a monster. I'll make them regret not respecting your wishes. Looking at his son, Minato said, now my only wish is that you become a good and powerful ninja. Glancing at Hinata, he exclaimed, "By the way, who's this young lady?" When the poor girl realized they had caught her spying on them, she lost all the courage she had earlier. Before Naruto had a chance to respond, his father pretended to understand. Minato proudly looked at them and exclaimed, "Of course," as he extended his little finger. "She is your girlfriend, Naruto. How did you manage to get such a beautiful and understanding girl?" When Hinata turned a never-before-seen shade of red, Naruto's father initially assumed that they were a couple before praising and beaming at her. "We are not a couple," Naruto remarked, blushing, "As she is my classmate." Together, Minato and Kushina thought, yet. With a fake expression of disappointment, Minato remarked, "I see. So, looking at the way she talked in your favor, she must be your closest friend." Hopeful, Naruto asked, "Is it true, Hinata? Do you think of me as your friend?" "Why, yes. I'm your friend and Naruto-kun," Hinata muttered, trying not to pass out but bursting with joy at becoming friends with Naruto. With a hug, he said, "Thank you, Hinata-chan. I'll be the best friend in the world." At last, she passed out. When she awoke, she found herself leaning against the tree's base and saw that Naruto and his father were staring at her while she was wrapped in the orange jacket she had given him covertly. Happily, Naruto remarked, "You awake? I was so worried for you, Hinata-chan." She thought to herself, "He called me Hinata-chan." His father said, "I told you she would get better, Naruto," and then he turned to face her. He said, "Hinata, do you know who I am?" "Why, yes. Why, you are Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage." "Why, you didn't tell who you were really?" said with amazement. The girl was told by Minato why Naruto's true ancestry was kept a secret. "And for that reason we hid the truth. Hinata, you are now the only person of your age who knows Naruto's secrets with the exception of Naruto himself." Hinata smiled and said, Don't worry Hokage-sama, I will keep your secrets. Go back home now so your family won't worry about you, we know you can handle this." She gave a nod and departed the area. "Hinata-chan, I hope to see you in class the following week," Naruto uttered. She sobbed for Naruto in her room later that evening. Omake. The first missions of Arashi Uzumaki. After his rigorous training from his father, Naruto returned to the academy on this day. A week has passed since Minato revealed the truth about the fox to Naruto, and the former Kage was relieved to see that Naruto was not upset with him. He decided to help the girl with her training, teaching her some jutsus, giving her weights, training tips, and building her confidence. He also decided to play matchmaker with her and Naruto because he was very grateful to the Hyuga heiress for cheering him up that day. "I hope you realize her feelings earlier than your future self," Naruto believed. Now that he didn't have to travel to the academy by himself, Naruto was happier than usual, and with his new glare to death no jutsu, the few parents who dared to make fun of him or Naruto would soon have an Arashi clone by their side. He touched Naruto's shoulders with his hands. "Well, Naruto, remember to obey Iruka-sensei, don't prank anybody unless they deserve it, don't flirt with any girl. Minus Hinata. Don't humiliate Sasuke and don't sleep in class." "Yes, Tucson," Naruto answered. "Will you be around after school?" "It depends on the mission I'll take. I won't accept any which would take more than a day, so at least I will be home for dinner," replied Arashi. "I see. Okay, Dad, see you later," Naruto said as he gave his father a hug and left for class. A man gave Minato the thumbs up before he was beaten, and he used his flying jutsu to raise the skirts of most of the women with the breeze. When he reached the building where missions were assigned, he ignored the lines of genin teams and made his way to the Hokage. "Good morning, Master Hokage. Do you have any missions for me?" inquired. "Yes, you are the only one who can actually accomplish them," Sarutobi answered. A pig-like child and an obviously filthy rich man entered the room. Saying to the man, "Let me introduce you to Hiroshi Takada. He wants to hire you after seeing how well you performed in the test last week." "I'm glad to meet you, Takada-san. Tell me what you need from me." As she approached the man, Arashi said. "Just." The man lit a cigar and said, "I want you to use your flying skills to give my son a ride." "Indeed, offer me a ride. I'd like to take off quickly and high, please, please, please. Become a horse. Ninjas, submit," the young pig said. After giving the Hokage a brief apology, Arashi led him to an unoccupied office. "Are you serious? You want to hire me to amuse spoiled noble brats as a flying horse?" an irate Arashi questioned. "At first, I also disagreed with the concept, so I assigned that kind of mission in A rank," the Hokage stated. "Unfortunately, It was viewed by the nobles and wealthy families as a form of entertainment available only to the wealthiest individuals. As a result, all nobles are now demanding that mission as a show of wealth. That is the most. Did you just say that we would receive an A for taking such a foolish ride? Arashi inquired. Homura and Kaharu vanished out of nowhere. You have to accept, Uzumaki-san. This is likely the easiest method of earning money this village has ever had, the elderly woman said, employing the dreaded, puppy eyes no jutsu. Ah, I thought her granddaughter Moegi would have invented jutsu. It's a passed-down method, Arashi thought in horror. Nobles are in line to have their missions accepted, Uzumaki-san. If you succeed in them, you will be accountable for 20% of the village's earnings in the upcoming weeks, the glass-eyed man, who appeared to be his grandson Udon, said while glancing at a pocket calculator. And I guess they'll think differently before recruiting Konoha ninjas for the actual missions if I decline, said Arashi defeated. Okay, I agree. Consider the positive side of things, Arashi. The majority of a class missions are risky for the ninja and take days to complete. However, you will be able to sleep in your own house and receive a very high salary without endangering your life, the Hokage stated. As she left the room, Minato thought, money is not a problem for me. Arashi, who had taken on the form of a winged horse, said, okay, kid, get ready for the most amazing experience of your life. Indeed, come on, horse, let's fly, the ugly brat uttered. If the pig child hadn't brought his spurs, Arashi would have enjoyed his first mission. Ignoring the other students' murmurs, Naruto entered the classroom. When he attempted to move to his customary seat, by Sasuke's side, he discovered Sakura had taken it. Hey Sakura-chan, I see that you are looking after my seat. Have you forgotten about me? Addressed the girl. Nah, you weren't missed, Baka, and since it's by Sasuke's side, I took this seat, the girl with the pink hair replied. Rather than appearing melancholic, Naruto maintained his cheerful demeanor. Well, I'll find another seat. I don't want to be by the Tami's side, Sakura said, looking shocked. When Naruto saw that Hinata had no allies, he went over to her. Hi there, Hinata. What's up with you? Inquired. Hinata, relieved that her crush had remembered her, answered, I'm fine in Naruto-kun. She had noticed that he had grown fond of Sakura before his father returned, and she was worried that he would forget her the moment he saw her again. Hinata-chan, is there a seat available by your side as my previous seat is currently occupied? Beaming upbeat as he asked. Hinata thought she was dreaming. At first, Naruto did not take offense when he discovered that she had been spying on them. She ends up being the only person their age who is aware of their secrets, aside from Naruto. His dad, the Yondaime Hokage, gave her a compliment. He then wanted to sit with her after she became a friend. Why yes, Naruto-kun, the seat at my right eye is free, replied. Excellent, Hinata-chan, many thanks, with joy, Naruto uttered. He called me Hinata-chan. She blushed and twitched her index finger. Some of those girls, who weren't Sasuke's fangirls, seemed to be aiming deadly weapons at her. Now that Naruto's father has performed, other girls will start to notice him, particularly when we witnessed the match against the man in green, blushed, picturing an adult Naruto wearing an open jacket. Well, Hinata, how are you all doing? Naruto inquired. Why yes, Naruto-kun, she said, twitching her fingers in response. How did your instruction go? It was excellent. After my father taught me another jutsu, Kakashi came to teach me the one he had promised. My father began teaching me the fundamentals of seals when I learned the jutsus. He claims that seals are a settled art in our family and that students are typically taught it in their late teens, but he said that I should begin earlier because my, as you are aware, condition, uttered somewhat worriedly. I don't care about that condition, Naruto-kun. I'll always be your friend, Hinata replied. Hinata-chan, thank you. Whoa, the Teme arrived with Ino holding hands, Naruto uttered, upending the mood. In actuality, Ino had snatched Sasuke right before he entered the classroom, feigning a handshake to make it appear as though she was teasing the other girls. Ino pig, please let go of my Sasuke-kun, Sakura argued. Forehead, you can't think that we were meant to be together, Ino replied, prodding Sakura with her tongue. The boy disregarded them and made his way to his seat, only to discover, much to his dismay, that the Dobi had ceased to be his anti-fangirl shield and that he was too arrogant to ask for his assistance. Iruka didn't know he had a kiss mark on his neck until he entered the classroom. You'll see how he obtained it shortly. Winking face. Good morning, class, Iruka uttered. Every child gave him an amazed look, and then some boys pointed at him and the girls began to giggle. Iruka-sensei is dating someone. Iruka-sensei is dating someone. She even gave him a kiss. Iruka exited the room to figure out how to conceal the mark after realizing it. Up until Mizuki entered the classroom, Kushina observed and enjoyed the scene. That betraying bastard. Thinking irrationally now that she was recalling the future. If I could lay my hands on him I would castrate him, then beat him, then mutilate him, then a Rasengan in the ass. All right class, with Iruka's absence we'll go to the training ground where you'll do a sparring match against me one by one, Mizuki replied. He intended to pick Naruto first because he thought it would be an excellent opportunity to see what the Kyuubi boy had learned. If he defeated him in a sparring match without holding back, he would claim that it was an accident during training. With a sense of relief at not having a theory class, every student entered the training grounds. You'll go first, Naruto, he said, feigning a smile. It dawned on Kushina, he is planning something. Indeed, I will demonstrate my strength to you, Mizuki-sensei, with joy, Naruto uttered. How about we make our match more engaging? Grinning, Mizuki inquired. What are you trying to say? Naruto inquired. We should fight without holding back, so you'll show how strong you are in reality, stated. He's out to get Naruto, Kushina thought angrily. Certainly, sensation. Let's fight without holding back. Ecstatic to have the opportunity to demonstrate his development to his classmates, burst Naruto. Excellent. He realized in front of his entire class that nobody would be able to object after the beating, and Mizuki grinned. Sasuke and Kiba pondered, HMPH, let's see what learned the Dobi in 2 weeks. Hopefully, Naruto won't get hurt, Hinata pondered. Sakura and Ino thought, that Baka is going to get his ass kicked. Shikamaru thought, troublesome. I should get some honey for my queen, it will be good for her eggs, Shino thought. Fried potatoes with cheese and onion or barbecue sauce, Choji pondered. The game started. Mizuki prepared a massive shuriken. Naruto saw an opportunity to put Kakashi's jutsu to the test. Grab this, sensei. Cage shuriken no jutsu to Ju. After several hours when Minato arrived at the academy, he learned that one of the instructors had been hospitalized with a shuriken wound on 90% of his body. Then, worried that he was the one who carried it out, Naruto said. Minato cheerfully remarked, don't worry Naruto-kun, these accidents happen. He assumed that he could get hurt when he proposed the match. How about we celebrate your first ninja victory together at Ichiraku's? Hi. I really did defeat a Chunin, a delighted Naruto exclaimed. When word spread that the Uzumaki children had improved, many villagers took note and made a mental note not to mess with any of them. While Minato, who wasn't particularly hungry, had 2 bowls of miso and 1 of pork at Ichiraku's, Naruto had 1 bowl of each flavor of ramen. A note dropped from his purse as he paid. Taking the note, Tucson said, I'll take it, don't duck. Then it dawned on him that the note contained the letter he had written to the Hokage the previous year. Naruto glanced at the letter, then at his father, and back at it. Minato was at a loss for words. Before Naruto fled the scene, someone attempted to say, Naruto, about that letter. Minato made an attempt to apprehend his son, but Naruto's legendary escape skills were no accident. Kushina was accustomed to his abilities and followed him with ease. When he checked their house an hour later, Naruto was there, grinning, holding the letter. Kushina, though none of them saw her, was grinning too. Naruto, the letter. He attempted to say once more, but was cut off once more. Don't worry, Dad. I fixed the errors, Naruto remarked as he gave him the letter. What errors? Minato inquired, glancing at the letter. The drawing has been revised, but the letter's writing has not changed. The woman's hair had grown to her waist, and the man in the drawing had grown a large white jacket with red flames on it. Both of them now bore a stronger resemblance to Kushina and Minato. Relieved, Minato gave his son a hug. Thank you, Naruto. This drawing is fantastic. I will always treasure it, uttered. Naruto smiled slightly. I also wrote another letter, but this is only for Mom. I see. Will you ask the Hokage to give it to you? Minato inquired. No. I want to read it to her when I go to where she's sleeping, she uttered. I comprehend. Put on your finest attire. I regret not having visited the location yet, Minato remarked. Kushina thought to herself, you had other priorities, Min-kun. After a few minutes, Minato had changed into a black kimono and Naruto had put on a black suit. What are the most exquisite flowers, Dad? Naruto inquired. The most exquisite flowers. Those adorning a girl's hair. You ask, but why? Minato remarked. With a smile, I would like to bring her some flowers, Naruto said. Never fear. We won't need flowers there, said, escorting Naruto out of the building on a cloud of dust. After landing in a flower-filled field, Minato pointed Naruto in the direction of a large tree. You can see that she won't require any additional flowers there. She's sleeping in the tree's base, Minato said, smirking a little. This location is lovely. Why didn't you inform me of it earlier? Naruto inquired. I wasn't prepared to return here. It brings back a lot of memories, added. Kushina was well versed in his subject. We confessed our love to one another here, and we had many amazing moments there, said Minato. I wrote something about us in one of the upper branches. Naruto entered the higher branches in search of the writing. Dad, I found it, said happily. It's a heart. Minato and Kushina forever is written on it. Minato, you never told me about that, she thought to herself. Naruto remarked, I bet she loved it, Dad. With a hand behind his head, Minato stated, the truth is that I never told her about it. However, something else occurred here, the dejected speaker added. He then related to Naruto everything that transpired there on the night of the attack, including his eventual demise. In the final moments of my life, as I was bidding you farewell, I thought I caught her sad gaze on us, Minato remarked. Minato. You saw me, Kushina thought, sobbing. Naruto remained silent for a while. Please, Dad. Please leave me alone, please. I would like to read the letter to her, I said. All right. I'll return in 30 minutes, Minato said as she walked out of the building. Kushina could only pretend to give her son a hug when Naruto sobbed for his family's final moments together after he was certain that his father was not there. After a few minutes, he composed himself and read the letter. Kushina was in front of Naruto, prepared to hear what her son had to say about her. Mom, please. I wrote a letter to Dad and you a long time ago. It wasn't until 2 weeks ago that I found out who you were and whether you still loved me. When Dad returned, I learned that he was the Yondaime Hokage. It's amazing to learn that your own father is the greatest hero in Konoha's tale. When I woke up that morning, I didn't believe it was a dream until I saw him preparing breakfast. Then he introduced himself and showed me your pictures, telling me that you are Kushina Uzumaki from the Whirlpool country. You are the world's most beautiful woman, and I was right about that. Falsely modest, he told her, I'm not so beautiful, Naruto-kun. I'm a little embarrassed to tell you that he used to spy on you with the Hokage crystal ball. I found out that you also enjoyed ramen, and he told me about your virtues. He was very proud of you. She reminded Hinata, I'm not angry with him. In fact, I think it's very romantic when you watch at the person you love. He began training me that day, and I learned that my lack of progress in training was actually a result of my superior skill level compared to the academy's training methods. Naruto, that's not the whole truth. In class, you didn't pay close enough attention. It will be my first time attending the Parents' Visit Day, and I hope you both feel proud of me for how strong I've become thanks to Dad's training. We are already proud of you. My baby, Dad explained to me why no one had been informed that you two were my parents. He chose to keep my identity a secret until I gained enough strength, which I will do as soon as possible to ensure that everyone will know that you were the woman who won the Yondaime's heart. Kushina laughed at what he said, and Naruto went on. I told him there had to be a reason you didn't pay him a visit in the other world, and I hope we will cross paths again someday. He told me he was from an alternate future, and the story he told me was amazing. I hope that too. He took a test a week ago to find out his ninja rank as Arashi Uzumaki. He was incredible. He outwitted and defeated every opponent, and Kakashi told me he didn't use all of his power. One day, I hope to be as strong as him. He didn't realize it, but after the match, everyone looked at us with more respect, especially the single women. I can't wait to see their expressions the day he takes off his mask because now, every female looks at him the same way Sasuke's fangirls do. But don't worry, he still loves you and won't go out with other women. He hasn't slept in your room since we returned home after the test, but sometimes, when he is by himself, he looks at your pictures dreamily. I also observed the space you had ready for me. Naruto's eyes were now a little wet. We decided to keep the room locked until someone needs it, because I didn't know how much you loved me until I saw it. For a grandson with white eyes and black hair, she laughed to herself. Then Dad revealed to me the truth about the Kyuubi, saying that it was sealed inside of me. For a brief moment, I believed that I was the fox reincarnated as a human, but fortunately Hinata, a classmate, showed up and proved that I was not the fox. She even became a friend of mine. I was fortunate that she happened to be passing by when Dad revealed the truth to me. You silly, she wasn't just passing by there, his mother remarked with a smile. Nevertheless, I'm still not sure why, when I'm close, she blushes and makes that funny motion with her fingers. Your father will help you to realize it, Naruto-kun. I found the letter I wrote to you both today, so I took it and made the necessary corrections to the drawing of us together, so now Dad looks like the Hokage and you have your gorgeous long hair like it should. I believe there is nothing further to discuss. I adore you, Mom. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. The letter was kept by Naruto in his jacket. Mum, Dad told me how you died. You and a group of ninjas attempted to take down the Kyuubi to spare Dad's life and spare me the depressing existence of a Jinchuriki. I'm grateful, Mom. I swear to honor you by being happy and making other people happy. That is a lifetime guarantee. My Naruchan, thank you. I'm confident you'll succeed. You never failed to keep your word, she said with happiness. After a few minutes, Minato returned, and they said a few prayers in front of the tree before returning home, where Minato spent the remainder of the day teaching Naruto the fundamentals of seals. Kushina went to Naruto's bed that evening and pretended to kiss his forehead. Good night, my darling hero, she considered. She then went to Minato, who appeared to be having a nightmare. She pretended to kiss him, and for an instant, she believed she had felt the phony kiss. Good night, my love. Subsequently, Minato opened his eyes and peered in shock. He was not looking through her, she realized. He had her in his sights. Kushina, a bit beyond the death plains. Hoping to get a good night's sleep, Minato went to bed. It was not with him. He awoke to find himself alone in a pitch-black area. A spooky voice behind him exclaimed, Finally I found you, Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. Minato turned pale. As long as he lived, at least, he never hoped to hear that voice again. With a slow turn, the blonde ex-Kage hoped he was mistaken about who was speaking to him. He wasn't. The god of death stood in front of him. The dark figure uttered, I was looking for you since you disappeared from my kingdom 2 weeks ago. Minato thought, what is he talking about? I was resurrected in the future. Then it dawned on him. Of course, the soul of the Minato of this time merged with me, believed. He also understood that Naruto would be cut off from him by his master, once more. He knew he was fighting a losing battle, but he assumed a fighting stance, prepared to fight for his soul. The strongest entity in all of eternity faced him. Amused, the Shinigami questioned, why this attitude, Minato-kun? Is this way to greet your master? I won't let you separate me from my son again, sire. I'm sorry but I won't go back to your kingdom until I die again. In an extremely humorous, non-Shinigami voice, the Shinigami exclaimed, Die again? Wait, why are you alive? Minato broke down in tears in front of his master's demeanor and told him the whole truth, making special mention of the seal he used to ward off the effects of the Edo Tensei. I see. You will be glad to know that I don't have power over the alive, so I won't take you back, the creator said. Minato breathed out in relief. His master found it humorous. I am a patient god. Everyone will die eventually, even other gods. You'll come back to my kingdom someday. Meanwhile you'll send me more and more warriors. Those WHO deserve it will go to the kingdom, others elsewhere, said with an eerie voice. Minato uttered, Thank you sire. Not so fast, Minato-kun. I have a mission for you. You'll eventually fight those fools Hidan, Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Their tries to avoid their fate are annoying me. Kill them. Immortality is not for mortals. Yes, sir, Minato exclaimed. It occurred to me, he didn't need to ask me that. One more thing, Minato-kun, said the deity. Many of those WHO had been in near-death experiences eventually developed the ability to see those WHO are trapped between the world of the living and the world of the death. He reached out with one hand, seizing and immobilizing Minato with an unnatural speed, and then extended his other hand's middle and index fingers. He moved each finger toward Minato's eyes, causing a white flame to emerge in each. Master, what's the purpose of this? A perplexed Minato asked. Silence. You have been in the two worlds. You are starting to develop that ability. I will give you a little push. You'll thank me after this. Many of your questions will be answered and you'll thank me. Replied by touching the flames to Minato's eyes. Minato was prepared for pain, but what he felt was as though he had just cleaned his eyes. The god let go of him and experienced a dissolution of his physical form. It's your time to go back. Farewell, Minato Namikaze. Someday we will meet again. the deity said. When Minato finally vanished, the god of death transformed into a handsome man with long black hair and pale complexion. The goddess of love, a woman of extraordinary beauty, then materialized and gave him a back hug. The beauty exclaimed, "Yai, you did it, honey. Now they will be able to see each other." "Yes. But will they be happy?" Death questioned. The frenzied love exclaimed, "They will. It will be hard, but they'll surpass all difficulties. Dat Bayo." Death questioned, "Why the hell I married you?" Since love succers even in death, she kissed him back. Uzumaki housing Minato felt something in his lips for a split second that he hadn't felt in years. He let go of his eyes, and he caught sight of her. Kushina. They assumed that each other was staring at them as they fixed their gaze on one another. Their faces lit up with happy tears and a slight smile. "Kushi-chan." He yelled. They hurried to give each other hugs. However, her arms went through him, leaving them disappointed. "No." He stammered out. She reached out to stroke his hair, to touch his face. They were unable to. He could not touch or hear her, he could only see her form. Kushina experienced the same helplessness as during Naruto's early years when she didn't touch her loved ones. Whispered, "Kei Kushi-chan. Why, you're a ghost." Kushina turned to face Minato so he wouldn't see her sobbing as she embraced herself and began to cry. After this painful realization, Minato finally understood why she hadn't visited him over the years. Where had the voice of God, which had assisted him in that genjutsu, come from? Unable to see that she was crying, he hurried to give her a hug. He was unable to. He made several attempts, but failed every time. To his surprise, she settled down and regained her composure a few minutes later. Minato thought, "You've always been very strong, Kushi-chan," and smiled sadly. She gave him another dejected smile in return. They were afraid to touch each other anymore. "All these years you had been looking after our son, didn't you, my love?" he responded. She gave a nod. "It must have been a hell, not being able to hug him, unable to tell him how much you loved him, seeing how he wasn't honored as he deserved," said sorrowfully. Kushina remembered a few of those unpleasant experiences before recalling that day 2 weeks prior when he returned. She began to make some gestures, and Minato was able to decipher her hand sign language. "But, now, everything, fine. You, back, Naruto, happy," he murmured. At his statement, she nodded. "I'm happy too. You know what happened to me, don't you, my love?" replied. She gave another nod. "Although that place was supposed to be a paradise, it wasn't with neither of you there." She smiled sympathetically in response. A drowsy Naruto asked, "Dad, who are you talking at?" Kushina turned to face her son with hope, but Naruto was blind to her. Minato questioned, "Naruto, can't you see her?" "Dad, see who?" yawned Naruto. That vision was like a knife through Minato's heart, as seen by the sorrow on Kushina's face. Shrouded in sadness, Minato uttered, "Nothing, Naruto-kun, come back to sleep." She sobbed for hours on end once more. His only option was to pretend to give her an embrace. Omake. The Dango story goes on. Iruka protected his valuable cargo of culinary implements and ingredients for his family recipe by dodging another shuriken. Regretfully, he happened to run into the former owner of an Anbu Dango stand and received additional training. The other man yelled, "You censored, son of a censored, come back here and die." Then there was a puff of smoke, a sewer lid coming off, and 3 figures emerged. Aoba comforted Iruka-san, saying, "Don't worry, we'll distract him." The Genma said, Yeah, we don't have anything better to do." Cough, 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 Hayate uttered while attempting to inhale the smoke. What he was trying to say was that, since you are most likely her friend Anko's best option, Yugo asked me to assist you. As she was leaving, Iruka exclaimed, "Thank you guys. I owe you one." Anko was getting ready for the visit in the meantime. Yugo gave her some advice on how to keep her guests from being scared off, like storing the handcuffs, the whip, and the muzzle ball for when they return. Retrograde the snake woman mockingly exclaimed, "I don't have any of those things." "Well, I thought you also liked those things. With that sadistic image of yourself you created, the way you dress and all." Yugo apologized. With a cunning smile, he questioned, "I'm sadistic only with my enemies and..." "Wait, you said, I thought you also liked, don't you?" It assists Hayate in learning to endure discomfort. We are not perverts, Yugo exclaimed, blushing. "That is not my business." Can you give me another advice? Replied Anko. I don't know. I was with Hayate since we were children. We started like friends and before we realized we were a couple. Yugo dreamily replied. Anko thought, pair of lucky lovebirds. You know where Kurenai is? I didn't see her much since she became Jonin. Perhaps she could help me, replied. These days has been very busy with her apprentice. You know that girl with the powerful genjutsu bloodline? Replied the woman from Anbu. With a cheery, so she is also out of question. Wait, I have an idea. Can you tell me? After the visit, I'll let you know. Anko giggled as she held out one of Iruka's dango sticks to her friend. Had Yugo not been so infatuated with Hayate, she would have destroyed Anko and created a henge to replace her on their date with Iruka. Finish the flashback while waiting for the teacher to arrive. Anko was dressed in her bathrobe. Regretfully, she neglected to indicate the visitation time. She was fortunate enough to only have to wait 20 minutes after hearing Iruka knock on her door. Anko-san, it's me, Iruka. Anko dashed to the bathroom, undressed, and grabbed a stream of water before arriving at the door clad only in a towel. I apologize for the wait, Iruka-kun. I was taking a shower and didn't hear you, the childlike voice said. Iruka mustered all of his willpower once more to resist a nosebleed at the vision that was in front of him. With blush that could rival Hinata's, she rambled, Sorry Anko-san. I'll come back later, when you are finished. Pointing at Iruka's cargo, he said, it's my fault for not specifying the time. By the way, what it is in the box? These are the ingredients and cooking tools for the dango recipe, Iruka uttered, clearly trying to avoid staring at Anko's drenched and hardly clothed body. He came here to show me the recipe. Didn't he catch the message? Believed? And why is he bluesing like this? He is not behaving as before. Iruka-kun. Why are you acting too shyly? The seductive voice asked, posing provocatively. You are not acting like the man who wanted to touch me last days, she added. Iruka could take it no longer and related to her what he saw Arashi doing with his son, without disclosing his real identity. And why he had been bothering her, and for that reason, I acted in that way toward you. My only goal was to strengthen myself so that I could become a better teacher. I apologize deeply for what I did to you, and I promise not to bother you again. She took hold of his vest and pulled him into her apartment before he could finish, shutting the door. Aoba, Genma, and Hayate were able to escape the owner of the dango stand in the interim. They were now walking down the same street where Anko resided. They observed Anko dragging Iruka into her house while wearing only a towel. Aoba removed his dark glasses and looked shocked. The senbon fell out of Genma's mouth, not even Hayate coughed. On that day, Iruka's Konohamacho-ometer reached 100. Along with the greatest night of his life, he received a mark that indicated, property of Mitarashi Anko. Don't dare to touch him, bitches. Kushina was lying in his bed when Minato opened his eyes, and he grinned at her. She gave me a smile in return. They briefly believed that they were once more in the early days of their marriage. He would stash the strand of hair blocking her eye. She would chuckle while prodding his face. He would then entice her closer and give her a kiss. The same thing happened to her, and Minato had to summon all his willpower to resist trying it and shatter the illusion. The waking yawns of Naruto interrupted their thoughts. Naruto questioned, morning, Dad, did you have a good sleep? Yes, son. I never slept so well in 18 years, the man grinned and said, addressing Kushina. Minato was truthful. A part of him was relieved to see Kushina again, to know that she didn't despise him, and to be able to talk to her, even though he was deeply saddened by her circumstances. No, I won't let things continue this way, was a determined thought. A demiclone that resembled a butler was made by Minato, and it was aimed at their son. Naruto, the butler will make your breakfast and your takeaway lunch, go with him to the kitchen, I'll join you in a few minutes, stated. Clothed in one of his orange jumpsuits, Naruto and the butler left the room together. Naruto asked them as they passed, what are you going to make me for breakfast? And for lunch? The butler said in a tone that was neutral, whatever Naruto-sama wants. Naruto grinned, knowing that his father's strict diet of healthful foods would finally come to an end. How come Dad can see that a man raised on ramen is a suitable candidate to be the next Hokage? Kushina was asked to follow Minato, who then led her to a basement room where he kept his library. Minato's family had spent years researching and compiling a vast array of knowledge, and their book collection and archives could rival Konoha's library. This room is soundproof, Kushi-chan. Here I can talk with you without looking like a madman before Naruto, she replied. Comprehensive, she replied in hand sign language. I'm going to bring you back. If I came back you won't be less, my love. There's a way. I'll find it, stated with tenacity. Kushina sensed a rebirth of hope. Minato is going to find a way. They'll reunite as family. She smiled back at him. For a brief moment, they exchanged hopeful glances before Minato ended it. Asking in a serious tone, Kushina, shall I tell Naruto about your situation? No. Now, happy, if, know, about, me, sad, she replied. Before being cut off, the speaker remarked, but, there must be a lot of things that you should want to tell him. Wait, until, you, bring, me, back, she said. I comprehend. Kage Bunshin no jutsu, he answered. He made a clone, and that copy performed the same jutsu. Another 15 clones materialized. All right guys, you know what to do. Start the research now. If it's necessary create extra clones and go to Konoha's library to get extra info. If you feel tired use the soldier pills trick, instructed the clones. Hi, was their reply. Kushina inquired, soldier, pills, trick? Yes, it was discovered yesterday by the clones I create all mornings for my own training. With a soldier pill you refill your chakra like you had a day of resting. They have the drawback that they can dampen your body if you abuse them, but one of my clones realized that it doesn't matter for clones. Now in combat I can spend a minimum quantity of chakra to create clones and next they can take pills for recharge themselves. Then they will be using chakra expending jutsus while I keep my chakra, explained Minato. It's brilliant, she exclaimed, her eyes shining. Minato blushed slightly and said, someone would have figured it out sooner or later. Kushina laughed, glad she could still make him red in the face. She stopped laughing and made a serious face that captured Minato's interest. I, too, from future, stated. Minato had a priceless face. What? She spent the next 15 minutes explaining to him how she had merged with her past self and how her future self had been pulled into Madara's trap along with him. Minato was done and needed a seat. So, this is how the others felt after my story, believed. Excited, he stood up. Kushi-chan. Now we can use what you know for stop all the bad things from the future. I only knew what Naruto told me and what happened after my return, laughed. He attempted to give her a hug, but he kept going through her. They exchanged a sorrowful glance but said nothing. He broke the quiet, saying, I must go you upstairs with, it's getting late. With a nod, she went with him. The lead clone went over to the others, wishing he could give them a motivational speech, but he was short on words. We must find the way to have her back, stated. Hi, was the collective response. It dawned on him that they needed no further motivation. Since they were all a part of Minato, they shared the same love for her as the original, and they will continue their research without stopping until they pass away. He regretted not being with them when he was resting because he was the primary clone who had to absorb the memories and replace the other clones. The butler was nowhere to be seen. The sink was piled high with ramen bowls, and Naruto was eating some cereal and not looking very happy. Where is the butler? And why are you having cereals? Minato responded, I thought you would order him to make you ramen. I said him to make me 10 bowls of all types of ramen but he used sugar instead of salt for most of them. Stated, I beat him for spoil my ramen until he dispelled. Nobody mess up with my ramen, exclaimed with a vengeful voice. Kushina thought, well done, Naru-chan, ramen is sacred. I forgot that the Demiclone had my almost non-existent cooking skills, in fact I only can prepare the recipe that Kushina taught me, said Minato. He saw that the table had a bowl of ramen on it. He said, why did you leave this one? It's the only one he managed to cook well, Mom's recipe. I left it for you since I dispelled the one who was supposed to make our breakfast, Naruto replied. His parents were moved by Naruto's remarks. Why don't we share the bowl? I'm the one who created an incompetent servant, suggested Minato. Naruto's attitude shifted. Can we really do this every morning? Is it possible? He asked, his eyes shining brightly. In his severe father manner, Minato remarked, nope, this is an exception. If you want to be a healthy ninja and competent ninja, you won't have ramen for breakfast. AWWH. His son moaned, at the academy later. Naruto grabbed Minato from behind as he landed in front of the entrance. The other kids were envious and in awe of them. Moments later, Kushina arrived at the scene. Unlike Minato, she was not able to fly, instead, she could only hover a few inches above the ground. However, she had the advantage of not having to go through any obstacles in order to travel directly to the academy. She grinned as she noticed the other kids' envious expressions. Yes, envy him, brats. His father is much better than that ungrateful bastards of yours, said. Naruto, have a good day at school, Minato remarked. Yes, Tucson, Naruto answered, giving him a brief embrace before leaving for class. Although Kushina was grinning at them, Minato momentarily noticed a glint of jealousy in her eyes. He swore to bring her back again. To complete more flying ninja ride assignments, Minato proceeded to the mission briefing zone. Fortunately, he avoided having to transform into the Wonder Pony once more. Unfortunately for him, he had to pay a round-trip fare to a few wealthy women who had witnessed his show at the Colosseum and were eager to fly in the powerful embrace of the alluring ninja. The majority of the women were, in fact, extremely attractive. If he hadn't had to face his envious ghost wife's glares, another man would have loved his job. After he completed his tasks, Kurenai and a small girl, along with the Hokage, made their way to him. I have good news for you, Arashi. We will have this sort missions only 2 days each week, Sarutobi replied. Kushina and Minato were relieved. Still, the Hokage did not stop talking. A problem you can help to solve with your ceiling had come up. Let me introduce you to Kurenai and her apprentice Yakumo. Arashi split his focus between Kushina's information and the story of Yakumo's power struggle. In the meantime, at the academy Iruka arrived at school. He began a speech after lining up the students and threatening to send them to class if they dared to question him about his grade or love life. As you know, Mizuki-sensei won't be able to go here for a few days. The majority of students turned to face Naruto, who had his hand behind his head and a smile on his teeth. With a cough, Iruka went on. So it has been decided that some ninjas will go here in their spare time to give you classes. Naturally, there were a few silences before Iruka started coughing once more. I also want to introduce you to a new student. Many of the girls were drawn to a very pale boy who had an emotionless face when he entered the classroom. He shouldn't be here. This must be one of Danzu's schemes. I should better keep an eye of him, Shino thought. Shikamaru thought, troublesome. History is changing again. With a smile, the pale boy made his way to the other students. Good morning, my name is Sai. Shikamaru let out a sigh. He was a slothful academy student 2 weeks prior, and the next day he found himself an unwilling time traveler from an unrealized future. At first, it wasn't too horrible because he could now stop Asuma from dying by learning how to battle Hidan. It also had a lot of shortcomings. First, he was required to return to the problematic academy. Second, although it's not like he wouldn't want to be on the same team as Naruto and Sakura, he used to fight with his old team, and Sakura was completely useless until Sasuke left the village and she began training with Tsunade, so he had to hide his true abilities in order to avoid being the Rookie of the Year and being stuck with them. Third, he needed to figure out how to stop Orochimaru from sealing Sasuke with the Curse Seal. The moody Uchiha left Konoha in search of greater power. Had he not experienced the power of the Curse Seal, he would have been more inclined to stay, especially after telling Sasuke that Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the Yondaime, and even Itachi had grown stronger while in Konoha. Shikamaru had no regard for Sasuke, but he was aware that having the Uchiha on their side would increase their chances of defeating the Akatsuki. Though he didn't hate the Uchiha the way many of his friends did after his defection. Hatred is too troublesome. If he were to obtain the Curse Seal, he wouldn't feel any regret about killing him. Fourth, he needed to stop the Sandaime from dying. Achieving it will be the hardest part because it will require him to confront Orochimaru and the other Hokages. He had already devised a plan that called for him and his teammates to skip the Chunin exam finals, approach the Hokage stand, and use both of his own Kagemane no Jutsu and Ino's Shinteshin no Jutsu against the Sound Four to force them to dispel the barrier. The Anbu would take care of the rest. The added benefit was that he would avoid getting the annoying Chunin rank so quickly and would have to beat Tayuya without owing Tamari anything. Naturally, he abandoned the notion of revealing his origins because doing so would have sent him to the mental health unit of the hospital. When he learned that a man claiming to be Naruto's father would be holding an exam in the arena to determine his rank, all of his plans came crashing down. The Yondaime was Naruto's father, and he hadn't been raised from the dead yet, didn't he? He showed up wearing the same black clothing and cloak that the Yondaime had on before Madara attacked them and sent them back in time. Who told him, if anyone, that his black mask and exposed chest made him look like a cross between Hidan and Kakuzu? Maybe the people who were with them returned as well. His suspicions were validated when he eliminated every one of his opponents. 6 gates were open, allowing him to defeat Guy. Then he used a foolish move from Naruto to defeat his father and his team. He played with the Anbu team until one of them turned out to be Itachi in disguise. This raised more questions for him, including whether Madara had returned in time to send Itachi on a surprise attack to kill the Yondaime. Or did Itachi want to see how strong a potential foe would be after learning about the father of the Kyuubi vessel? Things had drastically changed now. Shino approached him the following day. Retrograde. The Aburame questioned, "Good morning, Shikamaru. Do you come from the future?" The other boy approached him directly, which surprised the Nara because he would have expected Kiba or Naruto to do the same. At least he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of researching whether Shino was another time traveler. Shikamaru answered, "Yeah, I came. What would have happened if I had said no? I would call you a liar. Your chakra is Chunin level, last week was Academy student level. You are not different physically than a week ago, so your chakra didn't increase for your physical energies. Only a dramatic increase of your spiritual energies would have increased your chakra in such short amount of time. Spiritual energies increase mainly by experience, so you must have acquired years of experience recently." "How? Receiving the memories of a future yourself," stated Shino. Though he was able to conceal it, Shino was almost certainly the smartest person of their generation after him and Neji, which almost impressed Shikamaru. Saying, "I see. So you know that Arashi Uzumaki is." He let Shino complete the thought. The glassed boy went on, "Minato Namikaze, and you know that our senseis will get married and have a son," Shikamaru concluded, grinning slightly. "I'm glad I'm not the only one who came back." "Me too. I was trying to find a way to change the worst events of the future without being messing the others. I'm glad for not being alone in this," Shino said with a rare grin. "You can smile. Naruto was right," Shikamaru remarked. "What? I told him not to tell anybody. I should kill him," Shino uttered as he started to regain consciousness. "I doubt his father would let you. You know, we must approach him and tell him. He probably doesn't know that we came back too," Shikamaru replied. "Yes, there's a high chance that he told the Hokage that he came from future. Obviously the Yondaime proved him his identity and he should have been more open to the time travel story," stated Shino. Shikamaru gave a nod. "Yes, now with their help we can prevent the Sound Sand attack, the Sandame's and Asuma's death, Sasuke's betrayal," Shikamaru replied. "Yes. But if Sasuke gets marked by Orochimaru or shows any signs of defect to Sound, I'll kill him with no remorse," Shino replied. "I concur with you," Shikamaru uttered. The other boy said, "I'm glad. I suppose that the others also came back." "Yes, I believe so, maybe even Madara," Shikamaru remarked. "Another reason to approach Yondaime-sama as soon as we can," Shino replied. Finish the flashback regretfully. Upon learning of the Uzumaki's relocation, they refrained from inquiring about their new address and raising suspicions, instead waiting until Naruto returned to class a week after receiving his special training. Before they approached him, a week had passed since the incident involving Mizuki. Now, Sai shows up the following day while he was still an agent of Danzo. As she left the classroom, Iruka said, "Excuse me a moment. I'll go to my office to get some notes I need for today's lesson." One of Shino's spy bugs was visible to Shikamaru in his desk. The bug whispered to itself, "I think he'll approach Naruto. We should wait and see what he wants." The Aburame nodded when the bug returned. Sai disregarded the girl's murmurs and made her way to Naruto, who was standing by Hinata's side. Grinning, he pointed to a seat and said, "Excuse me, is this seat free?" "Yes, it is, you can sit here. By the way, in Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage. And this is my friend Hinata Hyuga," replied the brunette. Hinata said, "Nice to meet you, Sai-san." Sai reminded him of his task. He needed to blend in with the class, make friends with Uzumaki Naruto, and learn everything he could about the new clan. The day before, he read a book about friendships in which it was advised to give compliments to the friends of the person you wish to befriend. "You were very lucky, Naruto-san, being at the side of such a beautiful lady," laughed. With some confusion in his voice, Naruto said, Thanks." Poor Hinata looked red again. Another person complimented her appearance, and Naruto didn't dispute. The class's top student, you know who, cut them off in their conversation. "Fight me, Naruto," Sasuke yelled. Naruto exclaimed, "Sure, Teme, get ready to have your ass kicked." Obviously, after Naruto's father proving being able to fight Itachi and Naruto defeating a Chunin like Mizuki, now Sasuke sees Naruto as a good mean to test his power. Shino and Shikamaru believed. Naruto stood up and assumed a combat stance. The entire class was now staring at them, hoping to see a good fight break out. The Uchiha turned to face Naruto and said, "Not here, idiot. We'll fight in outside's training ground, at lunchtime." He then returned to his seat. Most girls sighed, remarking on Sasuke's cool appearance. Sai emphasized that supporting someone against their adversaries was a smart way to win someone over as a friend. "What were we talking about before the dickless duck butthead interrupted us?" said out loud. "W.A. Ha, 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 ha. Sasuke a dickless duck butthead. It's better than Teme. Wah, ha, 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 ha." Naruto chuckled. If the other boys hadn't noticed the growing intent to kill, they would have joined him. Naruto laughed until his eyes opened and he could feel them too. With menacing eyes, all of Sasuke's admirers were glaring at him and Sai. Inner Sakura cried out, "How that bakas dared to insult Sasuke-kun. Let's crush them." Sai brought up the book's assertion that a true friend would stand by their friend in times of need. In front of the fangirls, he stood. He smiled and said, "I'm trying to have a civilized talk with Naruto-kun here. Do you want anything, ugly horse?" The boys and Hinata witnessed one of the most horrifying things ever. When Iruka returned to class, Hinata was administering first aid to the new student and his favorite student, who had been beaten. A furious, "What happened here?" was asked. Sai reminded him that sincerity is valued by people, according to the book. "The dickless duck butt-headed bitches attacked us viciously, especially the ugly big forehead one," stated. Naruto interrupted, "Hey, in an attempt to patch things up. Sakura-chan has a big forehead, but she is not ugly," he said. When he got a nasty look from the girl for unintentionally telling Iruka, he stopped talking. Inner Sakura exclaimed, "Sasuke-kun will avenge us at lunchtime, baka." Iruka gave the fangirls a dull lecture about not being mean to their classmates. He then made Sai chew a piece of soap for being such a jerk. "When this mission finish, I'll look after the writer of that book and make him eat 10 copies. Sai thought to himself.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.